We'll be getting started shortly. We'll be a few minutes late. We about ready? Looks like it. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. It's December 19th, 2020. This is our regular meeting. Up 2020, that's funny. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Assemblymember Myers.
Here.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Bronga.
Here.
Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zalatel.
Here.
Assemblymember Cross.
Here.
Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Solt.
Here.
Assemblymember Perez Verdia.
Here.
And it's my understanding the youth representative is excused this
Yes,
evening.
he's excused.
Chair Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now I'd like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Myers?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next we'll have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement toward decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that today we gather on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and with respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting of May 18th, 2021, ARPA, and regular meeting of November 7, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, those items have been adopted. Next, we have the mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that Mario Bird, Chief of Staff, will be giving the report. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. In the mayor's absence, I'll be providing his report tonight. First of all, I'd like to highlight snowplow operations. I want to recognize and thank the snowplow operators of the municipality of Anchorage. We're experiencing the snowiest winter on record, and our street maintenance crews have been working around the clock to make sure the snow is cleared from roads and sidewalks as quickly as possible. After the November storms, the mayor's office conducted an internal after-action meeting. We discussed the good, the bad, and the ugly. It was a great information sharing session. I was able to report back to the Assembly and share our lessons learned during the Special Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee meeting on December 6th. And one of the main takeaways, Mr. Chair, was to continue to improve communication to the public about snow plowing operations and to educate the public on a response plan and the expected timeline. The mayor's office maintains constant communication with street maintenance and has been able to disseminate snow plowing operation status updates to the public through social media, and they've generally been well received. The mayor's tasked the Office of Emergency Management to put together a formal snow and ice emergency plan, and that plan is expected to be complete by December 31st. Next, I'd like to highlight the South Central Mayors Energy Coalition. Last week, the mayor announced the formation of the South Central Mayors Energy Coalition. This coalition, consisting of mayors from communities across the South Central region, will consider the energy needs of Alaska and explore options to meet those needs while assessing costs and the availability of natural resources. Primary goal of the coalition is to be a voice for local governments and to maintain close communication with communities across our region, utility companies and lawmakers as well, and work together to address the natural gas production shortage. The first formal meeting of this group will be scheduled for mid-January following the start of the legislative session in Juneau. Finally, I'd like to highlight the upcoming Mayor's Citywide Job Fair. Our efforts to increase recruiting efforts at the municipality will culminate in the mayor hosting a citywide job fair on January 12th at the Denina Center. We're inviting all departments within the municipality to have a booth at the job fair free of charge, and we've coordinated with Easy Park to offer free parking to attendees. We hope that by offering free booth spaces and free parking, that participation is equitable across Anchorage. The goal is to streamline the hiring process by quickly vetting candidates with on-the-spot interviews and, if applicable, a conditional job offer. We anticipate a large turnout, and we look forward to this event. That concludes the mayor's report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. So good evening, everybody. Welcome. This is the last regular meeting of 2023. I'm glad to wish everybody a happy holidays and a happy new year as well. I hope everyone has a restful and joyous break over the next few weeks. I know I am ready for a break. It's a really packed agenda tonight, and there are lots of people here for different agenda items, so we'll do our best to keep the meeting on track and move efficiently through all the items we have to get done tonight. On that note, I would point out that there is an Assembly Code of Conduct posted on the front doors and throughout the room. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the city. I ask for all of your help in creating a climate of respect in the chambers. We surely won't agree on all of the issues, but in the end, we are all still neighbors and working to make our community a better place. That said, I'll speak specifically. There was an appearance request that was made and granted. Some have called it a special appearance request. It is not that. It is a code-driven appearance that any member of our community can file for. And if there is any business that the Assembly has conducted in that arena, then the Assembly isn't granted the opportunity to deny him. That said, any member of the public is welcome to file an appearance request, and I would welcome that. That item will come up later. Next, I'd like to talk about a year in review. I'll dive into my report by saying last week the Assembly conducted our annual review and began setting out our work plan for the upcoming year. As we reflect on the past year, I want to thank all of the members for your incredibly hard work. It's clear that each and every one of you care deeply about our community and are committed to make it a better place. We can't do this work alone, though. I want to extend my thanks to the staff and the administration and our community partners and the public for supporting the work of the Assembly and helping us craft legislation, fund important services, and hold our local government to account. Finally, I want to thank the families of our Assembly members, you and the mayor's staff. You didn't sign up for public service, and yet you make great sacrifices of time and effort to support your loved ones in their work to represent our community. Next, we have an election code update and election observer handbook update tonight. An important item of note tonight is the annual update to the election code final step, the Title 8, and the election observer manual handbook. This is something that happens every year, and it's an important step in the process to make Anchorage the best vote-at-home jurisdiction in the United States. We strive to review each election, take feedback from the public, and hear from experts so we can strengthen our elections more each year. This year, it took on an especially important function because we had to run through a process to understand broadly what happened in relationship to allegations that the Ombudsman found of tampering with the election. And I think this business tonight concludes that effort as we begin the process of opening the 2024 regular election that is happening through April 2nd. On to the topic of the Eklutna River. A few weeks ago, we held a joint work session with the native village of Eklutna, the first ever in the history of our government-to-government relations. I thank the native village of Eklutna and Eklutna Inc. for the informative and compelling presentations on why full restoration of the Eklutna River is such an important goal. The proposal that is currently before us from the owners group leaves just a mile stretch between the lake and the river unconnected. That's not river restoration. We can't just stop short of the last mile. Our meeting with the owners group was productive, and I'm hopeful that we can get to a place of agreement in the near future and bridge that gap. So with the full agenda tonight, I'll do my best to move us along so that we can conclude at a reasonable hour. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the people. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks and speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping and pacing, except when clapping for individuals receiving recognition under the 10A section of the code. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the chambers, hand it to the clerk for distribution. Up here. Please also do not approach the dais. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting, and if there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. I will note that we have out on the glass doors an affirmative notification to members of the public that if you're being disruptive, you will be asked to leave. That is considered a first warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. And if you're here to testify in a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, which part of town you're from, and please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5. Thank you, and now we'll go to committee reports. Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The last meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee met on December 14th, and the topics of discussion were preparation for the permitting and building season, particularly focused on staffing, and particularly making sure we have enough staff in positions like inspectors and permit counters. At this point, we are severely understaffed, and in preparation for the season, that is a concern that our committee will continue to explore. We also continue to have the discussions around local compliance with state regulations with respect to the marijuana ordinances, and this particularly covers areas that the state has moved on with respect to drive-through and samples. More information on those fronts are available on the Community and Economic Development Committee's website. And I'd also just shout out that last week or so ago, I had a chance to travel to a conference focused on creative economy. And this is an area that is really important to me as we look to making sure we have other opportunities for growth in our community. And I expect that we will continue to explore areas of opening up the creative economy in our city through our committee. So stay tuned. Our next meeting is in January, and those are all posted on the website. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Alaska Municipal League Conference was held December 6th through the 8th here in Anchorage. Overall, it was very much a resounding success for Anchorage, and I would say the entire state. There were 4 resolutions that were passed that the 2 AML representatives, Member Brawley and I, brought forward. One of them was regarding housing, another regarding homelessness, a third regarding port and harbor infrastructure, and a 4th regarding behavioral health. 3 of those resolutions were the first time that AML has spoken about these issues in a comprehensive way. So it'll be great to have those resolutions come before the legislature in the upcoming session. I think even more successful than those resolutions, we had a great showing of both assembly members and members of the administration at the conference. AML staff and participants really took notice of that, and I appreciate everyone who attended any part of the sessions held during that week. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. Health Policy Committee met on December 6th. We heard from Volunteers of America that talked about their program struggles with their drug treatment program and outreach to schools. They have a continuum of care from prevention to residential treatment, and they are having difficulty with Medicaid reimbursements and funding for programs that are especially outpatient, where they can keep the teen in the home. They recently hosted a trauma-informed camp at a local school that had some suicide and they were working with the kids in the aftermath of that. So they do a lot for our community. We also heard from the Covenant House that is housing teens that are homeless and not in a safe place in their own home. They are seeing 3 to 5 overdoses a week. Fentanyl is definitely big time in town, as you probably all have heard. They said that the change they're seeing is that these teens are seeking it out more than ever. It used to be they may have got some fentanyl and they were surprised. Now they are seeking it out, getting their Narcan kit and going and using, which is alarming. They also talked about a drug called xylazine, which is moving east to west, and it is a game changer. It's the Narcan kits don't work to reverse the action of that. We also heard from the health department, which has had lots of efforts, probably in the wake of COVID and just everything going on, and they have been working on efforts to attract and retain their staff through having a professional development company work with them, staff development company called Managing Me. And they're working on making changes in processes and onboarding and trying to make just the employees feel more a part of the team there. And that is all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee met on December 6th, and as Mr. Byrd already touched on, the topic of discussion was snow plowing. Real quickly, since I know this is a topic of interest for a lot of people, I'd just like to remind you that if you want to find out more, presentation materials and the recordings themselves are available on the Assembly's website if you go down to committees. Just a couple high-level takeaways from the meeting. First off, thank you to the administration and the folks from Street Maintenance and State DOT who came out and talked through what happened with us. Vacancies remains a serious issue at both the state and local level. That was certainly one issue that was highlighted. State DOT has something like 70% of their mechanic positions unfilled. And then we still have 14 vacancies within the municipality and plow operations. It's something that's been a topic of concern for the Assembly and the administration, and we've taken, I think, some substantive steps to try and address that, including amendments to the recent budget for 2024, and I believe we have an additional item on the agenda tonight to get to that. But simply put, when you don't have the people to drive the plows or fix the plows, that affects our ability to respond, despite the heroic efforts of the operators and the people out there doing the work. Also want to touch on, people expressed a lot of concerns to us about the delays, especially in getting the neighborhoods cleared of snow during the big snow event back in November. So Anchorage has a kind of weird hodgepodge of responsibility when it comes to maintaining roads. A lot of our roads are actually maintained by state DOT, not just the Seward Highway, but a lot of the major arterials. And their equipment is generally not well suited for clearing those neighborhood roads. So what happened when we got that heavy snowfall is they asked the municipality to assist in clearing a lot of those major roads, O'Malley, Northern Lights, a handful of others. The administration made the decision to go ahead and lend our equipment to help them with that response. That may have been necessary given the fact that those are important access roads and we need them for public safety reasons amongst others. But the consequence was that the municipal equipment was not available to go out and plow the neighborhoods as quickly as they otherwise would have been. And then what happened, by the time they were able to get into the neighborhoods, a lot of that snow had set up. So jobs that would normally take 6 minutes, like to clear a cul-de-sac, were taking 12 minutes or more. So when you start adding those things together, the fact that it took us longer to get the equipment into the neighborhoods than expected, and then once they got there, it took them longer to deal with the snow than it normally would, kind of all added up to the fact that it just took us a long time to get it resolved during that snow event in November. Whether or not is it just how it is, or if we can do better, I think remains a topic of conversation. We need to continue to discuss what are realistic expectations and then make sure that we have the resources available to meet those. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Ms. Alato.
No report, thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Nothing to report, Chair.
Mr. Bond.
No report, thank you, Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. First, thank you to Member Rivera for giving the Alaska Municipal League report. I just have a couple of brief reminders for committees. First is that the Budget and Finance Committee, our last meeting of the year has been canceled. That would have been on Thursday, December 21st. So our next meeting will be Thursday, January 18th, 2024, 12:10 p.m., City Hall 155 on our usual schedule. Similarly, the Legislative Committee actually had our last meeting of the year on Wednesday, December 13th. We heard a briefing from our federal lobbyist, Blank Rome, about the Port of Alaska funding, federal budget, and other legislation of interest, and had an opportunity to ask some questions. The next meeting of that committee will be Wednesday, January 17th, 2024, 12:45 p.m., City Hall 155, where we will be hearing from our state lobbyist, presumably, about upcoming session, which also starts that week, the third week of January. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Nothing to report.
Mr. President.
Yes, just a quick update. Let's see, sorry. On this week of December 21st from 4:30 p.m. to 6 o'clock will be a meeting of the Anchorage Equity Committee of the Assembly. They'll be addressing a couple of different items. They'll be having a presentation from Change Lab Legal Analysis, also a presentation from Alexis Johnson to discussing housing and homelessness in Anchorage. They'll also have a presentation from Trevor Storrs, president of the Alaska Children's Trust, discussing the Prop 14 work on developing that with the Assembly. I encourage the public to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the addendum to the agenda. The addendum includes items that are added to the agenda and prepared by Friday before the Assembly meeting, and the Assembly formally does this through a motion to incorporate the addendum. But before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to address late on the table items, which incorporate any late on the table items into the agenda. So we do have a number of late on the table items. At least 8 at this time, maybe more later. Several of them are new, several of them are supplemental. We'll take up the new ones first. So new late on the table items at the time of the meeting require an 8-member vote to lay them on the table. So first we have item 10B6, resolution AR 2023-437, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly approving the continued temporary delegation of the acting director of the municipality's Office of Management and Budget position to Sharon Lechner. So
Move to lay on the table.
I would ask for a motion. Moved by Ms. Brawley.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Zalatel, would you like to speak to why this time sensitive?
Sure, this is time sensitive because the confirmation for Ms. Lechner is on our agenda for tonight, and the request is to postpone it outside of the initial 60-day time period. So these two items have to ride along, postponing the confirmation and the ordinance. They have to ride together. Thank you.
Any questions? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The questions shall this be laid on the table. Again, it takes 8 votes in the affirmative. A vote of 12-0. That item has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10B7, unnumbered resolution, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly providing further guidance on the mission critical pay appropriation for snow removal. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. There's a deadline in this resolution that asks for action to be completed by the 23rd of January, so this is to create the longest runway possible for that action to be taken.
So is there any discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to lay the item on the table. On a vote of 12-0, 10B7 has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10G8. This is an ordinance being laid on the table, AO 2023 unnumbered, an ordinance authorizing the competitive disposal of portions of Heritage Land Bank parcels 6011, 6016, and 6017, legally described as tract 1 Prince Edition Alyeska Subdivision, Plat 87-131, PID 075-311-04000. Tract B Girdwood Elementary School Subdivision, Plat 85-38, PID 075-031-32000. And Tract 9A, Section 9, Township 10, North Range 2 East, Plat 73-220, PID 075-041-3100. CY Investments LLC is described in the development agreement between the developer and the municipality of Anchorage dated April 29, 2022, and amend the Heritage Land Bank 2021 Annual Work Program.
Move to introduce and set the public hearing for January 9th.
Second.
Third. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Vaughn, and third by Member Cross. Next, we have supplemental items. I think the rest of them are supplemental, so I'll just read them. 13A3, AM, unnumbered to AO 2023-112S, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive electrical easement to Chugach Electric Association, Inc. on portions within 10 municipal parcels legally described as Section 36, T13N, R3W, PID 007-32101, 007-33101, 007-34101, 007-37101, 007-38101, Section 1, T12N, R3W, PID 014-56101, 014-59101, 014-60101, 014-63101, Section 12, T12 North, R3 West, PID 014-641-01. That item has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 14A2, ordinance number AO 2023-129S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 2.30.030 to clarify the authority of the Assembly to manage its premises and resources. That item has been laid on the table. Accompanying is 14A3, AM number 1008-2023. Next, we have supplemental item 14E5, Assembly Memorandum number AM 1006-2023. Ordinance number AO 2023-81S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the public naming panel's unanimous recommendation to name the Port of Alaska as the Don Young Port of Anchorage. And then we have next item 14, that has been laid on the table. Item 14E6, AO 2023-81S1, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the public naming panel's unanimous recommendation to name the Port of Alaska as the Don Young Port of Anchorage. Accompanying it is item 14E7, AM number 1007-2023. Those items have been laid on the table. And finally, item 14F5, Information Memorandum 238-2023, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending certain provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 to create a classification of residential development for 3 and 4 dwelling unit constructions. Apply the residential design standards for 1 and 2 family dwellings to such developments and conforming code amendments. That is the laid on the table procedure. So now I'd like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any objection? Asking for unanimous consent, hearing no objection, that item has been passed unanimously. Which brings us to appearance requests. Before we dive in, I'll read a little bit more. Next on the agenda are appearance requests. Appearance requests are an opportunity for members of the public to speak to an issue of relevance to the municipality that's not on the agenda. The process for appearance requests is outlined in AMC 2.30.040, and the provisions limit the duration and frequency of appearance requests, but with limited exceptions do not restrict the subject matter the speaker wishes to discuss. In the particular case of a speaker tonight, a speaker had specifically asked to appear to ask the Assembly to pass a resolution addressing an issue of global concern. Therefore, because the Assembly has opined and not so infrequently does opine on matters of global significance by resolution, this request does not fall into one of the exclusions, and the Chair and the Assembly do not have the discretion to deny this request simply because we disagree with the speaker's viewpoint. Additionally, at times, appearance requests are used to express viewpoints that are controversial and sometimes even make disparaging remarks about other people or groups. The Supreme Court has consistently held that political speech that the average person may find offensive, discriminatory, or bigoted nonetheless constitutes First Amendment protected speech that may not be restricted by the government, provided it does not rise to the level of obscenity or the threat of or incitement of violence. As such, it is the duty of this body, as much as we regret it, to receive such testimony as we would that of any other citizen without interruption, provided it conforms to the regulations we announce at the beginning of every meeting with the time, place, and manner of the testimony. In other words, the same rules apply to all public testimony regardless of the viewpoint of the testifier. Now, I've received recently email communication from a leader from a local Jewish community describing in detail threats that were levied upon their temple in this week that were very violent in nature. And I believe our community is a community that is welcoming and is at its best when we are looking out for our whole community. So I do not have the right or authority to tell this person they do not have the ability to speak at this time. And so, Mr. Patterson, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Michael. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, even though it sounds like it really pains you to do it. I'm speaking today because PSL Anchorage is asking the Assembly to introduce a resolution expressing support for a ceasefire resolution in Gaza. Approximately 20,000 people have been killed in Gaza. Thousands of children have been killed. Gaza is being called a graveyard for children. Millions have been displaced. Israel has deliberately targeted schools, hospitals, and utilities. We are watching a genocide unfold in real time. We have a unique responsibility as Americans and Alaskans to speak up and demand a ceasefire. The federal government not only bankrolls the Israeli Defense Force, the federal government directly supplies Israel with munitions. Our tax dollars are facilitating the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. As Alaskans, we contribute approximately $7 million to the IDF through our federal tax dollars. Anchorage accounts for approximately $3 million of those dollars. We are facing a moral crisis as a nation. Our national leaders have failed us, and our state leaders have failed us. We need our municipal leadership to say something and do something, because where the pandemic, I think, tested America's resolve and resilience, in which we failed that test, I think Gaza is a moral test for this country, and I think we are failing very, very seriously. And the simple fact that even before I even got up here, the chair tried to accuse me essentially of being anti-Semitic and the group of being anti-Semitic. Not once did I hear anything say about the 20,000 people who have been killed, because you can watch videos of people losing their loved ones in real time. This event in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza, is the single largest loss of life for UN personnel. The UN General Assembly has passed a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Many cities across this country have called for a ceasefire. And frankly, you know, if the attitude of the Assembly is just to kind of say, oh, this is anti-Semitic, I just think that's anti-democratic and frankly just lazy. Because the simple fact is that we have to do something. We have to do something. And if you're all going to ignore what is happening right now, I don't think history is going to judge you very well. And at a bare minimum, you need to introduce a resolution, because I think as citizens and residents of this city, we need to know how you all stand on this issue on the public record. You can't ignore the hundreds of people in the city who have been calling for a ceasefire. You can't ignore the fact that there are Palestinians that live here. You all did something for Russia and Ukraine. You did something, but you're not going to do it now for Palestinians? It's hypocrisy. You all need to do something because you're our moral leaders of the city.
Your time has expired. On a different topic, next we'll hear from Matanuska Electric Association.
Good evening. My name is Sabrina Combs. I am with Matanuska Electric Association. This year, MEA's Board of Directors approved more than $3.2 million in general capital credit retirements to pay out the remaining capital credits owed to the 1988 co-op membership, meaning that capital credits were paid to MEA's longest-standing members, including the municipality of Anchorage. So I am very proud tonight to present a check to the municipality for $103,379.69, and thank you for being MEA members.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Combs. We appreciate you. So next on the agenda, Mr. Baxter, welcome. Where did my agenda go? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You have to hit the green or blue button to turn the mic on. There you go.
I'm William Baxter. I'm from the Fairview area, 3rd Street and Merfra, and I consider myself a farm evangelist and Christian evangelist. And I go around with these shirts and do this, and I think the best thing to do is put them on the people mover buses. Stuff on the people mover buses to encourage people and that, and stuff like that. I do a lot of this, and people love them. And I think the buses should like this. And other things just to enhance the positiveness of the community. Okay, that's about all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. All right, next we'll move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items, such as bid awards, new business information, and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. Items on the consent agenda may be accepted, introduced, or approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to the approval, items may be polled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing at a future date. So we'll start with Mr. Presrudia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Presrudia. And Mr. Salt.
I'd like to pull 10B1 and 10 Delta 5.
All right, that's 10B1 and 10D5. Next, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to pull 10B5 and 10D10. And that's it.
So that's 10B5 and 10D10. Thank you. Mr. Bond.
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
No additional items, thank you.
All right, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I would like to pull item 10D11 and item 10G7. And apparently, I need to pull items 10D15 and 10D28 through 31. And at this time, may I please ask that the clerk, an item?
Oh, that's.
Yeah, associate item 10F5 with item 14B. Thank you. (10D1), thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Johnson.
No items.
Ms. Branca.
10D15.
That one's already pulled. So, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. No items.
All right, and Mr. Martinez.
No additional items.
Mr. Myers.
No additional items, thank you, Chair.
All right, so we'll go through the list. We have item 10B1, Mr. Salt, 10B5, Ms. Brawley, 10D5, Mr. Salt, 10D10, Ms. Brawley, 10D11, 15, 28, 29, 30, and 31, Ms. Zalatal, and then 10G7. Did I miss anything? Oh, and 10D1, sorry, that's right. 10D1.
Mr. Constant, did you have me down for 10D5, Delta 5? Can I change that to 10 Delta 15? Oh, that's pulled, okay, never mind.
Okay, so do you not want to pull 10D5?
No, I do not.
Okay. So. I'll
Mr.
go-
Chair?
Yep. Go ahead, but your mic is off.
10D5.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back through the list now, just to make sure we're really clear. So we have item 10B1, Mr. Salt, 10B5, Ms. Brawley, 10D1, Ms. Alatel, 10D5, Ms. Bronga, 10D10, Ms. Brawley, 10D11, 15, 28, 29, 30, and 31, Ms. Alatel, and then 10G7, Ms. Alatel. Is that right? Mr. Salt?
Sorry, can I add 10 Gulf 1?
Sure. Okay. Anyone else? Last call. No. Yeah, no, we're going to leave that one. So, okay. Now I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has now been approved. Ms. Brawley?
Thank you. I'd like to lay an item on the table.
Please. You're going to have to read the title.
Okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly, Anchorage Municipal Assembly, recognizing with gratitude our dedicated, hardworking municipal workforce who keep our city working for the people.
Second.
Third.
So a motion to lay that unnumbered resolution, which would be 10A2, on the agenda has been made by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item has been adopted. So we'll take that one up first. Are there any members of the executive staff here? Anyone at all? Employees, muni employees, all of you, please stand up. Come forward, right up to the microphone. Now we're going to do something tonight that I don't think an assembly has done before. So come forward, all of you. Come on down. Come tight, right in the middle. That includes the chief, that includes all the community workers. Alexis, you too. Come on down, everybody. So, as a body, we really decided we want to tell you all who work every day in and day out that we really appreciate you. And so we want this to go to you and through you to all of your staff. It was laid on the table. So now I'm going to read the title, AR 2023-436, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing with gratitude our dedicated, hardworking municipal workforce who keep our city working for the people. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none. Okay, so, hold on. We're going to get started now. Mr. Myers.
Whereas 'twas a snowy day in Anchorage and all through the town, muni workers are working. The best staff around, from Reclutna to Girdwood, from the mountains to the coast, they keep our city running. So we want to boast. And
Whereas we got many departments, and none are the same, and each have great people, too many to name. Let's stop in to see them one at a time and say thank you, we're grateful, and do it in rhyme. And
Whereas, we'll start with People Mover, our public transit team. They keep things on schedule, so bus riding's a dream. If you're transit curious, just download their apps. Tickets right on your phone, along with route maps. And
Whereas, next to the health department, who looks out for us all with air quality to clinic care, vaccines and food stalls, young babies to seniors every age in between, people and animals, public health for all is what they mean. And
whereas, then a trip to the library where adventure begins.
find books, music, movies, maybe even new friends. If you've got a question, asking a librarian is smart, but it's not just about knowledge. Libraries have heart. And
Whereas, in all weather and season, our parks and trails shine. Parks and Recreation works year-round to keep them looking fine. Everyone has a favorite trail. There are many to choose, but the best trail in Anchorage, no question, the Moose. And
Whereas we rely on public safety, our fire and police, keeping our streets and homes safe and keeping the peace. When things get bad, when we're hurt, body or mind, the mobile crisis and intervention teams are the best help you'll find. And
Whereas speaking of streets, we wouldn't make it far without M&O. That's maintenance and operations, for those who don't know. From snowplows to potholes, maintenance takes work. Thanks to our great plow crews when nature's a jerk.
Whereas, if you've got something to build, Elmore's the place to be. Planning keeps us on track toward the future we want to see. Development services and building staff ensure our homes are strong. And with community development, you really can't go wrong. And
When you're talking about lands, real estate is the place, home of Heritage Land Bank, muni buildings, and public space. If you're thinking about transport, how to get from here to there, start with our traffic and project management engineers. And
Whereas, now downtown to City Hall and up to the 8th floor, the mayor's office welcomes with a smile and open door. Across the hall, municipal manager keeps everyone on task, while management and budget tracks expenditures, not a small ask. And
Whereas, on the topic of money, we rely on our finance team's skills, dealing not just with this year's budget, but paying all city bills, managing savings, writing contracts, overseeing bond sales. From CFO to purchasing, they keep our finances on the rails. And
whereas the city works smoothly with professionals who help, look to HR and IT, who keep our people in tech working well. Government runs with many rules, so lawyers are needed. Municipal attorneys advise, defend, and ensure cases get completed. And
Whereas we all know in government there's room to do better. Internal audit keeps us honest and tracks things to the letter. The Equal Rights Commission is a champion for the fact we are equal. Equity and justice works to help the city listen to the people. And
Whereas the Port of Alaska keeps shelves stocked across the whole state, and Solid Waste Services reminds us we must divert more waste. Merrill Field connects Anchorage with places far and near, while AWU keeps us all healthy with water that's clean and clear. And
Whereas, last but not least, we'll visit the Assembly branch, home of the clerk from elections to licenses, meetings. It's a lot of work. Legislative Services turns ideas into action, supporting 12 of us. The Ombudsman works for all of us to keep the public's trust.
now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates all members of our municipal workforce who work every day to make our city a better place to live. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 19th day of December, 2023.
You're all going to come down and grab it, but I'm going for people.
There you go. There's yours.
You know I'm coming for. Transit hub.
And a special shout to Anna Brawley, who wrote that thing.
You want a picture? We'll take a picture. Thank you.
that was great, Felix. Thank you. Since I had HR. Thanks, that was great. You guys did great.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, wrong side.
A picture.
someone's going to have to stand. More pictures? Someone's going to have to stand up there.
Thank you.
But wait, there's more. Wait, there's more. Hold on. We ready over there? Hold on. Serenade for our workforce.
Oh, dear God. Oh, dear.
Thank you to singers from the Anchorage Opera who came to help us tell our staff we are grateful for all that you do. Next up, we're going to continue with the business. We have item 10B1.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Moved by Mr. Salt,
Second?
Second.
seconded by Mr. Cross. There's an amendment.
Move your amendment.
I'd like to move the amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Salt, seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Salt.
I'll defer to Mr. Cross.
Yeah,
Mr.
let me
Cross.
pull it up real quick. So this amendment reinstates the paragraph on page 18 of the, well, it's not, it's 18 in the Observer's Handbook, but in our packet, give me just one second while I get the amendment. Thanks, Dan. It's pages 16 and 17 to retain the unchanged paragraphs that were strike through, and then which would require is adding back in the form on pages 39 and 40. So what we heard is from the Election Commission. I think it's really important that we read, and let me just go to this and pull up the election handbook, that you read that paragraph. Essentially what it states is that if a complaint is found to be truthful and not properly addressed by your municipal clerk and has, it's not significant ramifications, but could overturn the outcomes of election, that they would fill out that form. They must be truthful and honest, and it would go to the Elections Commission. And I feel as if this is a very important oversight to have. I believe the municipal clerk, although I believe in our staff, does work for the Assembly. They're hired by the Assembly, and therefore there may be seen that if the municipal clerk doesn't address this, what must be a truthful, articulated concern, must be evidenced, and it also must be worthy of overturning the election, that they would be able to make their complaint known to the Election Commission. I believe this is apparent. Believe this is apparent and also vitally important to election transparency, and I don't see that it benefits us to remove this paragraph. Thank you.
Ms. Zolotow.
Thank you. I'm not surprised to see this amendment after the discussion at the work session where we invited the Election Commission. As explained in the work session, when Mr. Hurt detailed the changes in the Observer Handbook, this paragraph was stricken from the handbook to bring us in alignment with code. And so if there is the intention to have this kind of process, the better place to have that conversation is within the Title 28 code rewrites, because the handbook really does need to align with the processes set forth in code. And it's for that reason that I won't be voting for this amendment. I hope members got a chance to listen to that work session, because we really did dig into the things that are laid out in code and the intersection of code to really be the guide for how we deal with complaints and the timing of those complaints in the context of our elections. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I am calling back to that work session, but, looking at this language again, I'm just wondering, in the current handbook, it says, if found to be true, but it wasn't resolved by the clerk. I guess I still wonder, what standard is that being held to? I think the language that's in the handbook now seems to be unclear, so I'm not necessarily comfortable with keeping it in there, because as I understand it, as Member Zolotow stated, the process is that it goes to the Assembly, and then there's an investigation, in which point we could, give it basically back to the Election Commission to investigate further. So it does feel like there's some problems with the way that this handbook was written, so I do not support this amendment.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would encourage support for this amendment because I think it's important to have an independent body, which is what the Election Commission is now, so they can review any issues that may arise instead of sending it directly to the Assembly. So anyway, I would encourage support for it. Thank you.
Anyone else on the amendment? Members may proceed. Oh, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond, and so I guess my question would be, if we amended code, would you support it? If the code stated, would those individuals who are opposed to it support that change?
I don't see anyone in the queue to answer that question, but Mr.
Okay.
Byrd has put himself in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the members Myers, Cross, and so for bringing this amendment forward. The executive branch does feel like it's important to have the Election Commission play a role in election complaints. As you know, Mr. Chair, it is It's the purview of the Assembly and the legislative branch to oversee elections. It's clear in the charter. We don't dispute that. We do think that there is a role for the executive branch. We also think that the fact that the Election Commission is confirmed by the Assembly places a good balance of power over who goes on the Election Commission. So I just want to reiterate that the executive branch supports this amendment as well. Thank you.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. So I'm going to respond to Mr. Byrd and then answer Mr. Cross's question. I think we need to go back to where the charter puts us and where the code puts us, which is that the Assembly is in charge of administering our elections. There is not a role for the executive to play. Additionally, the code really lays out quite clearly what the Election Commission is supposed to do. And then to answer Mr. Cross's questions, I don't know, because I don't know how it would be framed in code. However, I do see there is a Title 28 change in the making, perhaps, where those complaints not specifically related to what would be reviewed through Canvas, some of those process complaints like we talked about at the work session, I can see an opportunity that within the closure of an election for those complaints to be affirmatively reviewed by an election commission and that their recommendations and results of that review be brought to us for further Title 28 process consideration. And to do that right on the heels of an election instead of waiting until we take it up later so it's fresh in their minds, and they can really then, I think, carry out a number of their roles in that way that are already enumerated in code, which is to advise us. I think where we run into a problem is if you just blanketly say the Election Commission can take up any complaint that arises, but then they don't advise us when we make Title 28 changes, there's a disconnect between the processes. So possibly, depending on how you try to marry the processes in an actual code change. Thank you.
Anyone else? The amendments before us, members may proceed to vote. That amendment fails 3-9. Next, we have the main motion before us. Anyone wish to speak to it? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-3, AR 2023-423 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10B5. 10B5, oh, Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I see that we have some uniformed officers here, so I would like to go ahead and change the order of the day, take up item 14D, the collective bargaining agreement with APDA.
Second.
So there's a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14D, moved by Ms. Salatel, and then seconded by Mr. Vaughn. I think I restated your motion.
That works.
So is there any objection to the motion? 14D. Yeah.
So the reason for the motion is because they're uniform officers who are otherwise on shift who would be represented by that contract who are here to participate or hear our conversation. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and members may proceed to vote on the motion to change order of the day. On a vote of 12-0, the order of the day has been changed. We'll now take up the public hearing for item 14D. Is AR 2023-405, a resolution approving the administrative agreement AA 2023-02 between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association regarding a collective bargaining agreement extension. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Come on down if you want to be heard. Now's the time. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Yeah, hello, my name's Terry Drake. Just one question tonight. Why do we have on-duty officers here to listen to this? Why are they not out on the streets?
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Dustin Darden. I urge the body to move to delay this agreement between the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association and the company in which, the corporation in which I fund, the municipality of Anchorage, for various reasons. First and foremost, as a shareholder of the municipality of Anchorage, myself and many others were disenfranchised through the chair, through the clerk, in the election which you were just speaking about in last April, when individuals, including myself,
Mr. Darden, I have to kind of...
when individuals, including myself,
Hold on, Mr. Darden. This is about the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association collective bargaining agreement. So I'm going to have to ask you, it's a public hearing, to speak on that topic.
the funding for the Anchorage Police Department comes through monies that you take from my taxes, in which I'm a shareholder of. I'd appreciate if you'd stop interrupting my brief amount of time in which I have to express my First Amendment constitutional rights, to petition my government for redress of grievances.
Mr. Darden, I'm going to remind you a second time that this is a public hearing. The clock has stopped. Public hearing on this resolution, so please tailor your comments to this resolution.
You have officers right now that work for APD who had a $9 million lawsuit against them by David Nordland. David Nordland was assaulted. He was stun-gunned in the face. He fell on the ground. He filed a $250 million in the state court. He appealed it to the federal courts. He was Alaska Grand Jury Rights Association member out on the ground. And you want to tell me when you had two named APD defendants, the municipality of Anchorage and APD, that he mysteriously died as APD was refusing discovery? This is a corrupt event, and everyone involved is going to be exposed. I implore you to look up David Nordland versus Municipality of Anchorage and to stand up against these tyrants who continually assault our ability for redress and justice.
Welcome. Please state your name. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Oh, 5 minutes, yeah.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me talk. First of all, I am grateful, and I mean grateful, for our police department and our fire department. You were all up here earlier this afternoon, and we had another big fire in the park. That's the fourth big fire in a couple of weeks. I am Chris Stoner. I'm president of the Midtown Community Council, and I support AR 2023-405, and I'm asking you to also support it. The MTCC has been hit with a huge uptick in crime since April of this year, when the Sullivan was closed and people needed a place to camp. We can substantiate $1 million in theft and vandalism from April 15th to the 1st of July. We would estimate that there has been another $1 million in damage and theft since that time. We feel this AR would help with the retention of our trained officers, thus keeping more of them on the street to combat crime. We currently have more officers leaving the department than we can hire to replace them with. I want to talk about crime a little bit and consequences of crime. The MTCC board wants criminals arrested and prosecuted, not because a person is homeless, but because they're criminals. When criminals are walking free and continuing with their misdeeds, the entire homeless population can be judged negatively because of the actions of a few bad apples. This summer, the National Archives camp had a vehicle chop shop until a car burned, and then those working with the chop shop, they lost their tools and parts. I know of 2 large bicycle chop shops that did business in the camp. Hard drugs, large amounts of alcohol are consumed in the area. Abuse of women occurs in the camp. Officer and fire department employees react to 1 or more calls daily to the issues in this camp. We have a gang operating and controlling the camp. They prey on the campers, sell drugs, buy the stolen goods, and are part of a criminal element that controls this camp. I've been told not to walk in certain areas of the camp because of the gang. This does not scare me, it infuriates me. The idea that I cannot walk in a public park because of a gang is wrong, and we need to fix it. We need more officers patrolling the street and working against the criminal element that has taken over this area. AR 2023-405 will provide raises to our officers and hopefully work towards better retention of those valuable APD employees and thus lower the rate of crime. Please support this AR. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stoner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. I think we probably could give you 5 minutes since you're in charge of an organization, but if 3 minutes will do, that's what we'll give you. Your call.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Darrell Evans. I'm a sergeant with the Anchorage Police Department, and I'm the president of the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association. I would just like to say that this agreement in front of you has been reached in good faith between the administration and the APDEA. It has been overwhelmingly ratified by our membership, and I would appreciate your approval on this. Our biggest goal when we went to negotiations was to improve in recruiting and retention. It's our number 1 goal. Right now, we are down 42 sworn officers and 19 non-sworn. So this agreement before you is a good start to that recruiting and retention issue that we have. I've already been contacted by some of our members that have said that they were thinking about retiring in the next year, and now they're thinking about staying longer. So hopefully the retention part of it will start to play out. So I appreciate your time. Again, our membership is in favor of this agreement, and I hope that all of you are as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing of this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatal, seconded, was that Mr. Myers? Seconded by Mr. Myers. So I'll just briefly tell members, new members, as a collective bargaining agreement, we have no right to amend this. We only have the right to vote yes or no. And if we vote no, then it goes back, and Lord knows what process the labor relations team has to go through to discuss this. But if it's yes, then it's affirmed and it goes into effect. So we don't have the authority to make any amendments. So, Ms. Zalatal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak briefly to this. One is, this is the kind of collective bargaining agreement I want to see brought, not just with APDEA, but with a number of our bargaining units across the municipality. It's no surprise and it's no secret we have a huge recruitment and retention problem, and only by really showing that we value the employees of this municipality will we be able to stop the out-migration of employees that we've had. And two, I want to thank the membership for passing the additional guidance specifically as to this contract. I think that that was helpful. We've passed general guidance. That general guidance, I don't believe, has been updated since COVID. But as we have the opportunity to put more specific guidance tailored to the type of work and the type of incentives that will achieve our goals of employee retention and recruitment, I think we should be looking at doing that. The window is often very narrow for that, but I think it's worth getting those ideas out for both the administration and the bargaining units to consider. So I am happy to approve this tonight. And again, I hope we see additional agreements like this that really take into account what is necessary to make sure we have a robust and experienced workforce. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Echoing similar comments to Ms. Zalatel, I'm happy to support this item, but I also think that we need to take a broad perspective, and I feel like we're doing that with the municipal-wide workforce study that we funded through the budget. Until the administration goes through that process, completes that workforce study, goes through various bargaining agreements and administrative agreements with all of the collective bargaining units, I'm fine going with a piecemeal effort that prioritizes our first responder agencies like APD, the fire department, street maintenance, and the Anchorage Health Department. In my opinion, those all are departments that need some love right now. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-405 has passed the body. Congratulations, Mr. Evans. So we'll roll back in the agenda now to 10B5. Wait, 10B as in Bravo. 10B5, Resolution AR 2023-433, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly adopting a housing action plan. Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And bear with me, I just have a few brief remarks about the plan. So thank you to everyone for engaging in this process from the foundation laid last year in 2022 with the Assembly's taking action on both broad policy and specific actions, policy actions, as well as thank you to the many conversations that our community has engaged in around our critical housing shortage. This short plan is jam-packed with the direction we've set to address our housing problems and a robust menu of actions for us to continue working on into the next year. Planning and action must go hand in hand to accomplish our goals, and our community should feel good that we're working hard to do both, with this plan as the Assembly's guide for the work ahead. I want to briefly touch on a few themes of feedback, things that you won't see in the draft, but that some folks commented on. The first one was that people wanted more in the plan about how housing relates to the rest of the community. So things like our jobs, transportation, et cetera. So I want to acknowledge these topics are really important. Many of them are addressed in our comprehensive plan, in our transportation plans, other localized plans, our economic strategy. So there's a lot of places really where we talk about other ways that they all impact each other, but this is really focused on housing. The second theme is that there was a lot of folks excited around getting from the what to the how. So getting into the specifics, talking about code changes we need to make, and that's really great. I love the energy. For this plan, we're trying to keep the plan simple and the actions high level, but it's really great that people want to jump in and work on the details. So that's really where we're going and what we're already working on doing. So please stay engaged. The third one is there was some healthy skepticism about some of the actions. So I just want to acknowledge, we don't all agree on everything, and there's going to be robust discussions about these. Some of the wording we did change so that it wasn't, saying specifically we're going to take this step or this is the answer, but we really need to work on all of these things together. So we don't want to take ideas off the table, but this plan will be a living document, and I anticipate that some pieces of it will change. Lastly, I want to briefly address a comment that we have gotten, and I know that comes up over the years in planning, and that's really the reference to the phrase maintain neighborhood character. So I wanted to really talk about that one specifically. That you will not see in this plan. It is a common term in planning, and it sounds comforting, really. You know, you want your neighborhood to remain a nice place to live. But also that same phrase has been used to justify policies that restrict property rights, slow down or stop new development, and really push back on change in the built environment. So I don't support adding this to the plan, and here's why. First, the nature of cities is that they change. The built environment changes. We can make policies that support and enhance our quality of life, but if we don't allow our communities to evolve and grow, it will stagnate. We can't regulate ourselves to stay the same forever. Second, as I mentioned, this phrase has been typically used when talking about quote-unquote nice neighborhoods, where people with enough resources can afford to live. But all neighborhoods have character. So when we say that we want to maintain character, are we also asking neighborhoods that many in our community perceive as disadvantaged, disinvested, in need of revitalization, do we want them to also maintain their character? When some people say we want our neighborhood to stay the same, it sounds like they're also saying, in those poor neighborhoods, those we tell other people to avoid, maintain that character too. And I don't really think that's the direction that we want to go. Certainly neighborhoods should not look the same, but we also have to allow for the idea that they will change over time and positively reflect the people who live there. So thank you for the opportunity to mention that. And again, thank you so much for those who worked on the plan, and looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Q, Mr. Rivera? Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to, as Member Brawley did, I just want to thank everyone for all of your efforts regarding the plan. It was a great collaborative effort. I think we have done a lot of great work with regarding to housing over the years. It's absolutely been a priority of this body, no doubt. Now with the adoption of this plan, the hopeful adoption of this plan, we can share a clear vision and direction that we will as a body possibly consider for our housing work over the next couple of years. And I think that's important for us to be able to communicate that with the public. I'm most excited for the expansion of our scope and way of thinking about housing to include affordability, retention, and other similar ideas that focus less on the technical aspects of Title 21 and Title 23, but are just as important in my opinion. Not that we aren't focused or haven't been focused on those things in the past, but I think this plan says that we're going to be doing this work in a very holistic and intentional way. So I am absolutely in support of adopting the plan today, and I hope everyone is ready to get to work. Thank you.
Anyone else? Not seeing anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-433 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D1, AM 957-2023, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Sharon Lechner. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Move to postpone to the meeting of February 27th.
Second.
So motion by Ms. Zalatel to postpone to January 22nd?
February 27th.
February 27th. Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. So we passed an item under the consent agenda already, 10-6. That was the resolution that was laid on the table, which basically extends the time period in code. And the whole intent here is to give us a chance to meet and confer with Ms. Lechner. She had some leave early on in the first 60 days, and she's really expressed her wish to ensure that we get the opportunity to meet with her. So this will give us plenty of time to do that, especially outside of the intense budget process, and then bring her confirmation back before us on the 27th. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is postponed to the meeting February 27th. On a vote of 11-1, that item has been postponed. We'll be back before us February 27th. Next, we have item 10D5. 10D5 is AM 961-2023, Watershed and Natural Resources Advisory Commission, Lee Cruz. Ms. Branca.
I pulled this one. Mr. Cruz.
So, okay, we actually need a
Move to
motion
approve,
first.
sorry.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you very much. You'd think I'd start getting that now.
That's okay, you will. Takes time.
Okay, so my understanding, and I may have this wrong too, that the commission appointments should be someone who has technical qualifications in the field, and I'm not seeing where Mr. Cruz's qualifications are. He's got a lot of banking, he's got a lot of oil company type work, but as far as aquatic resources, creek restoration, fish passage, hydrology, I'm not seeing that, and that's a little bit concerning to me. So that is why I wanted to look at this closer.
Could you put that in the form of a question?
Does Mr. Lee have qualifications in hydrology, creek restoration, fish passage, and aquatic resources? Mr. Byrd, through the chair.
Thank you, perfect.
Through the chair to Member Bronga, thank you for the question. So, no, I don't believe he has qualifications in hydrology. However, he does have qualifications in natural resources, and that is part of the title of this commission. He served previously with the 49th Angel State Board, and I understand that although we were thinking that board was going to sunset, it may not as soon as we perceived. He would like to continue his service as a board and commission member, and with his natural resources background, he applied for this seat. He also has a financial background, and we thought it would be a nice complement to the board as it currently is composed, I believe, of the sort of expertise that Member Bronga has already brought up, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Bronga, that was your question. You okay with that?
Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the natural resources background. However, I have the same concerns as Ms. Bronga, because really what this commission deals with, as I understand it, would be issues like wetland drainage issues, and it's really a technical advisory board. So I think there is value in having a diversity of experience and perspectives on boards, but I think it's also important that when they have a technical function, that we are looking to use the expertise in our community. Thank you.
Mr. Myers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Mr. Cruz. He lives in Eagle River, so he's a constituent of Kevin and myself. I would just encourage your support for him on this board. I know him to be incredibly sharp and well-studied, and I think he would do a great job.
All right. Anyone else? Hearing see none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Salt? Are you
You
can
say
voice
it out
vote.
loud and I will.
Yes.
Thank you.
On a vote of 8-4, AM 961-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D10, Assembly Memorandum AM 967-2023, sole source contract with Blank Rome Government Relations LLC BRGR for lobbying services. Ms. Bronga, or Ms. Brawley.
I move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I had pulled this one, actually, I think for similar reasons. I see there's a amendment that is along the same lines of thinking, so maybe we dispatch with that as first.
Want to go ahead and move the amendment, someone?
Sure. Move constant amendment number 1.
Second.
So amendment moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Zalatil.
Yes, this amendment conditions the Assembly's approval of this contract on a minimum of twice per year briefings to the Assembly in person or via video conference, and this can be accomplished at a work session or committee meeting. This is really to ensure that that any lobbyist working for the municipality works for the full municipality and that we're fully briefed. In addition, it requires the regular submission of a detailed written report describing the efforts and activities undertaken on behalf of the municipality due on the 15th of each month. Again, so that we are well aware of what our lobbyists are doing. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. When I read the original, well, first, I support this amendment. When I read the original memo, I noticed that there was not an explicit reference to both the administration and the assembly in that memo, in contrast to the next one that we'll be taking up, I believe, after this. And so originally I was going to amend to include that, but I actually believe that this is a much stronger set of language, so I support it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 12-0, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion before us. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AM 967-2023 as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 10D11, AM number 969-2023, sole source contract with Legislative Consultants LLC for professional lobbying services. Ms. Alatel.
Move to approve.
Second.
Who is the second?
Anna.
Ms. Brawley, okay. Moved by Ms. Alatel, second by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Alatel.
Thanks. Move constant amendment number 1.
Second.
So we have an amendment before us moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, this is an amendment very similar to the one before. So it just ensures that we're well aware of what's happening, as well as being able to ask questions and provide direction. Thank you.
All right, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 12-0, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AM 969-2023 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D15. Go ahead, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Item 10D15 deals with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I'm the executive director, so I believe I have a conflict, and as well as 10D28 through 10D31. They are part of a unified funding proposal that was put forward by the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness and these entities as a package in the alcohol tax. So with that, I would ask to be excused for those items.
There's determination you do in fact have a conflict on this item, and you are excused from this, as well as items 10D28, 10D29, 10D30, 10D31. So now before us, we have item 10D15, again, AM 972-2023, grant agreement with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness for year-round outreach services. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved
Second.
by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Anyone wish to discuss the item? Ms. Bronga.
So I just had a question on we're moving potentially a lot of people into permanent supported housing, and I was wondering about the street outreach and if this should be going down somewhat because we plan to have less people in camps. And I also, and I did not get with Ms. Johnson to ask her the question that I know the health department themselves does outreach, and as we are seeing less people in camps, possibly the health department could fill the role or volunteers. So anyway, I just was wondering if we should be seeing this get smaller.
Is Ms. Johnson in the house? It's okay, maybe Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I can speak to it from my perspective as the chair of the Housing and Homelessness Committee. So street outreach is going to be a very critical component of the housing work. In fact, I think Ms. Johnson did state that we are going to attempt to mirror some of the work that Houston did with regard to moving folks directly from encampments to housing. And in order to make that successful, you have to have robust street outreach. So I believe it is a critical component of the work. Perhaps in future years, we can look at lowering that number once the total number of people experiencing homelessness that are unsheltered reduces. But I think for at least a few years, that's going to be important for us.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just briefly speak. I support this. And yeah, I think we certainly are seeing good news that there are folks moving from being outside, being on the street into housing, as well as shelter into housing. But I think it's important to understand street outreach is really a trust-building exercise. I have not personally engaged in it, but I'm very aware that it involves, learning somebody's name, going back a few times and really helping them. It's not just that you can get somebody to suddenly trust the government that maybe has done them wrong for a long time through OCS or through corrections or other systems. And so it's really important to understand that it does take time, and it's important to keep not our staff, right, but it's important to keep staff in those positions so that you can maintain that relationship, because that's really what helps somebody be successful and helps them kind of take that next step and then eventually becomes more independent. And so I think it is really important, and it's really important to acknowledge how much of the relationship building, it feels, squishy, but it really is such an important part of our social services. Thanks.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just want to voice my support as well, and to say that in looking at the models outside of Alaska, this is always a core to a successful strategy for addressing houselessness and housing in a community. And so having a robust outreach system, having a strong data system, those are just core things that we can't redo each year. We've got to build them, we've got to invest in them and make sure that they're getting better and better if we're going to begin to solve this challenge in front of us. So I urge your support.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to echo the call for supporting this particular item. I wanted to just describe an ecosystem of support, and similar to the way Member Brawley just described, building those relationships and trust is not just about one point in time and the intervention at one particular moment. It's about really building from the street level that relationship to vulnerable populations and a trusted person who will be the entry point into a continuum of care. So I hope that we see less numbers in the street. I hope that we have less bad activity happening, and I hope that we have more housing and more advancements of pathways of dignity. But at this point, I don't think that we're in any position to pull back on outreach funding. I want to make sure that that funding is in place for the coming season, and so I want to just echo my support as well. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that Ms. Johnson is available if members had questions regarding what Mr. Rivera said in initial response to that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So I've spoken with some shelters in Colorado Springs, and one of the things they talked about was how to address homelessness through transactions. Nothing's free. You're gonna give us something in return, and sometimes that's just your real name. It's about building incentives for people to get off get out of homelessness. Again, kind of nothing's free concept, and about partnerships and relationships that we've heard here a lot, working with other nonprofits, which ACH is that central group that we've picked to bring all the nonprofits, the community together to make our response. Also, we recently heard from Houston about all their decisions are data-driven. And that's one thing. ACH manages our HMIS system, as well as these outreach programs are critical to gathering that data, updating, ensuring it's accurate. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bronca again.
I just want to clarify that I do support street outreach. I'm just wondering when the pivot level is that this starts to go down a little, and I think the community wants to know that too.
I would just note that we used to live in a time and a place where these services were provided by volunteers, and they never met the mark. And having skin in the game is the answer. And ideally, we do refine and reduce when we can, where we can. But I would not ask our health department staff, who are chronically understaffed, to be doing this work. There's probably the highest level of vacancy of the muni right there right now, and we're trying to fix that. And then volunteers, it takes a very rare, amazing person to successfully navigate the challenge of going out into the place where vulnerable people are concentrated and encamped. It's not for the weak at heart, it's not for the casual day tripper. It's definitely, if I were to say, it's for someone who has insurance to do that kind of thing, because it's high-risk work. And so, for me, I'm strongly supportive of us funding a robust outreach program until such time as we do really see the results, which I believe we're going to see soon. So, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AM 972-2023 has passed the body. Next up, we have item 10D28. 10D28 is AM 990-2023, grant agreement with Catholic Social Services for complex care shelter operations for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Health Department. So this one was pulled by Ms. Zalatil. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. So I've asked an amendment to be passed around. It's coming your way. Once you have a chance to read it.
I'll move constant amendment 1.
Thank you.
Second.
Who was the second? Okay, so Member Rivera moves and Member Mullins seconds the amendment. Do you want to speak to it, Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you putting this amendment forward for this item as well as 10 Delta 31. This basically puts in some policy parameters very similar to the policy parameters in our prior appropriations dealing with the benchmark of optimal maximum stay of 90 days and HMIS and coordinated entries as really hallmarks of our emergency cold weather shelter system to make sure that it's a housing first focused system. Thank you.
All right, so. So there is an amendment on the floor. Any more discussion of the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0, the document is amended. Now we have the main motion before us. Anyone wish to speak? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-1, AM 990-2023 as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 10D29, AM 991-2023, grant agreement with Covenant House, Alaska for youth day shelter services for the municipality of Anchorage.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AM 991-2023 has passed the body. Now we have item 10D30, AM 992-2023, grant agreement with Christian Health Associates for family emergency shelter services for the municipality of Anchorage. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AM 992-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D31, AM number 993-2023, grant agreement with Catholic Social Services for Brother Francis Shelter operations. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera.
I'll go ahead and move constant amendment number 1.
Second.
a motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? It's the same motion as before the previous item. Okay, anyone wish to discuss? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0, that item is amended. Now we have the main motion before us. Anyone wish to discuss the item? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-1, AM 993-2023 as amended has passed the body. Next we can welcome back Ms. Alatel. Next we have item 10. One sec.
10G1 by Randy.
Next we have item 10G1.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Move to introduce.
Move to introduce. Thank you.
Second. Is there a third? Right.
Third.
So who moved it?
Randy.
Moved by Mr. Salt. Who seconded? Zalatel, and third was?
Daniel.
Mr. Bolland. Okay. Okay, next we have item 10G7. AO number 2023-136, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending building codes in Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 23.10, Anchorage Administrative Code 2018 edition to allow optional independent plan review of structural design for commercial building permits.
Move to introduce and set the public hearing for January 23rd.
Second.
Third. Motion by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley, third by Mr. Rivera. Okay, that, I believe, concludes our consent agenda. So at this time, we will go ahead and take our regularly scheduled break. We'll be back in approximately 20 to 25 minutes. All right, I think we're all back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll go back on the record now. We now have before us item 11A. 11A is AO 2023-125S as amended, an ordinance to the Anchorage Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code 830, offenses against public order to expand the scope of criminal activity punishable as an election violation and to insert a new section 8.30.190 codifying the offense of tampering with the public record in the third degree. Public hearing was closed on 12/5/2023. Ms. Alatel moved to approve, seconded by Ms. Brawley, amended 12/5/2023. Action postponed from 12/5. Motion to approve is on the floor. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Question for council. My understanding was we postponed this item so that Assembly and Legislative Council had the chance to confer with Municipal Department of Law. Were there any, in that conversation, were there any suggestions changed to the proposed ordinance or any problems that needed to be taken up? Thank you.
Through the chair, no. Yes, we did have the opportunity to meet with the Department of Law, and no, there were no changes identified at that meeting. We met with both the municipal attorney and the attorneys from the prosecutor's office, Mr. Pearson, and there were no proposed amendments. And now that the municipal attorney's here, I would defer to her to confirm that there's no issue with this that we saw from our side.
Thank you. If Ms. Helsler would like to also answer, I just asked if you all had a chance to confer on 11A and if there were any proposed changes being brought forward. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, Attorney Hurd and Attorney Dean Gates met with our office and our municipal prosecutor, and we had determined that there were no changes necessary. Thank you.
So based on that information, Mr. Chair, I would just like to recommend to the body to approve the item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And would note that this item was substantially amended at the last meeting. It took out 1/2 of the effective action. So this is only relating to the tampering with public records. So anyone else? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-1, AO 2023-125S as amended has passed the body. Next we have AR 2023-412, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $100,000 Ben Boki Dempsey Anderson Ice Arena Capital Reserve Account revenues of the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Funds 461800 for repair, replacement, maintenance, and improvements to the Ben Boki and Dempsey Anderson Ice Arenas. The Office of the Municipal Manager. Action was postponed from 12/5 with no motion pending.
Move to postpone to the meeting of 1/9 per the chair's request.
Thank you. So a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Vaughn. I'll speak to it briefly. Just that I'm almost there with the information that I need. I'd requested a detailed ledger of expenditures for repairs at the Sullivan about which have been on us, which should be on the other party who has the use agreement that was authorized. And I was given the list, but the list didn't have any dates of when the work was done or when the appropriation was made. And they said they would get it back to me soon. So a list of expenditures without dates is meaningless when you have an agreement that moves from July 1, 2023 forward. And so these expenditures were all from back as far as 2022. So just waiting for a little bit more info. Mr. Cross.
Do we know if this delay in repairs or putting out for bid is going to have significant impacts on the ice usage and ice time for this season or next? What are the unintended consequences of the delays in getting the work done?
I don't know where Mr. Colhase is. Mr. Braniff around? Neither.
Well, it would have been nice to know.
Yep. Mr. Salt?
Yeah, similar question. It just sounds like the way you worded it, the repairs have been largely already done, it sounds like.
It was different, kind of a different facility, but Mr. Colais, the question is, if we wait until the 9th of January so I can receive the spreadsheet with the dates instead of just the spreadsheet, is it going to have a major impact on Boki and Dempsey?
And then if I may, Chair.
Go ahead.
To the chair, rather, I guess. There are some items that we would consider critical. The doors are broken, the front, the main doors need some repair work, so that's causing some security and other efforts for M&O. So our preference would be to have it go tonight. Thank you. And I know that you got, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I know that you got at least a partial response and then asked for more information. I believe that M&O is working on it. I don't know when that'll be delivered. Thank you.
Yeah, it wasn't that I asked for more information. I asked for the information I asked originally for, but I received part of the information that I had asked for in advance 6 weeks ago. So, okay.
So if I may follow up then, just based on information, I would prefer to just to vote on it and pass it. I mean, what it looks to me doing is we're micromanaging Kent here and the purchasing department in order to get the Ben Boki repairs done so we can see every repair that's been done by our tenant under their lease or by the municipality and the capital improvements that's required under our obligation under the same lease. And so, I mean, I trust that we have a purchasing department and we have a municipal manager there for a reason. I don't want to hold this up anymore knowing that it needs doors and it's the hockey season while we just, I guess while we just sit here and do their job for them.
So I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I'm not attempting to do their job. I'm attempting to do my job, which is to understand who's paying for what, whose responsibility it is, and what's actually happening. And I don't know how we can continue to operate a municipality if when basic information is requested that should just be accountable and exportable, it has to be generated. And then it's generated, but it's not complete. And then weeks go by, and so I'm not trying to do the manager's job. I don't have many levers to pull when it comes to getting information. And one of them is to say, we can't approve this until we get the information we need so we can have a full and complete understanding. This is a small potato item. I know that it needs to get done. It doesn't break my heart if it passes tonight, but it's just a part of a recurring pattern where I get maybe the information months later, maybe partial information, and then I'm made to look like the bad guy for trying to get the actual information. So it's hard to square that. It's not me trying to do their job, it's me trying to do my job and being hampered. Mr. Colais.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would offer my apologies that the information that was provided wasn't complete. I know that the M&O department is aware of your follow-on requests, clarifying or reiterating what you were asking for. I know they're working on it now. I also know that although it sounds like an excuse, that department, as our others, are very busy. But I will revisit with them the need to provide this additional information to make your initial request complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate, I know these two facilities, or at least one of them is in West Anchorage, and that there's a lot of folks who use the Dempsey, for example. I guess my question probably to Mr. Colais would be, if this is approved, and then the worst concerns of Mr. Constant are true, which is that, the municipality is, for example, paying things that the contractor should pay, then what recourse do we have? And I don't mean we, the assembly, I mean the municipality, to make sure that the agreement is being followed.
Through the chair to Member Brawley, my recollection is that the chair is asking for information on the Sullivan Arena. I believe that's correct. So this is the Dempsey and the Boki. We have facilities folks and others who manage the contracts and oversee the operators. I mean, I think if we discovered that work was done that was more appropriately the responsibility of the operator as opposed to the municipality, we'd go to the operator and correct that.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. You know, I support the postponement because it feels like we get incomplete information and then it's just too little too late. I appreciate that we could go to the operator and ask for something, but frankly, the whole Ben Boeke, Dempsey, Anderson Ice Arena, and Sullivan Arena deal for me is under a bit of a black cloud. It was an agreement that, you know, only through our taking a closer look at it got fixed in a manner that didn't really put the municipality in a position where it would be paying substantially. I trust that, you know, that folks are watching over these things, but I also realize the reality of the municipality right now. Heard Mr. Colhay say, you know, our folks are busy. Yeah, they're busy. Things are going to possibly fall through the cracks. We don't have enough personnel. And frankly, I don't trust purchasing to monitor these things closely. Again and again and again, we keep having to bring items back where there's been a problem with the procurement or purchasing process. And purchasing has had their hands all over this agreement and its implementation. So I would rather err on the side of caution. And I would hope that when assembly members make a request for information, that it come back and be as complete as possible and then shared with all members. If one member asks for it on the dais and it warrants a postponement, I think all members are then interested in it. Thank you.
I'll just finally say that, again, my heart isn't broken if this item passes tonight. I know the answer to the question of we're going to ask them to pay if we paid for it isn't that. What's going to be is we're on the hook. The taxpayers have paid, and we'll get sued if we try to make them pay because we've already done it. And so that's my experience now long enough and enough times through this process that the reality is the ship has sailed and we've paid those expenses. And the only thing we can do is make it known if, in fact, that issue arises. And so in some ways, that argues just to approve the contract because there's no real recourse here anyways. The money has been spent. So members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. So the motion fails 6-6. So now, no motion pending.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. So I'll just reiterate my concerns and members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 1, that AR 2023-412 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11C, AM 896-2023, Board of Ethics. Action was postponed from 11:21 and 12:05. No motion is pending. Will the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mr. Cross. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So the Board of Ethics, I believe, is one of the really important advisory boards that we have in our municipality. And there are a few features of the Board of Ethics that I think are really important that we consider. One is that to the extent possible, they issue timely opinions to guide us and municipal staff about potential conflicts of interest and help us navigate those. Two is to be able to take the facts as presented and the disclosures and be thought partners in trying to help municipal employees and members navigate potential conflicts of interest. And third is to be really open to a variety of circumstances, because I think, we think we may have seen every potential circumstance that could come before the Board of Ethics, and then something new will come up. And so for those reasons, I cannot support this nominee. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I think the administration proposed an A version, so I think we'd ask the move of the A version if there
Yep,
would...
you're right. And that's what was moved.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I may respond on behalf of the administration, we think the administration agrees with Member Zalatel's comments, Mr. Chair, except, of course, for her conclusion. We do think in our local government, it's largely two parts. We don't have a judiciary like our state or our federal government, except, I think, for the Ethics Board. And the Ethics Board does have the opportunity to weigh in on both branches, and also the boards and commissions and the school district members. It is, again, the administration agrees with Member Zalatel, it's a vitally important board for the health of our local government. We think that Dr. Neighbors is an excellent candidate because of his status at the university and his active public engagement, and we think that he would be a wonderful candidate to serve. Thank you.
The only disagreement I'd have with your words there, Mr. Byrd, is we do have that third branch of government, the courts. It's just, they're the state, and we can avail ourselves of them. So, but, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I share a lot of the concerns that Member Zalatel does, and I do not support this nominee. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand what the issue is. Not only does this gentleman have tons of experience, but I actually was sitting there late one breakfast and just decided to hop on YouTube, went in and watched a bunch of videos and lectures that he spoke in. I found him to be extremely articulate, very reasonable, and highly educated and well-informed. So I guess I'm just a little amazed, but thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8 to 4, AM 896-2023A has passed the body. Next, we have 11D, AM 939-2023, Plating Board, Sarah Bryan. No motion pending. So will the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. 1 minute.
I need Mr. Cross, Ms. Brawley, and Mr. Perez-Verdia.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AM 939-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have 11E, AM 940-2023, Planning Board, Patrick Jones. No motion pending. What's will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Walland. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, this is my question, I guess, for the administration, whoever wants to hand it. So this is another plating board, and I see Patrick Jones here, again, another, nothing against their qualifications, Federal Credit Union. And right now, it seems like we're stacked heavy with real estate industry professionals. I realize the plating board. I'm curious on, do we currently have any geologists, water table and land surveyors or any experts like that. It looks like we're leaning towards real estate sales industry, which I'm part of, which I don't complain about. But when I served on the plating board, we had a wide spectrum of individuals across a myriad of issues dealing with plating. It was great to have land surveyors, have geologists, have a paleontologist at one time, have a real estate attorney who dealt with land trusts and dealt with disputes between land ownership. So I'm kind of curious on that makeup of that board. And do we have a wide variety, or are we just right now sadly looking for just people so we have a quorum? Anybody can speak to that? Because I haven't seen a whole lot of other individuals. And again, I'm not saying that I wouldn't approve them, but I think we need to be intentional about making sure that our plating board has a wide variety of history and experiences.
Through the chair to Member Cross, I don't have that information, but I can get it in a few minutes.
That's okay. I'm ready to vote on this, but I would like to make sure that that concern is noted. It would be nice to know what the work history is of we're looking at the entire prism of replats from a myriad of perspectives, not just the sales industry, which I come from. So thank you.
All right, anyone else? The roll is up. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AM 940-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 13A. 13A is AO 2023-112, an ordinance authorizing disposal of the perpetual non-exclusive telecommunication and electrical easements to Chugach Electric, Inc. on portions within 10 municipal parcels. The public hearing on this
Waive reading.
item is reopened. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You have to hit the blue button. There you go.
Dustin Darden. I want to make sure I make the record that there's still pink duct tape on the carpet indicating how to walk as I approach the podium. Chugach Electric Association was given a large amount of power in the conglomeration of it and MLMP, which was pushed by many of past board members and the past executive branch, in that the power that it wields is intrusive and there's no competition. And there's no question as to its maneuverings or posturings of disposals of properties, which is why we are here today talking about this current disposal. To the best of my knowledge, a thorough review of what the contents of this procedure has been thoroughly vetted and produced in a manner that could thoroughly be absorbed by the general public. For this reasons, and many more, including the abilities of technological and power grid contractors and large figureheads such as this. When we look at mankind and its ability to live and move when we have this much power that can be associated within the confines of the residence of man and woman to where they're subjected to harm from these companies, all said issues should be thoroughly vetted and addressed before the members' thoughts.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, her pronouns, 14 years trans female, from the Alex at the current moment. As far as it goes, yes, there is a monopoly in the Chugach Electric Association, and as far as Anchorage goes, especially now that ML&P is gone, and we often wonder where we might get more money for the municipality, but we know we already sold it, so it's already gone, as well as everything else that the municipality used to have, for reasons that I can't always mention or speak of because I was not here to speak of them then. As far as it goes, as far as disposal of parcels legally described as such and such, 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 if that's the will of their company, I mean, we gave them all the power, like the gentleman did say, but at the same time, we had entrusted members make those decisions, so I remind you, as always, when moving forward, that the red tape is important. So I agree with some of our procedures and processes being looked at and vetted to make sure that things are right, because many times, such as maybe this, maybe not this, we can't always go back and fix them. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's will the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve the S. Second.
Okay, so the motion to approve the S version by Ms. Braga, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion? Ms. Braga, you have the floor.
So the S version was put together with the help of former Assembly Member John Weddleton, Ann Helzer helped, and Mr. Gates, and of course, Member Zalatel. And basically, we were very appreciative that when you dispose of parkland, normally there is a public vote that would come into play. And by digging through and looking at the history of it, we were able to establish that the transfer of ownership as an easement was the same as a right-of-way, and it happened in the 60s. And so a public vote is not required. But what we did want to include language, which is in the S now in the section 3, that the whereas 3 that states that it follows the Park Commission's recommendations, that we really get strong language that those easements are still in the park and they still are for public use. There are lots of trails under those easements. There's a mushing trail that goes underneath them. There's plenty of ski trails, and there's also parking areas. And so we just wanted to make sure we clarified that that use would not be interrupted unless it was a safety hazard for some reason.
Ms. Zalatel.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to thank Ms. Braga for coordinating everyone on this, and then council for working with us. I felt like the S was warranted because there was a disconnection between the Parks and Rec Commission resolution and the actual item, and there isn't anything identified in the process to marry those two. So the S version does that. If we're going to require these to be sent to the Parks and Rec Commission and they weigh in and they have recommendations, I'm happy to see that the disposal actually reflect those recommendations versus just having a Parks and Rec Commission resolution ride alongside it, which doesn't really get the language into the record as firmly as us adopting it in the disposal itself. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AO 2023-112S has passed the body. Next, we have item 14A. 14A is 2023-129, ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly, amending AMC 2.30.030 to clarify the authority of the Assembly to manage its premises and resources. Public hearing on this item is now open.
Dustin Darden.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
By nature of the association of the said following assembly member, referenced at the end of this ordinance, due to a thorough neglect of knowledge and to the effect of having knowledge and the abuse of the knowledge of people's right to speak, the continual documented destruction of thought and petition from the public.
Mr. Darden, I'm going to remind you, this is a public hearing on AO 2023-129, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the code about premises and resources. So the code directs that you will testify in a public hearing on the public hearing's topic. You're warned.
You're warned. Your intimidating methods are not going to work in the United States. You want that, go to Korea.
Final warning, Mr. Darden.
You don't warn the public to not
Okay,
speak.
Your testimony is over, Mr. Darden.
What are you?
Security,
Security.
please have him moved away from the dais.
Please have.
Security. Mr.
Was
Darden,
I
you're
put-
creating an actual disturbance. It's time to move along. No, your time has expired. There's a public hearing. Mr. Darden, you have been asked to stay on topic for the public hearing. Your testimony has been cut off. You will be given one more chance to stay in the chamber. The next time you cause a disturbance, you'll be asked to be removed. But your testimony is over. Your testimony is over on this item. Nope. Okay, this is it. I tried. Mr. Darden, you're asked to be removed from the building. Public hearing on this item will now continue. Public is reminded that the purpose of a public hearing is to take testimony on the specific item that we are hearing. It is not to speak about all manner of topics. That's what we reserve audience participation for at the end of the meeting. So this public hearing is now continuing. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Irene Queetna, West Anchorage. I know you can't answer any questions, but it says here on page 2 of 3 under point 1, the new sentence is the Assembly may by resolution designate those spaces it deems necessary for its use as Assembly premises. If I understand this correctly, you can go out in, let's say, the Wilder Marston Theater, and by resolution designate that as an assembly space, and then you have control over that space. That concerns me. You can designate anything then as an assembly space and have total control over it. You can then determine if people can come in, you can determine how many people come in. Where is the limitation? All it says is that you can designate a space that you deem necessary as an assembly space, and that could be anything. And that's way too much power, that you can just designate anything as an assembly space and then take control over that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S.
Second.
Moved by, the S version is moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Mr. Salt, go ahead. Or Mr. Cross, I'm sorry, you're in the queue.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Byrd or Hauser. You heard Irene Quidro's concerns here. What is your interpretation of this change? And I guess I'm kind of curious on what problem we're solving. Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Cross, I'm sorry to be a lawyer and give a disclaimer, but this is not the legal opinion. This is just the opinion of the Chief of Staff. We do see the executive branch as being the branch that executes. And ultimately, for most of municipal assets and resources, that means that the administration or the executive branch controls those. There's obvious exceptions. Mr. Chair controls assembly chambers. The clerk controls other things that are within the purview of the legislative branch. But the highlights that the member of the public had to express, I think, closely mirror what the administration sees, which is if by resolution the legislative branch can appropriate to itself the control of municipal resources without meaningful limitations, what's the function of the executive branch? So that's our position, Member Cross. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And so then my question is, my next question would then be, I guess, for the chair, or is what problem are we solving? What is this hoping to accomplish?
I'll go ahead and speak to that.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So most of you weren't here when this project started. It's taken me a long time to get it on the table. But this project started when it was asserted by members of the other side of this room that they could shut this room down, that they could lock the doors, that they could set the lights off or on, that they could turn off the video stream. They asserted that they had that power. It's not true. I think the mayor's chief of staff just talked about meaningful limitations, that there needs to be meaningful limitations, or there isn't if we can pass this by resolution. But the reality is the mayor has a check on a resolution, and that's the veto. That's a meaningful limitation. He also has the ability to persuade and talk to us. But practically speaking, we're in a position where it's quite possible we could be told, you have to leave your offices, you no longer have possession of them, because there's no document that demonstrates that that's the case. And so what our intent to do is by resolution establish a process by which we clearly identify which properties or which offices within the properties are assembly premises. I could go on and on about the fine details about what's happened here, but it starts 3 years ago. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think what needs to be realized here, too, is beyond this particular incident, that the Assembly branch is a co-equal branch of government in the municipality. And until Mr. Rivera's, we'll call it Herculean efforts, we didn't even have offices. We would have to meet with constituents in coffee shops. You would have to try to grab a corner. If you had a press interview at City Hall, I remember having to try to hide my coat and purse off to the side so it's not in the camera shot. So I think what this reflects, in addition, is that we are a co-equal branch of government, and we need to be able to conduct our business in a lot of the same ways that the administration is allowed to conduct its business, which means adequate meeting space for us to do our work, adequate meeting space for us to meet up to 3 members, no more, because of Open Meetings Act, ability to convene and meet with constituent groups or constituents, as well as ensure that our legislative services are able to support us. Right now, we have done, I think, we've been very efficient in that work in kind of keeping all in our offices, but that doesn't mean that we will never be able to grow or do anything. And so by doing this by resolution, what you do is you place it on leadership and the chair to justify why we need additional space. It's subject then to a discussion and debate and vote of the body, potentially compromise. And then, as the chair said, the ultimate check on that is the mayor can always veto it if he disagrees. And this assembly then, in order to have that space, would have to muster the supermajority to override the veto. This is actually a very cumbersome way for us, I think, to get equal real estate in municipal assets to do our work. We don't have any form of equality. We have the minimum, I would say, to get our work done. So I think this is probably long overdue, and it is a reflection that this branch of government has grown in an appropriate way to get closer to being a co-equal branch, to not be, we are a co-equal branch, but to have the manifestation of a co-equal branch of government. If you go look at state government or you go look at federal government, you see separate legislative offices and space. We barely have that. Thank you.
All right, next, thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarifying question to Mr. Byrd, and you feel free to bring the legalese that you have. You conceded, or it was conceded, that this chamber is a chamber of the Assembly. Why is that?
Through the chair to Member Martinez, my opinion is that this Assembly chambers is the legislative branch's primary function, but I will defer to the municipal attorney, who I think has a legal opinion on the matter and can opine with more legalese than I'm currently able.
Through the chair, Member Martinez, would you kindly repeat the question, because I was occupied.
Why is this the Assembly's chamber?
The Assembly is provided the place to hold meetings and to engage the public. And the Assembly is afforded both this chamber and also spaces in the municipal, the City Hall office.
So who is affording what with respect to the separation of powers? I'm getting to the heart of the question. It was conceded that this chamber is the Assembly's chamber, and what you described was not necessarily in the language of the separation of powers. So I would just encourage us to land this with respect to the separation of powers so we could just get to the bottom line. Is it the Assembly's right to determine that this is its space to operate, or is it afforded a space from the administration? How does the separation of powers play out there?
The charter provides that the assembly have a place to conduct legislative function. And so you do have the ability to have a space for legislative function.
And the determiner of that space is who, according to the charter?
The designation of space is an operational function in the city. So the operational function are covered under the executive branch.
So is it the case that the executive branch controls the space and the meeting time of a separate and equal branch of government? Is that the argument that's being made today?
They are co-equal branches of government, yes. But there's a balance of power, and the balance of power is because there are separate powers, distinct powers, and the operational function is under the executive branch.
So to follow up, to go to Mr. Constant's point, is it the opinion of the municipal attorney that the administration could shut down this room today, right now, and eject members of the assembly from conducting its business?
I don't believe so, because that would result in an impediment of the legislative function, and the assembly is entitled to conduct public meetings and to conduct, to operate, and the charter gives that to the assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to put all of this discussion into context for folks. So this ordinance, which I do appreciate, the original version of this ordinance, all it was doing was adding a sentence to a part of code that was actually adopted and clarified in 2021 when a prior version of this body approved an ordinance to really clarify in detail what assembly premises means. What didn't happen, though, in 2021 is give a function outside of the chair just making that determination, or their designee making that determination of what an assembly premises means. So I actually think that this ordinance, the S version and the original, I think add an added layer of protection for both the executive and the legislative in case there are other members who aren't in leadership who maybe disagree with the chair's determination of what an assembly premises means. Then we can vote down this resolution. Or if the executive disagrees with the determination of the assembly, they can veto this resolution. So I do think that this actually makes the process, as Member Zalatil stated, a little bit more cumbersome, but I think that's needed. I think we need that additional layer of a mechanism to make this kind of determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colhase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in the queue to make sure that Mario Bird and Ms. Helzer were able to speak, and they did. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thanks. I personally think this is a waste of time. I mean, it's a pissing match between two sides of government. You know, hey, should we have a security threat? Assembly should have their own police department. Should we happen to have a fire in here? We should probably have our own fire department. Maybe we should have our own maintenance department. Also, where are we going to get water and power from? We should probably have our own utility and sewer and water treatment plant. This is just a childish argument between essentially two branches of government, and I just don't see the purpose. We need to stay aligned on the important topics.
Thank you. I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Number of things to point out. Mr. Rivera, I think you really hit it on the head, and same with Ms. Zalatil, the use of the tool of the resolution is what takes it out of it's just an assembly whim, just the kind of the assembly want. It is, once a resolution is adopted, it is in fact the policy of the branch of government. And so it's that tool which in fact makes it official, not when I, as the chair, say, these are our offices, or when the administration says, we deign to allow you offices because we think that might be something interesting. No, the offices are in fact where the legislative function happens. It's where we go to print out draft documents. It's where we go to draft documents. It's where we go to share and meet with our staff and meet with the communities. And so the idea of using the resolution as the tool makes it a formal communication of the assembly, the second branch of government. And so It's an essential ingredient. Otherwise, we are at the whim of the other branch. And what does that look like? There are people in the back with cameras here who witnessed when this branch of government over here attempted, and nobody that's on the dais right now, so I'm not pointing at you, but this branch of government attempted to turn off that video feed and in fact told the police not to respond. So if the argument is, well, if we do this, then we need to have our own police, that we settled because the police decided they were going to follow the law instead of the order. And so because the law was more important to them. So we've been down all of these roads before, those of us who have sat here a long time. What is proposed here is actually a modest proposal. It is actually a granting of power to the process, to the mayor to veto by us saying this resolution is the official communication of the Assembly branch. Ms. Hauser, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I just, through the chair, I wanted to address Member Martinez. Charter 4.04C has designated the place where the public meetings take place to the Assembly. But the use of municipal code is not an appropriate tool it's not an appropriate use of legislative power to determine where your space is. In my humble view, this is for discussion between the executive branch and the legislative branch to determine what areas of the office are available for use. And this is a very new concept. The 2021 ordinance that Member Rivera raised was an appropriation of executive and administrative power to itself, to the legislature itself. And it granted itself the management over Assembly premises. So I would encourage the members to go back to that 2021 ordinance where that appropriation was made. And I would argue that that appropriation was inappropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Bolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do not view this ordinance as a waste of time for a couple of reasons. Number one, there may be a situation at some point where for whatever reason the chambers are not usable. And so we may have to designate another space to do our legislative business. And I think that the Assembly, being in the driver's seat, if and when that time were to come, would be a good thing. I also, to the chair's point, stood in the back of the room at a meeting where Ms. Domboski went back to the media room, where Mr. Trombley took down the plexiglass divider from the podium, where Ms. Domboski reportedly sent security out of the room. And so everything that you're saying, I was here for that. And that was before I was elected to this body. That was when I was just attending as a citizen, an interested citizen. And I'll just say, that felt very scary to have the executive branch to watch as an Anchorage resident interfere with the proceedings of a meeting in a way that made the other branch and the attendees less safe. And so for that reason, I strongly support this ordinance. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. First, in terms of doing legislative business, I want to express appreciation that we have offices. As others have pointed out, it's difficult to do this job if you don't have the space to do it, whether it's meetings, doing the work, conferring with staff, and just having a place that isn't a coffee shop, that isn't a business that I need to go sit for 2 hours and take up space. So that's the first thing. Second thing, I'm glad Mr. Voland and others have brought up October 2021, I remember I was also in the room, not on the 7th, but several days before that, and I remember feeling unsafe. And also I remember watching what was frankly childish behavior from members of the administration who fought over which seats people could sit in and fought the idea that the Assembly should not have access to this space essentially. So if we want to talk about childish behavior, that's what that looked like 2 years ago. And so I appreciate this, and it does not feel like an overreach for us to say where we are going to do our business. And I think there's very little risk that we would be frivolous or designate infinite spaces that we wouldn't use. I think all of us, I think, would agree that we need to do business, and that's what we're focused on. So I do support this.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to repeat the comments of my colleagues, but I was on the body when the things that we're talking about happened, and I will just say that beyond all those things, just the ability to schedule a meeting when we needed to schedule a meeting, just the ability to have a minimal amount of control over doing the business of the assembly, and I will say that these are problems that I don't think we ever imagined would be in front of us, because we thought that an administration and assembly would conduct themselves in a way that wouldn't require us to put these things into code or in writing. But we do, because that's the reality we face. We face a reality where people are trying to break down systems that have kept us clear for a long time. So I support this, and I think that it simply gives the assembly the ability to manage the time and space to do the business, and makes it very clear that they have the right to do that. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this, and let's move on. Thanks.
Ms. Hauser, you're in the queue again.
Through the chair, we cannot do anything about the past, but the past does not justify the assembly taking on power that it really was not designed to have. There is nothing in the charter that allows the assembly to designate municipal property for its own use, potentially at the expense of another department that might need it, or another operational situation that calls for that space. However, that's not to say this is distinguished from a situation where the assembly may need the property, and that's done in collaboration with the executive branch that has the operational authority to provide that. And charter provides that the assembly would have a place to hold its public meetings. And I learned today that it wasn't until 2019 that the assembly had its own offices. So historically, the assembly members did not have that, and they have fairly recently received that. And so I would ask that be considered.
So I have myself in the queue, and I'll just say that the municipal attorney just asserted that it is the administration, the mayor, who gets to establish the time, place, and manner of our business. She just asserted the mayor gets to establish the time, place, and manner of our business, and that we can come to him and ask, and if he agrees, we can have a place, but only if he agrees. That is what was just said. So we can hear it in another way, however we want, but members of this body, you just heard it was stated to us that it is the administration, the mayor's power to determine the time, place, and manner of our meetings. And so the bottom line for me is maybe there is a conflict in the charter. The charter grants us the authority to set the time, place, and manner of how we operate the branch of government, which includes elections, which includes the clerk, which includes our legislative team, which includes the ombudsman, and which includes the assembly. We get to choose the time, place, and manner of which our business is done. We don't need to ask permission from Dad. Ms. Zalatil. Oh, wait, Ms. Branca, I'm sorry, you haven't spoken.
Thank you, Chair. I just feel like I will probably support this, but I feel like it's picking a scab. Every meeting we come back to talking about the time that the cameras were turned off and the time that people felt unsafe. And I mean, I wasn't here, and so I don't have that same framework, but I do know as I campaigned, I loudly heard from people that I care about deeply that they want to let some of this go and move on. And so that troubles me that we're digging in again. And if there is another, was there another thing that happened other than that? Were we denied the use of a conference room? I'm just trying to really understand if there was something else.
Ms. Alatone.
Thank you. I mean, it is sad that we have to get to the point where we have to legislate these things. And it's not digging into it, it's twofold. One is, what if we want to hold a work session on a issue that's particularly of interest to Eagle River Chugiak, like we have before in Girdwood? In Girdwood, we used a community building. There wasn't a municipal building for us to use. But what if we wanted to use a municipal building in Eagle River? And we were told no. You know what we then have to do? We have to rent someplace. We have to spend our budget because the administration right now could just tell us no. And we would have a justifiable reason for wanting to take a question to the community in which we're going to have the conversation. And so that's like part of the practical implication to this, is that we shouldn't have to ask in order to go do what's the right thing to engage with the public. Second, this isn't picking at an old wound, I don't think. I think it is being recognized as a co-equal branch of government. And frankly, this has been around since 2021, so it's a couple years old. And we're amending that now. And if the administration thought it wasn't appropriate then they could have taken action to stop it. And they didn't. It is now the law. It is in our code. And so I think we can refine it to add the process so that the entire membership has the ability to weigh in when we need additional premises. One of those options might be, right, think of the upcoming election. Here's another potential example. And if there is, City Hall is a place for voting. Where do we typically vote in City Hall? Room 155. What if we also need to conduct business in room 155? And we can't get any other room in City Hall because no one's going to give us a conference room. Now we can't conduct our business. So I think it really does come down to us being able to do what we need to do within our branch of government, have that flexibility, but have the, recognize we're a 12-member body and we speak as a body, and that the chair doesn't speak unilaterally for us, and this is the way to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. My final thoughts on this. I am not an attorney, but I am a political scientist. And I think the opinion from the municipal attorney is flawed because fundamentally I do believe in the separation of powers. And I'm not going back to any scabs that were picked. I wasn't on the body at that time. So it has no impact on me. This is fundamentally about the separation of powers and what I recognize as the maturation of our local government. So that respectfully, we heard today that this body had not had offices until recently. That's a maturation of the ability for this body to do its work. As the world moves, more complex issues are coming our way. We have to continue to expand our ability to be responsive. So fundamentally, with respect to the nature of, I think it was described as a pissing match, is that accurate? Right on, thank you, Mr. Salt. The separation of powers always feels that tense until things have the equilibrium that is required to have the actual separation of powers and the different branches doing its work. That is the tension of government. That is the tension of the separation of powers. That is what makes democracy both beautiful and messy at the same time. So I just wanted to just reiterate that from a political scientist perspective, again, not a legal perspective, I think we're witnessing the maturation of a body coming into its own based on the understanding of the separation of powers and the equal coexisting branches of government. So, Chair, I encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
So you guys get to choose, Mr. Byrd or Ms. Hauser.
Through the chair, I'd just like to clarify some things. The Assembly is certainly a co-equal branch with the executive branch. But if the mayor determines that there is a specific meeting space needed for another purpose in the department, then that falls within his power to determine. If it is needed for a legislative function, then you would certainly be provided that opportunity because it's within the realm of a legislative function. What I understand you're saying is that the Assembly has the priority over other departments to take control of municipal property, and that is certainly not within the power of the Assembly to do.
All right, so I think we have a fundamental disagreement. Oh, Mr. Myers, go ahead.
I'm just curious what Mr. Byrd had to say.
You can ask him a question. We've been a little loose with who gets the floor from the administration. The manager, when in the absence of the mayor, has the right to participate, but the others really are supposed to answer questions, not be offering testimony. And so we've been a little bit loose, but you can ask him a question. You have the floor.
Mr. Byrd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Myers, I was just going to bring up the fact that, as I think Mr. Chair mentioned in a previous item, we do have a third branch, and that is the court system. We don't have it in our local government. We were talking about it as the ethics board being something like that. But when there is disagreement, Member Myers, through the chair, over fundamental issues like this, in the past, that has been the way that those things have been resolved. So
That is a true statement. Now, if there's no one else, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-3, AO 2023-129S has passed the body. Next, we have item 14B, AO 2023-131, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the Anchorage Municipal Code to add a new section 26.30.025 to establish an official policy for the restoration of the Eklutna River, subject to the 1991 Fish and Wildlife Agreement with the Eklutna Power Purchaser, State of Alaska, and the federal government. The public hearing on this item is now open. I'll remind people, public hearings are to hear testimony on the specific item that's before us, not on any subject. So, anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So this this ordinance is because we have passed a series of resolutions that frankly to date feel like they've been ignored. So Alaska has largely avoided the mistakes made in the lower 48 when it comes to too many dams being built on too many rivers. Dams are now being removed across the lower 48 at a rapid pace. Dam removal is a proven tool to restore river health, revitalize fish and wildlife populations, safeguard cultural values, and reconnect communities to their rivers. River restoration also benefits the economy. Every $1 million invested in restoring watersheds generates 16 jobs and up to $2.5 million for the economy. River restoration work feeds a hunger for tangible action. Removing the lower Eklutna Dam in 2018 galvanized South Central Alaska and captured national attention. But removing the lower dam was just the first step in fixing the Eklutna River, which still remains dry for miles below the upper dam. Alaska is a worldwide leader in salmon conservation. We can join the vanguard of river restoration by completing the job at Eklutna and removing the upper Eklutna Dam. That is river restoration, not a 1-mile pipe that fish might survive going through. And we need to codify that policy. And the reason we need to codify it, why is the role of the Assembly to do so, is because there are taxpayer implications of the proposed plan by the owners. There are ratepayer implications for AWU customers in the proposed plan. And we are the stewards of taxpayer and ratepayer resources. And so I think not only do we need to be clear on our position, but we need to make sure it is in code, that it is the position that we bring forward as one of the owners group. We are a 53% owner in this project. I think it is really important that we assert what the policy is. And in all of this time that we've been passing resolutions, what has also happened during this time is we've established government to government relations with the native village of Eklutna. And we have committed to them through resolution, through many member comments, that we're going to walk alongside them in their goal to restore the Eklutna River. So this ordinance does that. Now, there is an amendment that was suggested, and it's not before you. We learned through an RCA opinion recently shared with us that right now we're not voting members in this 1991 agreement because there is currently no one qualified to be in charge of the hydroelectric utility. And until we can do that, we really don't even have a true seat at the table. That is appalling, frankly, and very concerning because there's money in the budget to pay for that position. And so it really raises this question of who has the municipality been taking its direction from in these talks, and who has been representing the interest of the municipality. Because if we aren't a voting entity, because we don't have someone in the hydropower seat who should probably be at that table representing our interests, then who is saying the MOA is a part of this owners group and this current set of options put forward in the draft plan? Because it certainly is not the policy direction that this assembly has provided for the municipality for a number of years. So I think this ordinance moves forward in being crystal clear on the policy. It should go in ordinance because after the 1991 restoration is done, it has to come back again, I think every 30 years for a period of time. It also signals, hopefully, to the state of Alaska and to the governor where the municipality stands on this, because ultimately this decision is going to lie with the governor. And finally, I am hopeful that it signals to the administration, we are very clear on our position. We want to have any advocacy done on behalf of the municipality as an owner consistent with the policy stated in this ordinance. And anything else really just falls far short of the commitments we've made, not only to our community, but also to the native village of Eklutna. The final thing I'll say is, this is a big deal. The restoration of the Eklutna River is a big deal, and right now what a lot of the public doesn't know is that there is a draft plan by the owners group, which is Chugach Electric, Matanuska Electric, and the municipality, or not the municipality, so the hydroelectric, which is, the muni has a controlling interest in, to comment on. And the proposal is to not restore the river the whole way, but to basically insert a tube and hope that fish will travel a mile down a tube to get to from the lake to the river. And that is what they're taking public comments on. And I think that it is really important that you pay attention to this as members of the public, because the vision brought forward by the native village of Eklutna and as expressed in this ordinance is full restoration of the river, maybe the opportunity to go fishing in Eklutna like you now go in Kenai. It could be amazing, but we only get that if we all stand together and demand that that is the outcome for our community. So I really urge your support for this ordinance, and hopefully it has the effect that we're hoping for, which is to make our position crystal clear. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Meg, and thank you, yes, echo everything she said, saved a lot of breath. If you are not aware of the history of the village of Eklutna, the Eklutna people, Eklutna village, the river and the dam, how that all came about and how those people were treated. As we sat in these talks, as I went through, I did not even grasp a fraction of it, had an idea, but until I started talking with the native village of Eklutna and realized what we did, you should all be pissed, period. Okay? We took one of the best, the highest producing king salmon producing rivers in the state of Alaska with a thriving community and chopped it off with no consideration, compensation, or compassion. And it's been that way for 100 years. And now we're mandated. Now you got to open up. You got to do something. You got to do what you did. You got to make it right. And I know there's lots of conversations about there, oh, you're impeding, you're reducing the power, but you know what? If you support small, limited government, if you want a large government that come and just seize your property, seize your assets, do whatever, and just scatter you to the wind, just read what happened to the Eklutna River and what happened to those people. Anchorage does not, Eklutna does not reside in Anchorage. Anchorage resides in the lands of Eklutna. So some historical perspective is very important. So I would encourage you all to look into it because as citizens of Anchorage, we deserve to be good neighbors to each other. Thank you.
Myself in the queue.
Mr. Costa.
I strongly support this. We've done a couple of resolutions in which we establish plainly the policy of this municipality. It was really shocking to me to read the analysis that the municipality of Anchorage does not have a voting seat in the producers group. And so we don't have a role there. We sit on the side and talk, but we're meaningless. And what I find interesting about that, and this is probably a subject for an executive session with the law department, is that we've had an attorney working with the producers, with this group, and now I have major questions about who the client is that's been working, that the law department has been working with over there. Because I come lately to understand that for a long period of time, we don't have a vote. We just have the power of persuasion, and so that doesn't amount to a whole lot. I have real concerns about the nature of representation that we have brought to the table in this process, because I think there have been two clients, one that is the municipality and one that is the power producers group. And I don't think that that's within the bounds of professional practice of an attorney. And so I don't want to get into that much here other than to say that at some point in the not too distant future, this is an area of consideration we probably need to meet on so I can understand how it is that we can have somebody serving them. I watched him serve them in this room, so no argument can be made that that didn't happen, but we didn't even have a vote. So I have real concerns about the way this whole process has worked. Needless to say, the fact that the Congress authorized the power producing group without having the native village of Eklutna at the table. Mr. Vol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One, I guess, thing that I don't want to have left unsaid, I want to ping back to Member Zolotel's comments and just say, when the 1991 agreement was made, dams being taken down to benefit ecosystems was not the norm. We are a long way removed, and I would say evolved, in terms of our understanding of a river restoration since this agreement was entered into. And so I think that we need to be forward-looking, and as much as possible, we do need to be able to assert our position as the policymakers for Anchorage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Telzer.
So I just wanted to speak to the amendment that we had drafted and sent to Assembly Council. There is a misstatement of fact in this particular ordinance, in the whereas statements. And I haven't heard from anyone that there's any interest in ensuring that that misstatement is corrected. And that has to do with the ownership interest and the lack of voting rights. So we have Ben Bowman here who would be happy to speak to that in the event there are any questions, but I would just encourage you to, at a minimum, amend that for clarity in the future. Thank you.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. We did receive some proposed amendments from the administration actually, through our council. They were only sent to the sponsors of the item. As a sponsor of this item, I'm not choosing to bring any of those amendments forward. If any members want to see them, I guess you could ask council to distribute them. And there is no one here capable of moving it on behalf of the administration because the mayor is not here tonight. So the amendment, I believe, went to the position we're now in, which is we don't have a voting right. I spoke to it on the record. I think that provides clarification. But if members want to see the amendment or potentially move the amendment, you certainly could ask council for it.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful to have some clarification about what we're talking about. So if either Ms. Heltzer would be more specific about what exactly she sees as a misstatement of fact, that would be helpful, and it would be helpful to understand Ms. Zolotel's perspective if she believes that that's not necessarily a misstatement of fact. So I'm trying to make sure that I understand where the conflict is or not conflict. Thank you.
So,
Maybe start with Ms. Heltzer and,
Okay.
and get clarity about specifically what she sees in there as a misstatement of fact. Thank you.
Ms. Helzer.
So, thank you through the chair. I'm happy to explain it, although it is rather complicated, and I would almost recommend that this be something that be postponed so that there can be a more full opportunity to explain how complicated this actually is. But this is on page 2, line 10 through 14. It says, whereas the municipality of Anchorage retains an ownership interest in 53, or a majority interest, 52% in the Eklutna hydroelectric project. That makes it sound like there is ownership and control, and there is really no control at all. And so the suggestion was to add the Regulatory Commission of Alaska's order to this ordinance, or at least a reference, so that a person who is interested in finding out the reason for why there is no control, they could go back to that order provided by the Regulatory Commission and trace the steps. This has absolutely no mechanism for a person who is curious about the history of this to trace the steps. And so that was my suggestion. And that was forwarded to Dean Gates and Matthew Hurt a while, I think this past, I can't remember when, but it was before today, and then we discussed it again today, and we received feedback that the sponsors had declined to accept that change. Thank you.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. To answer your question, Mr. Perez-Verdia, it says, that the proposed language is that the ownership interest is 53% in the Eklutna hydroelectric plant, starting on line 10 of page 2. The additional language the administration has suggested is with Chugach Electric Association and Matanuska Electric Association. The other piece, it does, as Ms. Helzer say, whereas pursuant to the RCA order, it references U-18-102 44, municipality of Anchorage was required to and surrendered its voting rights on operation and management decisions on the Eklutna operating agreement regarding the Eklutna project and the 1991 Fish and Wildlife Agreement. The reason I chose not to move that particular amendment is I don't believe it tells the full story, because there's a way to restore those rights as well. And it's only a portion of the story. And really, when we get down to it, what we are resolving is as to the policy of the municipality. And frankly, this has been introduced for 2 weeks. And we had a work session, a joint work session with the native village of Eklutna. During that joint work session with the native village of Eklutna, it was not discussed with us about the surrender of its voting rights, of our voting rights in Anchorage. It did not come up until an offhand comment after the meeting, which was then later followed up with the email by Mr. Bowman to members which contain the RCA order. So I believe the ordinance as is fine and sufficient. And the RCA order, we've talked about it, is now a part of the legislative record, is something someone could ask for and search for if one deemed it wanted to, and is also in our emails as members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
And if Ms. Helzer would like to explain why we don't have a vote, because it's not even in the amendment, I think that that's important context, because I believe it has to do with an unfilled position and things actually, we've had our council look at it in particular. We've had legislative council, and my understanding in talking with them about the RCA order is that it's because we do not have a qualified person at the helm of the utility that would satisfy the RCA's requirements, and they, of course, are free to correct me if I am wrong.
Through the chair, I understand Mr. Gates also agrees that it's a clarification issue here in the whereas statements that we really should fix, and that we discussed this at the break as well. And so I would recommend making that clear. As far as the decision, that was, as I understand it, due to the ML&P discussions, and that the municipality was required and did surrender its voting rights under that agreement. So Ben Bowman is here, and he could better explain that. He's the attorney that is most familiar with this in our department. I don't see him at the moment, but I thought he was here. There he is.
So I'm sorry, I wasn't asking. I asked council if I had summarized what they had told me correctly, and I'm seeing Mr. Hurt nod his head yes. And I think when the administration determines it wants an amendment, it needs to have someone here available to move one if members don't want to, and there was no direct outreach to the sponsors by municipal Department of, or to membership by the Department of Law. It was only through council to the sponsors, and so that is where we're here this is why we're here in this position at this time. I think we've talked about it sufficiently to make a full legislative record. Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
I would just like to hear Mr. Gates' opinion, since his name's been brought up a couple of times and we have not heard from him, and he is our assembly counsel.
Sure, I'll do my best. Like Ms. Hauser said, it's a complicated topic. However, she said that I had agreed, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to get her exact words right, that some clarification is needed here. And I do think that this one whereas statement, it hints at misleading a little bit, and that's the one at page 2, line 10, where the municipality of Anchorage retains a majority interest, 52%, in the Cluna hydroelectric project. And the next whereas talks about the 3 utilities as part of it. What it doesn't say here, though, is what that drafted floor amendment that was emailed to you recently adds, and it's that the municipality had to surrender any voting right in the EOC, the Operations Committee for the Cluna Power Project. And what that said is that the municipality doesn't get any votes, that Chugach Electric does, and the MEA does for the operations that that utility. So these whereases, we don't suggest that. This suggests we have a majority vote control, which I think is slightly misleading. So I thought this amendment is a really helpful clarification for the members as well as the public who will read this document. And so I did suggest that it would be a good addition here, a good amendment. It reflects the, I guess, reality of the ML&P cell and the Regulatory Commission of Alaska and its order. Its order in its case is public, and it's Order 44 and Order 39, and on page 57 it lays out its reasons. And the RCA is the entity, the regulatory authority that ordered the municipality to surrender its voting right. And that's just not reflected here, but I think it's sort of an important element of all of this. it doesn't affect the fact that the Assembly can enact a policy position on what should be done with the dam and restoration of the Kootenai River. I mean, like I said, it's complicated. If Ms. Hauser or Mr. Hope would like to add anything, I invite them.
Mr. Gates, I have a question to clarify, though. You never answered the question I think is core. What was the rationale of the RCA for removing the right to vote of the municipality? We keep spinning around. It's because the order. What part of the order? What specifically? Is it curable? Is it just done?
Well, I guess to answer the last part first, it is curable. The RCA invited the municipality to, when it has an appropriate person in place, apply for approval, and then we can rescind the surrender of voting rights. And what it said on page, sort of in the conclusion part, under these circumstances, we cannot unconditionally find that MHP, which is the municipality's ownership, municipal hydropower, is managerial or technically fit to maintain majority ownership in the Kootenai project. It requires, excuse me, I'm skipping down a little bit. It's 157-page order. It cannot be lifted until such time as MHP has shown to our satisfaction that MHP has acquired the expertise required to fully participate as a voting member of the EOC. And there's some other key language, excuse me,
Okay,
to
that's
have
enough, Mr.
industry-specific
Gates.
expertise.
I think you got us there, and you got us to the point where it's a decision by the administration to sacrifice the vote. So it's actually not a condition that is uncurable. It's a choice, but I didn't fill it because of cost savings, but I don't know the truth to that. But I do know that we've been spending a lot of time with no vote and a lot of money. So I'm glad you brought that fact up. It's not simply because the RCA ordered it, and it's not simply black and white done. It is curable if we only had competent leadership. Mr.
Yes,
Vaughn.
that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have questions along the same lines. How long has that position been vacant? And maybe this is for Mr. Colhase or Mr. Byrd. How long has that position been vacant? Have efforts been made to fill it? Why or why not? And what efforts have been made if there have been efforts made to fill the position?
To the chair, to Mr. Volan, I don't know how long it's been vacant. It's been vacant since
Since the sale.
Mr. Thurn advises me it's been vacant since the sale. I do know that this past summer, I made outreach to a highly qualified individual who expressed high interest in taking the position. And as we were moving to bring that person in for interviews, unfortunately, they informed me that they had taken a position out of state and were no longer available. So that's the effort we've made to date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Salt.
So I don't know if this will help move this along, but I'll go ahead and move amendment number 1.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Salt. We need to circulate the amendment in print. So we need it in print. All right, so we have the amendment that was moved by Mr. Salt and seconded by Mr. Myers. Mr. Salt, do you want to speak to it? Oh, Mr. Salt, do you want to speak to your amendment, or is there enough of a record?
Yeah, it sounds like we're largely in agreement with the corrections that it's making. As we've said, we've already said it on the record, so I just want to get through the amendment, get through the main motion, and move on.
Ms. Salato.
Thank you. I'd like to amend the amendment. So after the second whereas clause, I would like to add a whereas clause that says, whereas the RCA ordered that the voting right of the municipality of Anchorage can be cured if an appropriate person is hired to run the Eklutna hydroelectric project, and the RCA signs off on it as an adequate hire.
Second.
Motion to amend the amendment by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Clerk, did you get that? So the notes are going up there.
Just really briefly, if I may speak to the amendment, I think it completes the story. It brings it full circle and is what's necessary, because the way the original amendment is, it suggests that we've just surrendered the right and we don't have any way to go get it back. It's something that's solvable. And by putting that in here, along with the policy statement, I think then it suggests that we want to effectuate the policy statement, including taking the steps to get our voting right back and solving it and getting back in front of the RCA. Thank you.
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, the amendment has passed. Now we're back on the amendment as amended. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, the amended amendment has passed. So we now have the amended main motion before us. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Thank you, Mr. Salt. On a vote of 12-0, AO 2023-131 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14C, AR 2023-417, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting the Municipality of Anchorage Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. She and her pronouns, 14 years, residing currently at the Alex Esplanade location. I do not know the full scope of the transportation safety plan. I can say that, when it comes to our public transportation, many things are being overlooked in many different facets of our government and industries. One is being pay. I know that our transportation people need that adjusted. As you guys hold the keys to the cab industry and the amounts that we get paid per meter, I need to bring awareness that we haven't had a meter change in almost 10 years. Currently driving cab, and I can tell you as far as following safety laws and whatnot, we are lucky to be making $16 to $20 an hour at maximum. And even though the company I work for does not run maximum, at maximum, the mathematics says $16 to $20 an hour. I am a skilled driver of 27 years. I do believe I make more cents on the road than somebody starting at McDonald's. So I would like for you guys to put that in arrangements, seeing how as when your guys' buses come off the road, Anchorage holds its taxi cabs as the next in line for the most affordable fares. Uber and Lyft, I know, is brought in by the state, not by you guys. They are allowed to adjust their rates sometimes 3 to 4 times the amount to normal. Us cabs are not. We're still out there battling for our lives on these roads to make sure that people get around as they need be at almost no pay. Back to the scope of things, like I said, our transportation needs all the plans it can. When it comes to safety for inclement weather, we are going to see more of this every year from here on out. So I do encourage that you guys use that wisdom and the knowledge that you guys have to please make these arrangements, as like I said, 28% hike in the cost of living in the last 3 years, and we haven't had a meter change in almost 10. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? This is Public Transportation Safety Plan. Hearing seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Walland. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2023-417 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14E. Item 14E is AO 2023-81, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting the public naming panel's unanimous recommendation to name the Port of Alaska as the Don Young Port of Anchorage. Public hearing was closed 9/12, referring to the naming panel again 9/26/2023. Public hearing was reopened on 9/26/2023 at the naming panel. It's now before us. There is an S version and there is an S1 version. The public hearing on this item is now open. We're going to go ahead and call the individual on the list.
Jim Jansen.
Hi there, Mr. Jansen. This is the Anchorage Assembly on the phone, and we are having public hearing on AO 2023-81, the naming panel for Don Young. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Can you turn your TV off as well? Or turn the volume down? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Assembly, my name is Jim Jansen. I am the chairman of the Linden Companies and a member of the Port Renaming Committee. Our committee unanimously recommended that the port be renamed the Don Young Port of Anchorage. Congressman Young tirelessly served Alaska for 49 years. He was the only licensed mariner in the U.S. Congress. With the Anchorage International Airport named after Senator Ted Stevens, it is appropriate that Alaska's largest port be named after Congressman Don Young. It is also appropriate that the port be named after Anchorage, not Alaska. Ports and airports are named after cities, not states. Alaska has 17 active ports, with Anchorage being the largest, handling about 50% of all of Alaska's maritime cargo. But it is not the port for all of Alaska. It is disingenuous to name the Anchorage port after our state. I urge you to approve the name change to the Don Young Port of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jansen. Anyone else want to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S1.
Second.
S1 has been moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The S1 would rename the cargo docks, the port would retain the name the Port of Alaska, and it would be the Don Young Cargo Terminals at the Port of Alaska. So I dove deep into port names, like really went down a rabbit hole. And most ports in the United States are named based on their body of water or their point of terminus. And here that means this would either be the Port of Anchorage or Port of Alaska. We just made the name change about 5 years ago to signify the importance of the port as a state resource and that it is really the jumping off point for so many goods within our state. But naming the cargo docks, or the cargo terminals, I should be more precise in my language, after Don Young still allows recognition of his contributions, and I think it's a great compromise position and doesn't put us really out of out of the port naming conventions, the top 50 ports by the tonnage brought across are all named after their location or waterway. And I don't know why we would be the exception to that. And to the testifier's point about the airport being named after Ted Stevens, airports are frequently named after individuals, whereas ports are not. Similarly, stretches of highway are often named after individuals. But again, ports have not really picked that up as a naming convention. Thank you.
We got a hot queue here, so we got a lot of people. Almost everybody. Mr. Brisardia.
Thank you. I just want to voice my support for this. I think it's a great compromise and a way to honor Don Young. And I won't repeat the information that was shared by Ms. Altel, but it is very true that it's very rare, or I was not able to find actually any ports that were named after in individuals, especially large ones like ours. But I wanted to make another point, and that is that in the code, what this also does is it really gets us back on track in terms of the criteria that is in the policy. And under 3.97.025 in the criteria, Number 8, it says, support the preference practice of honoring individuals through naming of internal areas, fixtures, and features integral to public spaces. And so this really allows it to be closer to what the intention of that policy is, that rather than naming it by a sort of a land area, it is the naming of an actual facility, which is, I think, a better fit for this. So I think it's a great compromise. I think it's a way for us to honor him and for us to ensure that our port maintains its current name. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo a lot of what Mr. Presbydia said. I think that this S1 version is a stroke of genius. So well done, members Alatel. I think what this S1 version does is respect the legacy of Don Young, and I know that there are significant interests in the public to respect that legacy, and there are also significant interests in the public that don't want Don Young's name on our port. I think we have to acknowledge both of those realities. And it complies with, I think, a part of the old code and a part of the new code, which focuses, as Member Perez-Verdia stated, on naming a part of something after an individual versus the whole thing after an individual. So I think this is well crafted. It does what it should do, which is to honor the legacy of Don Young in, I think, a very tailored way. And also, I have to disagree and honor and respect and thank the naming panel for their work, but have to disagree with the idea that the naming of the Port of Alaska is somehow inappropriate. This is the Port of Alaska. It should be named that way, and I don't think we should go so easily change that name. Thanks.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this, and I think maybe I'll be sort of one voice of dissent. Just because this S1 version, it seems a little conflicted to me. Member Zolotel, who worked on this, mentioned in her comments that most ports, and she looked at many of them, are named after their location or waterway, sort of their termini. And one of the things that the naming panel brought up is usually ports are named after a city, and I guess I would have a question for Member Zolotel of the locations that you looked at. Were any of these ports named after a state?
No, there were some named where they were between two rivers or if they were located in a county. There aren't really any ports that I looked at that kind of played the same statewide significance. And I'm not wed to Anchorage or Alaska. I just figured one less change. Thank you.
I know, I appreciate that. I think perhaps an argument could be made that we have a very unique situation here in Alaska for many reasons, in that so much of our state is served by our port. And I understand, there's a part of me that understands the messaging and appreciates the marketing aspect of calling it the Port of Alaska, but we certainly have other ports in Alaska. So I guess I don't know. I'm I'm internally conflicted about keeping the name Port of Alaska rather than following the recommendation to change it back to Anchorage. And then I guess the other, I definitely appreciate Member Perez Verdilla bringing that sort of policy up about a preference for naming internal features for individuals. But it seems to me we had a naming panel set up to name the Port of Alaska. And now we're sort of substituting something else. And I don't know if that's like a normal practice, if that's been done before. Maybe members who are on the body who maybe have more institutional knowledge can provide if there was other examples that you're aware of. But I don't know, for me it appears to undermine the work of the naming panel. And I think for my part, I would still be interested in maybe having this go under our new naming commission, that ordinance that we passed earlier. But I don't know. Those are my thoughts. I'm working this out for myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
No, I absolutely agree with Dan Volan that it undermines, why do we have a naming panel and a naming commission if we're not going to follow their advice? And if you read through it, I mean, there's paragraphs and paragraphs where every question that we had on there had their legal decision, where they talked to, where they talked to attorneys and they dealt with all these questions regarding, hey, 20-year renaming. It was named the the Port of Alaska back in 2015, 16? And that was a recent change, and then that's why we got the commission in order to, I guess, why are we putting these commissions together, and why are we doing panels who go through months of work, a stack of documents, and massive conversations with attorneys to come up with a name they all unanimously approve, so at the last minute we go, well, I got a better idea. That just seems like a huge colossal waste of all these people's time. So, no, just approve their suggestion. It was a bipartisan group of individuals who spoke with attorneys and came up with what I think is a legitimate solution. So, thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
So I've been thinking a lot about this. Don Young was not someone that I supported at all. And I ran across this quote from Mark Twain: "Politicians are a lot like diapers. They should be changed frequently and for the same reasons." Don Young had his day for Alaska, but he aged into someone who was insensitive, a bully, and disrespected women. Rewarding a public figure for this bad behavior because he brought the state money is not in the best interest of our city. The naming of a volcano after him is, in my opinion, way more fitting. And so I could not support the actual naming of the port after Don Young, but I do like your suggestion, Member Zolotel.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a daunting task to persuade the body after hearing the position far, but I'll do my best on behalf of the administration. To the first point of the process that it's taken us to get to this point, the administration has done this now 3 times, taken this issue before a naming panel with 2 appointed members from this body and 2 appointed members from the administration to consider whether we should rename our port. That is, in fact, why this body did not vote back in October and sent it back for the 3rd time, because we were told the process is important. If the process is important, then having a lay it on the table S1 version attempting to rename the Don Young Port of Anchorage to the Don Young Cargo Terminals for all of Alaska does not seem to follow the honor that we have afforded process up to this point. And the administration wants to follow the process, and I think we've made a good faith argument that we have done just that. Secondly, I want to bring up what Mr. Jansen, who mentioned the fact that he is an expert in maritime things. He's the chairman of Linden. He knows what naming conventions are throughout the maritime industries. He was on the panel, and he just pointed out in his testimony that it is entirely appropriate to name our port the Port of Anchorage, the Don Young Port of Anchorage. We should not disregard the experts that we name to our naming panels when they testify on matters that are within their subject matter expertise. The third point I'd like to make is that we are very honored, and in a certain sense, we have Mr. Chair, we have you and the body to thank for this. We would not have had the congressional delegation write a letter in support of this had this not gone back before the naming panel for a third time. And in that sense, we can say the process has been successful. All three of our sitting congressional representatives, Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan, and Representative Peltola, all of them have signed a letter in support of the Don Young Port of Anchorage. We should not simply disregard the support and the time that they have lended to this, especially because they are now fulfilling many of the same roles that Don Young fulfilled for many years. Love him or hate him, Don Young achieved an order of magnitude as a statesman in Alaska that should be recognized, and maybe more so than anything else. That's why we should name the Don Young Port of Anchorage and not the Don Young Cargo Terminals. It reflects the same thing that the people of this state and city thought about Senator Ted Stevens. Love him or hate him, Senator Ted Stevens was a big deal, and that's the way the administration feels about Don Young. The last point I'd like to make, Mr. Chair, is, as some of you are already aware, there is a bill in the legislature that addresses whether or not Anchorage will maintain control of its own port. That bill is SB 155. It was introduced at the end of last session. Should this body approve a renaming of the Don Young Port of Anchorage to instead the Don Young Port of Alaska, or the Port of all Alaska, that will simply be an argument for the state to take control of our port. That is not something that the taxpayers of Anchorage have expected for the last 50 or 60 years. And the administration's position is that the taxpayers should be respected. Mr. Chair, we appreciate the process, and we ask that the body would consider following the process laid out in code, which is to honor the decision by the naming panel after 3 different public hearings stretching back to June of last year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Still have a load of people in the queue. Mr. Martinez.
All right, I'm going to try my best to work through a few of these items here. First, is it accurate, and anyone's willing to answer, that's fine, is it accurate that naming panels offer advice and are advisory? Is that accurate to Mr. Byrd or Ms. Helzer? Is that accurate?
To Member Martinez, yes, it's an advisory commission.
Thank you. So when it's presented to us to honor the work of the advisory, the honoring is to review it, essentially, and make a decision about it. It is not to conform necessarily to the advice. That would be further than honoring the space. So I wanted to highlight that because that's off for me. Respectfully, I don't have much history around Don Young, but I want to pivot by saying this. We opened this meeting with a land acknowledgement after we do the Pledge of Allegiance. We heard earlier today a discussion around Eklutna and restoring land on the river, and we heard about the kind of legacy of harm, in fact. So at this time of decolonizing, it feels off to me that we were moving in a direction without an alternative. To name something after someone who has both the stature that Alaskans respect and a history of personal advocacy that if you find folks out in the community who met and know Don Young, he's helped them, and he helped those folks. So there's that relationship, but then there's also when Don Young in 2013 called Latinos wetbacks. And it's a parallel with what Member Bronga described, that there had been a history of championing against people who look like me, who come from backgrounds where I come from. So I was struggling with the totality of it in the first place. I think it is a good compromise for us to utilize our discretion to take the advice and then to make a determination of what we feel comfortable with, that both does honor, recognizes the legacy, but also holds some territory of discontent. And additionally, though, I'd like to add, I did study all of the transcripts of all of the meetings, and one thing that I am not prepared to do is be more paternalistic than those who are most affected. So I used Aaron Leggett, who was my North Star in this conversation, because Aaron Leggett is a leadership from Eklutna. So it was important to me that everyone notes that Aaron Leggett and the members of the committee, of the panel, voted unanimously. So I'm not prepared to champion more than others, but I want to find a balance between respect and also moving past the history of some of the challenges that Don Young brought and some of the relationships between colonialism that Don didn't necessarily bring, but people took advantage of, certainly. And I know this because we are just now moving to restore Eklutna. So respectfully, I think that I appreciate my colleagues bringing forward another alternative. And lastly, I would also say that I don't remember anyone of any stature or with any credibility bringing a forceful argument why we should not have changed the name in the first place 5-6 years ago. I don't remember those arguments. What I do recall was uniformed understanding that if we celebrate the value by changing the name to the Port of Alaska and communicate that value, that then we would get more leverage for the port. And fundamentally, that was correct, because the delegation and the state delegate in our state caucus all have aligned to supporting our port, and we've gotten resources because of that alignment. So I just land on a space where I appreciate the alternative. I think that it's a red herring to describe the changing of the name back to give some sort of pressure for the state to then take over the port, which they fundamentally can do even if we change the name that was recommended. So I just wanted to encourage my colleagues to support this particular change. I think it does strike a balance between honoring, following conventions, but also not going too far down the legacy of locking us into that brand. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
She's got it.
I'll be honest, this is a tough one, but more than anything else, I feel kind of sad that this is where we've ended up. You know, we talked about the work of the naming commission, and you know, Mr. Cross asked the question, why convene them if we're not going to accept their recommendations or at least take them seriously? I mean, the fact is this started with the presumption that was made by an action of the Assembly just a couple weeks after Mr. Young passed away. I mean, someone correct me here if I get this wrong, but shortly after he passed, a decision was made to convene a commission to consider this specific name. And I understand they followed the process, but it doesn't look like at any point other names were even really considered. As far as I can tell, this decision was made long before any of us were on the body, and now we've just been expected to endorse it. And I understand that there is a strong desire to recognize and honor Congressman Young's legacy. Frankly, I have mixed feelings about that, but I'm not here to say definitively that I don't think he's deserving of this honor. But I wish that we had gotten to this point through a more thoughtful and considerate process. I wish that we had really put in the time to decide whether or not we think this is the best name for this, you know. So yeah, I mean, the fact is this is just, I don't think it's a good position. I don't think it's a good way for us to go about this. I'll say, though, whether or not we attach Congressman Young's name to the port of the cargo terminals, I'm willing to consider arguments for or against. However, what I will say strongly is I do believe that if we are going to change the port again, or the name of the port again, which we seem to do with some regularity, but if we are going to do it, I believe it should be the Port of Anchorage, whether that's the Don Young Port of Anchorage or just simply the Port of Anchorage with the Don Young cargo terminals. There's a presumption, I think, to naming it the Port of Alaska that I find problematic. It's not the only port in Alaska. It's not the only port that's a vital piece of infrastructure or is essential to its community or even its region. I don't think we have any more right necessarily to claim the title of Port of Alaska than any of the other ports within the state. And recognizing that the general convention is to name it after the place where it terminates, I think Anchorage is fitting there, and I think it's important for us to not present ourselves as saying that Anchorage is somehow above or more important than the other communities in the state, and that I don't think we're any more entitled to that name than anyone else. So I would say whether we decide as a body to go and attach Don Young's name to the port or not, it should be the Port of Anchorage.
So I think now, I have to see the list, hold on. So, Mr. Salt, I think you and I and Ms. Brawley, I don't see, yep, you and I and Ms. Brawley are the only ones.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, and Scott. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Mr. Salt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I definitely like naming the entire port. I'd liken it to, you know, the Ted Stevens Jetway at Anchorage International. That's kind of what we're attributing this to. Love or hate Don Young, we elected him time and time again, so there's definitely a legacy, definitely, and we, the majority of voters. He has a special place in the development of Alaska. I personally kind of like the Port of Alaska, I just like the ring of it, but again, going back to what Mr. Cross and others have said, we put this commission together to consider naming the port. This is the recommendation they gave us unanimously, and it carries special weight that Mr. Leggett was part of that committee as well. And I'll leave it at that and hope members will support the original version. Thank you.
So next will be Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad the Chief of Staff brought up process, and Mr. Johnson, I'll make one small correction. That it was actually Mayor Bronson who introduced this in March 2022, so it was on an assembly meeting. And the practical reality, from my perspective, is that the outcome of this process was decided the minute that the mayor introduced that in March 2022. So really, all of this process that we've gone through is really attempting to ensure that we're following something where it feels like the decision was already made, certainly before I got here. The way this proceeded, to me, illustrates the deep flaws in our naming panel process, and this is not the only one that I've never participated on a naming panel. I've watched them happen, and practically speaking, it is impossible to say no to the members of a grieving family once the idea is out in the public. That is the reality. That's how it's happened in Turnagain, that's how it's happened in other places, and again, I'm not speaking to the merits of an individual, I'm pointing to the fact that if you bring something and say, yes, we would love to name something after your family member who just passed away, who would say no to that? There is no other answer to that except yes. So I am frustrated by this. I also understand this current process where, right now we are debating the debates of a name that really illustrates the value of having a naming commission. So not just a panel, not just folks who are brought together, again, to say, do you agree or not agree with the proposition that's already been put forward, but rather to have a larger view and to really look holistically at how we name things. I totally understand that this process was already in place, or this particular naming recommendation was already in place before the code was changed. So I don't recommend that we go back on that and say that we shouldn't do it that way. But this makes very clear the value that we got in changing that process. And now I'm also frustrated by the fact that we are being apparently pressured by the federal and state levels to do something that is really in our purview to decide. So I do take exception to the statement that somehow retaining the phrase of Alaska on our port is going to mean that it's more likely it becomes a port authority and taken by the state. I think that is a misstatement. And I also, it is unusual for the federal delegation to write us a letter, and it feels like I'm not allowed to say no, and that is frustrating to me. Again, this is not about an individual. This is about whether this process is actually a process or whether we're just wasting time because this was already decided a year ago. So honestly, I don't have a strong opinion on whether we add this name, what we add it to. I would prefer to call it the Port of Alaska because that was what was decided, and I am extremely frustrated by the way this has played out. Thank you.
Mr. Myers, you're next, and I have an amendment, so please don't make that motion you love to make. It's an important amendment. So, Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Chair Constant, I should say. I agree with Anna. I'm frustrated, but I disagree with Anna, our member Brawley, in the fact that we had a naming panel. it was a bipartisan panel from what I understand, and they unanimously agreed on a name. So if we're going to, as Member Cross pointed out and Member Volan, have them spend all that time, countless meetings, we're going to have a really hard time getting people who want to sit on panels and commissions if we just go and throw their work away. So I guess I would ask, if we're going to disregard what they chose, maybe we should send this back to the naming panel.
All right, so being the last member who hasn't spoken, I have myself in the queue. And two things. First, some comments, then an amendment. To the idea of calling ourselves this port, the Port of Alaska, is like us setting ourselves up because there are other ports. There, in fact, are no other ports in Alaska like the Port of Alaska, because what happens at the Port of Alaska is that 85% of the population is served of the state of Alaska. Like all the way, everywhere the road goes, every barge that heads out west, it all comes through here. And so there is a significance to how that port is different than all other ports in the region, in the state, and even far and wide. Honolulu is in some ways similar because it's the lone major port that then serves as a hub for the rest of the state of Hawaii. But really, for the rest of the country, there's nothing like it. And if one wants to argue that we should follow the process, then we simply shouldn't rename it, because effectively it was renamed 6 years ago and the code says 20 years. But I agree with my peers who say, unintentional pun, I guess, that ship has sailed. To suggest that the state will not take control of our port if we make this change, but if we don't make this change, they will, smacks of extortion, smacks of a really bad motivator, and it in another day might have raised a lot of ire, but I'm pretty tired and ready for the end of the year to happen. The state's going to do what the state's going to do, and it's going to be the legal fight of the century when we demand that they provide consideration for the taking. If they, in fact, move on that goal, it'll be a very interesting fight. But it has very little to do with what we call the port. The argument that it was a bipartisan panel is not, in fact, true, in the sense that lots of people like to see binary, but the assembly members who were appointed were not Democrats, were not liberals, progressives. One was a tribal leader and one a leader of an organization that does elections work, both of them nonpartisan, not registered to any party. And so I don't like to ascribe to people that they are a part of some party or some faction that they're not a part of, when in fact they're just citizens and residents who came to the table to participate. Now, this is an advisory commission. And in the end, I really don't care what we end up naming it. So, but I do have an amendment that needs to be made. And so, Ms. Zalatil, would you move this for me?
Constant Amendment 1, I move it.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Volland. What this does, like several meetings ago, we dedicated a park, that's Track J, that is considered part of the port. And if this amendment is adopted, it removes from the naming process that dedicated parkland to ensure that that park doesn't get caught up in this process, but instead can be named after the neighborhood's interests, and what the panel and commission we create goes through a fair process for that park that we've created. So I would ask for your support on this amendment to take that 8-acre section out of what is being named, whatever we land on. Anyone wish to discuss that motion? Hearing and seeing no amendment. Motion amendment. Members may proceed to vote. A vote of 12-0, that amendment has passed. Now we'll roll back up through the queue. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I just want to make a few comments and clarify some comments that I've heard from members. I think it's a helpful distinction between panel and commission. And historically, what's happened is that a panel is formed when a group of citizens want to name something after a person. So the person has already been chosen. And in many cases, the place has already been chosen. So it's just a matter of a process to put a group of people together to name that person after that, or that place after that person. That's exactly what happened here, is that these people came together with a decision already made, that they were planning on naming the port after Don Young. There was no other locations considered. There was no other people considered. That's all that they were there to do. So the hard work of doing that was not about looking for other locations, considering other names. This was only about figuring out a way to name the port after Don Young. So that was their job, and that's what they did, because that's what they were asked to do, is to overcome any barriers that would not allow that to happen, and then to vote unanimously to bring that forward. So that's what happened, and that's not to undermine the panel. They did their job, and they did it well. The other thing to consider is that most of these panels that are formed over the last many years are relatively small pieces of, they're small parks, they're a building, they're these sort of things, right? And so it makes sense to have a few citizens coming together to do a panel. They're not the Port of Alaska, which is a major, major part of this state. And the decision to name that should not be put in the hands of 4 citizens who are coming together to do that. I will also note that there was a public comment period, and there were 3 people that came, the wife and 2 daughters. And so there really has not been a robust public process to determine whether this is what Alaskans want or not. So with all that being said, I want to make sure that I'm giving full respect to the fact that this panel did come together, they did their job, and I appreciate that. But I do think that ultimately this is our decision, and that's the way the process works. And I do think that this is a really eloquent way for us to honor Mr. Young and to name something that is very significant after him, and for us to maintain the current name of our port, which I think is important as well. And I think the conversation about whether we should name it the Port of Anchorage or Port of Alaska is a different conversation to have, because that's not really what's in front of us today. So with all that being said, I do encourage my colleagues to move forward with this, and for us to honor Congressman Young with the naming of the cargo terminal, which is a very significant thing for our entire state, and for us to maintain the name of our port. Thank you.
Queue is getting slim. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make a motion to refer this to the Public Naming Commission that was established to be a AO 2023-48S.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Volland, seconded by Mr. Cross. The motion is to refer.
So we now have a Public Naming Commission.
We don't.
No, it's now a Public Naming Commission. And that commission has qualifications required of its members that would bring a level of expertise into naming substantial infrastructure in Anchorage. I think that would be appropriate public process, and hopefully, would get at the intent of that legislation in creating names for our public places that reflect the diversity of Anchorage, and that don't have, as Member Perez-Verdia pointed out, a predetermined outcome. And so I would like to trust the Public Naming Commission with this and get their recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That commission is not yet impaneled. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I would support that, and the commission may not quite be built, but is there a rush to do this overnight? I mean, we obviously can't agree on this. I would much rather take the time to make sure that we agree with the naming panel, we're going to discard that, but we're going to name the largest port in Anchorage with a late on the table or a name that we just got here shortly and discard their information. I would prefer to slow roll it and make sure we do something wise that gets more public input if that's what we want. And I will tell you that this whole situation here kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth because Don Young, love him or hate him, did more in his lifetime than all of us on this thing combined. And to badmouth the dead is shameful. Just give it to a committee. We're obviously too politicized to handle this. Turn it over to somebody, another committee that can handle it. Because I'm not very proud of of what I've heard out of people's mouths regarding a man who did more than I'll probably ever do for this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salatil.
Yeah, I have a question as to the referral. I thought we exempted this item and any pending items at the time that we instituted the commission and the changing of the naming process. And I want to get clarification on that before we determine that we can send it through a new process, because I think that that's what we said. And I think Mr. Rivera might have something to add to that, so.
Yeah, thanks. So I was in the queue to speak to a few things. So I'll get to Member Zalatel's question in a minute. But first, this motion, I'm assuming to refer to the commission, which I think as the chair stated, hasn't been in panel just yet. I'm assuming that this is just to start the process over, right? To start from scratch? Okay, so I'm getting a head nod from the mover of the motion. So, if that's the case, and if that's what the mover of the motion wants to do, I mean, I would suggest that we just scrap this entire item and just start from scratch once the naming panel has been impaneled and just introduce a new resolution asking the commission to do this work rather than do it at this point. Because I think it makes more sense to just start fresh. No offense to the current naming panel. The naming panel can give all of their work to the new commission, but I think it makes more sense to start fresh. With regard to what Member Zalatel had stated, this was something that was very, very important to the administration. And I remember this because we debated for a long time about this amendment. And I frankly didn't care. But the administration cared very much about this amendment to make sure that all of our our existing naming panels, and the administration wanted to specifically point out this naming panel, that they would operate under the old code and not operate under the new code. And that was something that was put into that ordinance. So I don't necessarily feel good about going back on something that we had agreed on during that deliberation. I won't, at this moment, opine on what Mr. Cross said. Thanks.
Silence speaks volumes. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I do not support this. I appreciate the effort, and perhaps there would be a better process if we did that. However, as others have said, this was already exempted. And I just did the math. Between March 2022 and December 2023 is 21 months. So we've already, granted it hasn't been on every single agenda, we've taken almost 2 years just to talk about this, and I'm not confident that the result will be different if we follow a different process because of what I stated before. So I do not support that. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I support this motion to refer to the commission, and not because I believe the outcome will be different. And in fact, if we go through the process of allowing the naming commission to weigh the various alternatives and they make the determination that, in fact, the best name is the Don Young Port of Anchorage or Port of Alaska, I'll say right here on the record, I would support that. I just think it is a better way for us to get to an outcome than simply what we're seeing here. I don't feel very good about the way we are going about this conversation. Not any disrespect to the members of the body. I think we're all doing the best we can given the circumstances here. But a decision of this magnitude and this consequence, I don't think this is how it should go about. So I fully support sending it to the commission. Again, I'll say it here on the record. If the commission comes back, says Don Young's name should be attached to it, then I will fully support that recommendation at that time.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. So just a point of clarification. Are we referring to the commission to name something after Don Young or to rename the Port of Alaska?
I think rename the Port of Alaska. And yeah, essentially to start from scratch, the work that the panel did, but without a predetermined outcome, and with members of that commission who meet the qualifications that were spelled out in that legislation.
So I believe Dean is going to get on and say that the motion to refer to that commission is really not allowed by the code because the way the process happened before, I think, is that a fair statement, Mr. Gates?
Well, almost, I think, Mr. Chair. I pulled up the ordinance that we passed that established our new code chapter 180 for our new public name commission. It's not called the county, but we had a subsection E on page 4 of this ordinance that's going to be codified. It's not yet published online, I think. It passed in September. But it says basically that this new chapter enacted, blah, 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 applies to any new naming project initiated per 18040A after the effective date of the ordinance. And here's the key part. Naming of public place projects initiated by a memorandum of the mayor or resolution of the assembly prior to effective date of this ordinance shall follow the procedures of chapter 397 being repealed by this ordinance until their conclusion or final action. And this was clearly initiated prior to this ordinance with our new naming, public naming commission. So I guess, though, if you want to send it to the naming commission, this item needs to be postponed indefinitely rather than referred, because initiated prior. This referral action to the commissions isn't allowed by our new code. You could refer it to the same naming panel, or you could postpone indefinitely or vote it down, and then you could start all over again to send it to the new Public Naming Commission. I just had a sidebar with my colleague and we're in agreement on that.
So I don't know that I heard anything different than what I said, just more. But I'm going to make the suggestion now that we rescind that motion and that we postpone for a month and that we have a work session in January where we take all of this and workshop it, use our legislative process, because at this point, we're making sausage. We have 3 options. One might be this one, be that one. And so I believe that we'd respect everybody's time more if we just came back to this after a little more thought, but not giving it to someone else. Let's just do our job, is my suggestion. So, Ms. Zalatil.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't support referring it back because I think we're bound by the code that we're stuck in the current process. And I mean, had this not come before us through an assembly memorandum from the mayor, I wouldn't be for changing the name of the port at all. I think it was fine, and I would have been just fine with that. So with that in mind, I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
We have a motion to postpone indefinitely made by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. You have the floor.
Thank you. So what this does is it won't be an item that existed before or prior to the change in code. Additionally, I think it signals to the administration if they really want to honor Don Young to consider which route they want to take, whether they're looking to rename a place or they are looking to honor a person. Because when you put the place and the person together, it appears to be a predetermined outcome, and it really starts to constrain the options on the table. I think that through the debate today, my S1 version wasn't making sausage or anything like that. I considered all of the options on the table, the recommendations, but we were kind of, as Ms. Brawley said, we were hemmed in to some kind of predetermined conclusion. So postponing it indefinitely puts the power either with the administration to bring back a place naming or a person naming, or the members of this body by resolution under the new section of code. It will hopefully also catalyze the empanelment of the commission, which needs to be done. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The administration doesn't support the motion to postpone indefinitely. I wanted to just address the public process, I think, was followed for 49 years, and that public process, love it or hate it, was Alaska electing Don Young to be its U.S. representative, just as we did elect Representative Peltola. We think this is the best and fitting way to honor somebody who served longer than anybody else. And I don't think it serves his memory, nor this body, nor the city well to postpone indefinitely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, no one's in, oh, Ms. Bry.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be clear, what I understand the postponement indefinitely is not making a final decision on this, but it is to basically retire this item so that we can take it up in a new way. So yet again, I am hearing language that basically says that if we don't vote a certain way, that it will come down on us again. And I am frustrated by that. And I'm especially frustrated by that because I would fully expect to see something out online later tonight or this morning that would basically mischaracterize this discussion, say that we were against Mr. Young, our former Representative Don Young, and basically further politicize this entire conversation. So I just want to state that that seems to be a pattern. I hope it doesn't happen again, and that it is very clear that what we are talking about is postponing this particular item and not the entire question. Thank you.
No one's in the queue. I'm going to call the question. Members may proceed to vote. The motion is to postpone indefinitely. On a vote of 8-4, the motion has passed. All right, you can move on. Actually, I'm going to give us a 5-minute break. after 14G to take up 14J and then 14L. And then there will be some time remaining for audience participation and final member comments. If we get through the rest, great.
So moved.
Second.
So the motion would be to change the order of the day. After 14F and G, take up 14J and 14L.
Point of order. It's difficult to hear in the chamber.
Yep, thank you. It's, we're going to do F, G, J, L. And then, for sure, we will make time for audience participation as the code requires. So I had a motion by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by, I think, Mr. Rivera. It wasn't you? Oh, Ms. Brawley, sorry. Okay, so we'll at least try to get through as many as we can, but for sure, those four. And so if we get close to 14L and we still have time, we'll take up some other items because that's an item that we'll be excusing Ms. Zalatel for. So that's the plan, and we'll do our best to stick to it. So the next item on the agenda, hot topic. Huh? Oh, sorry. Is there any objection to the motion? I'm not seeing an objection, so the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we have item 14F. 14F is AO 2023-103, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending certain provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, to create a classification of residential development for 3 and 4 unit dwelling unit construction.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So the public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please come forward. Name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Up. So I won't start your time yet. Hit the button that's blue, and the red light will come on. There you go. You're good.
Got it?
You're on.
Thank you. My name is Marnie Isaacs. I'm a resident of Turnagain for 45 years. Tonight I'll be representing myself. AO 2023-103S is an excellent effort. This is good. Focusing on expanding the role of threeplexes and fourplexes can provide help to address Anchorage housing crisis. It is a much-needed middle real estate market. To be clear, based on Assembly Volan's testimony before the December 4th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, that we are discussing terms in 2023-103S for triplex and fourplex structures, but that allowing these multifamily dwelling units as permitted use in R2 and R2D is not subject to this ordinance. The P&Z approved the ordinance without inclusion of R2A and R2D. I'll keep my comments brief, first regarding priority code requirements that I believe are important to keep in front of mind, and then conclude with some thoughts on opportunities to increase this inventory. I think we need to put some muscle in this whole market. Okay, code priorities. Parking. Having lived in an older Anchorage neighborhood for over 4 decades, it's quite clear overnight street parking can quickly cause unsafe conditions for traffic, plows, and pedestrians in winter. These streets are not designed to support the extra on-street parked vehicles a triplex and fourplex will bring if there is no designated on-site parking. Many neighborhoods do not have alleys, require 1 on-site parking space per unit. Snow storage, location for disposal of the site's snow storage must be designated. If not, neighborhood lots and right-of-way become de facto snow dumps with negative social and safety consequences and perhaps flooding. Side setbacks, the current 10-foot side setback should be maintained for privacy and noise reasons, but primarily for fire safety concerns. I believe this is also the position taken by the fire inspector, particularly for the fourplex. These 3 items, parking, snow disposal, and setbacks, should be required as use by right, contained in the code, not rely on the site plan. Broader, and this is the main reason I'm testifying, broader opportunities, hopefully, to develop more threeplexes and fourplexes, create an inventory of properties either abandoned or in arrears of payment of MOA property taxes, work in partnership with banks to include the properties that are in foreclosure, develop a process for MOA to auction these properties for the development of 3 and 4plex structures. Heritage Land Bank, expedite review of existing undeveloped land, particularly in the commercial and industrial sections. Propose acreage to be reassigned as multifamily residential. If needed, subsidize MOA utility service, provide public transit, work with electrical utilities to extend service, consider property tax incentive. Thank you for your opportunity. Happy holidays.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome again. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes, and I appreciate everyone's lined up. That'll help us keep moving.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, transgender, 14 years, of the Alex at the current moment. So I appreciate that we are looking into unique ways of trying to ease some of our homeless situations and availability situations. I want to make sure, as we said, when we change different components like this in our code, that we take the time that those that have tried to do this in the past get recognized for their efforts, because we're looking at it now. It's kind of like a hot topic now, but yet when many people were stating this, I do recall just a couple years ago, it was shut down quickly. So again, that shows us growth, that we're looking forward, and I appreciate that. As well as the fact, being of the homeless, I can, I can say thank you for looking at these and taking this seriously. As well as the fact that I know as this is coming about to be, and many renters or many owners are looking at allowing some of their grants to be used, that they stay attuned to the fact that I'm Alaskan. So when we're using these grants that are here in Alaska, I appreciate their acceptance. There's other states and other entities that are contacting private individuals that are rental property and taking these grants that are out here and moving people up here because we're a sanctuary city. Please remember that when we're doing something like this, because we need help for Alaskans, to help Alaskans, that when we conduct business in this aspect, that we keep Alaskans first. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Again, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Martin Hansen. Mr. Constant, I have trouble hearing you. Your mic is the lowest of all here. Okay, my name is Martin Hansen. I've lived in the South Addition for almost 40 years in Anchorage. One thing that's pretty obvious now is snow berms are simply a fact of life. They've always been a fact of life, and they always make our streets narrower. I am very concerned about this proposed ordinance because you're going to start throwing vehicles for a fourplex. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on-street parking vehicles on the streets in the South Addition, and we won't be able to get through until we know how emergency vehicles, road graders, snow removal vehicles, and school buses will get through the neighborhoods. I think this proposal should be shelved. You can solve that problem. We need a map that shows where all the lots that would be available for fourplexes are located and what streets they're on, and then we can see where it's appropriate and where it isn't. Please choose which areas would benefit, because we all agree we'd use some more housing closer to downtown, and find out which neighborhoods will be harmed before you pass this. Thank you for your time, and I thank you all for the hard work you've been putting in this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. All right, welcome. Again, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julie. I'm in Rogers Park District. I oppose AO 2023-103. You want to rezone single-family dwelling neighborhoods. Why not pursue commercial property for this effort? There are enough hotels in Anchorage. Just check down on C Street. How many hotels does Anchorage need? The tourism has drastically decreased with multiple hotel beds empty year-round. Anchorage has become a San Francisco. Due to the decrease in oil development and exploration, companies are leaving Alaska. This has contributed to the decrease in population along with the economy in Anchorage. You said that there's no land to build on. Head down C Street past Diamond. There's plenty of land, and that I believe was commercial property. A few years ago, I thought there was a business being built across Cabela's. That land is still empty. In 2018, Andres Spinelli had plans to develop in South Anchorage homes that came with ADUs. What happened to that? Multiplex units imply rentals, not permanent housing. The duplexes that already reside in College Village have created overflow parking into the streets, impinging on neighbors' right-of-way, and minimizing the amount of pavement service. Tenants have not maintained the yards. Criminal activity has taken place in a number of rentals, including multiple police calls, SWAT teams, a house that was engulfed in flames due to drug activity. During the winter, the vehicles on the streets, snowplows have had to maneuver around them and left streets down to one lane. Additional housing would impact aging infrastructure and overload the sewer and electric services. Transit housing or transit residents tend to not have an investment in the neighborhood, so care for surrounding area is non-existent. Property values to adjacent homes will diminish. A number of duplexes on Northwestern have stopped renting their properties and have turned them into a more profitable Airbnb due to the damage left behind by the renters. A few questions that I had were, are the landlords to these plexes going to be living on site as they do ADUs? If they're determined affordable housing, are they rentals or permanent housing? Will these multiplex housing units be subsidized, vouchered? In 2017, the municipality pushed ADUs and housing for low income and homeless, and that sounds like this is what your goal is. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name's Graham Downey. I live in the Valley of the Moon. I'd like to thank the Assembly for your leadership on this issue. I think this is a very small but very significant forward step. It's a common sense way to make the rules more fair, more elegant, and better for our city. I speak from personal experience. Last year, my partner and I were looking to buy a home here in Anchorage, and we were hoping to buy a multifamily unit because we wanted to live with friends, which is like associated with happiness and quality of life. It's like the best thing you can do for your health is to live near friends. We could not find anything to buy. We searched for a year looking for multifamily housing, and everything was either too dilapidated or too expensive for us to afford, and we ended up in a single family home. So I think we just don't have meaningful housing choice in the market right now because we've only allowed single family homes to be built, and this is a very incremental step towards legalizing 3 and 4plexes. At a more macro level, Professor Bob Ellickson, who teaches land use at Yale, has defined exclusionary zoning as making cheap housing illegal. And that's functionally what this bill is taking at least one small step towards correcting. We're making it slightly easier to make housing affordable for people in Anchorage. We've seen this work in many other places. Spokane passed much more ambitious middle housing bill, which had most significant effects where they legalized 4plexes. So Spokane both legalized duplexes citywide and 4plexes only in certain zones, along with lot splitting, which this bill does not do. Most of the new housing happened in the 4plex zones. So we can see that in the 4plex zones, it's a really crucial thing to legalize because it really encourages that investment that we desperately need in Alaska, right? Our main housing problem, zoning's great, it's very important that we're addressing it, but investment is really the key problem. 4plexes help to drive investment. So it's a really important step you're taking here. Minneapolis saw the least inflation of any major city during the COVID epidemic. A lot of analysts credit that to zoning reforms that kept in rent flat or even declining in terms of real value. So again, thank you for your leadership on this issue, especially to the sponsors. Really appreciate you taking this positive step forward.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, I'm Deborah Hansen. I live in the South Addition for the last 40-some years. I'm asking you to delay reconsideration for this for some of the same reasons Marnie Isaacs brought up. I agree we do have a housing problem. I've got 2 kids. One would really like to buy a house. The other one we're hoping will move back here. In 1982, I moved up here and I bought a house. I came from San Francisco, and I came up here partly because I could make a lot more money with my Stanford MBA, and the houses were cheaper. In 2023, you can make a lot more money in San Francisco than you can here. The houses are still less here, but I think money is the issue. It used to be teachers made a lot of money here. I had friends who moved up here as teachers. There was good retirement. Same for city and state employees, police. So what you call middle class made a good income and could buy houses. Now, my son, who's got an MA in architecture, can't afford to buy a house. Building materials are expensive. There's a lot of reasons for that, but I think some of the things you need to think about are really, it's the income levels and what's going on with our whole economy. You guys can't solve all that. I think you've got some good ideas here, but I think it's a little bit too sledgehammery. I would like to know more exactly how it's going to affect our neighborhood. Martin brought up the parking. There's a lot of other things. One of the things that people forget about is in 1982, the state had a program where they repaid student loans. We don't have that anymore. Also, school was cheaper. When I went to Stanford, it cost $9,000 a year. I got student loans, but they weren't real big, and I got to pay them off, 10 years later. But the more complicated problems that the ordinance raises is we don't totally understand the effects. That's, I think, one reason why the South Addition Community Council voted no. Our assembly person didn't know even how many lots would be affected in our area. And I also think you've got to adjust short-term rentals. In our block, there's 5 Airbnbs, and I know for sure 3 of them were rentals because a friend of mine rented and she was kicked out when the owner turned it into, a remote owner turned it into an Airbnb. There's a lot of complicated issues. I think it's more complicated than the ordinance comes out. The other thing that bothers me is the ordinance has got factual errors, which I'd be happy to go over in any detail. And I looked into all the associated backup documents, and there's some errors in that. Title 21 originally took years of meetings. Do you remember the Sand Lake gravel pit? When that was closed, contractors said, oh my God, construction is going to go up. We're never going to have new houses. If you look at it now, it's full of houses, and the gravel pits have gone away, which has improved the quality of life. In 2023, Anchorage is a lot more attractive city than it was in 1982. So I hope you guys consider all that when you consider this, so please delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Alexa Dobson, and I live in Fairview. I'm speaking in favor of the ordinance tonight, and my remarks are going to sound a lot like when I spoke earlier this month at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Essentially, I support this because I am an owner-occupant of a fourplex. I think it's fantastic, and I think that it should be an opportunity that's available to more people. I was born and raised here in Anchorage, Alaska. The family home that I grew up in is in Kempton Hills, off of Huffman. And you should have seen the look on my mom's face when I told her that I bought a fourplex in Fairview. But I love it. It is a fantastic place to be for all of the access to recreation and access to downtown and things that matter to me. My tenants are great. We get along really well. We take care of the property, and it's been a fantastic experience. I feel like a lot of times when people think about multifamily properties, they think about absentee landlords and crappy tenants and things like that. So I want to share this, experience that I've had. The other important thing about it is it's the only way that I was going to afford to become a homeowner. And this was a property that I purchased just a little bit before the pandemic hit. I'm a young professional, I'm single, I was working on, my salary from a marketing agency. I could not afford a $300,000 or $400,000 single-family house and the utilities and the upkeep for that kind of thing. So this was the path to homeownership that was available to me. And frankly, I think that it would probably be in my interest to say, no, we shouldn't have more fourplexes. We shouldn't have more housing in Anchorage because then I could charge more rent. My home equity might go up if my, home values go up. But that's not what I believe in. And I don't think that I should be pulling up the ladder behind me just because I got into a good position. I believe that this is an opportunity that should be available to more folks. So that's why I'm speaking tonight in favor of making it easier to construct 3 and 4plexes in areas where they're already zoned to be allowed. So I hope that you'll support this tonight, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ben Morrow.
Can you lift that microphone up?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yep.
Sweet. My name is Ben Morrow. I live on East Ridge, right next to Merrill Field. I've lived here for 3 years. I lived in Spokane right before coming to Anchorage, Alaska. I think it's special about Alaska that we have so many fourplexes. There are not that many other places in the country where you can have such easy access to such a great investment opportunity to help build wealth. It is an attractive place that can draw even more people to Anchorage. I think, as all of y'all know just as well as I do, we have a housing crisis. Why not put 4 buildings into one? Building boxes is the simplest way to do it. So why would we make that more difficult to do? With a little bit of prudence, of course. I think valid concerns, as brought up earlier, for we need to have fire safety and clear roads that need to be brought into consideration for zoning, et cetera. But ultimately, why would we make it more difficult to allow for investment opportunities for the community and for those who can be disciplined to jump into that game and build wealth for themselves in a great opportunity? Ultimately, I'm in support of the motion for it, and I appreciate your consideration to it. And lastly, in closing, Merry Christmas. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Keelan Kinney, and I use she, her pronouns, and I live in the North Star neighborhood off of Fireweed and Spenard. I'm testifying in front of you all tonight as a supporter of the 3 and 4-plex reforms from a public health perspective. As someone who serves the state of Alaska in the realm of public health, I am well versed in understanding the social determinants of health. Social determinants, for context, are the conditions in which people are born, live, learn, work, play, worship, and age, all that affect a wide range of health, functioning, and quality of life. The social determinant of health that I want to focus on tonight is neighborhood and built environment. As evidenced by the name of that pillar of health, neighborhood and built environment are critical components to the health and well-being of each and every individual. Anchorage is experiencing an undeniable housing crisis. Almost every day I am reminded of this. Whether it's looking at the different prices of homes that go for sale in my neighborhood, or talking to a friend who would love to be a first-time home buyer but doesn't have the ability to do that even though they're in their mid-30s simply because only single-family homes are on the market. I also see it talking to folks who are in their later stages of life who are unable to downsize to a smaller home because of lack of ability and high interest rates. I also see it as I transit throughout our streets and interact with the unhoused population. Everyone is impacted by this housing crisis. Sure, part of this can be attributed to national level inflation, but in Anchorage there is simply not enough homes to begin with, thereby further inflaming this issue. This crisis is an indiscriminate issue that not only affects our most vulnerable population, but also those who are already privileged enough to have a home to call their own. Reforms such as the 3 and 4-plex are going to help combat this issue and therefore benefit everyone in our community. Nothing is going to change with this reform in terms of where 3 and 4-plex places can be built. Rather, it will simply make it easier to build the 3 and 4-plexes that the people of Anchorage so desperately need. Housing is a life cycle. First-time homebuyers need smaller places to live just as much as those downsizing later in life. It's therefore time as a community to change these prohibitory restrictions to 3 and 4-plexes and take a necessary but small but necessary step forward to having a stronger housing base and therefore a healthier community. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Again, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Emily Weiser, and I live in Airport Heights. I moved to Anchorage in 2019 for what was basically my dream job in my dream location. I felt really lucky to be here. And I came up for a conference a couple months before I moved up, and I had 1 free day to find housing to line up for when I moved up here, and managed to find a place, which you could never do now. Like, people are looking for months to find a place to rent. So I was looking for a small unit. It was just me and my 2 cats, so I was looking for something small and affordable and in a certain area of town. And I found it in a triplex, which ended up just being the perfect place for me. It was owned by a woman who was an empty nester. She sometimes occupied the upper unit, and I was in one of the lower units. Really well taken care of, great landlord. The only reason I left is because I was then able to buy my own place. And so this was really a key stepping stone, as it is for so many people, to rent a small unit while saving up to buy a place. So I would really love to see more triplexes and fourplexes across Anchorage, including in Airport Heights, my neighborhood, although I realize that's not on the table today. But yeah, it's really astonishing to see how current code really limits where those can be built, even in the zones where they're allowed. The restrictions are so restrictive that they're not being built. So I do support the S version today with one change. I would request that you remove what I believe is currently in there requiring snow storage space. If they're not required to have car parking on site anymore, which they are not, thanks to last year, I'm not really sure where the snow would come from that they're now required to have storage space for. So that seems inconsistent, and I'd ask that you consider removing that from the S version. Otherwise, I support it. I think this is a really sensible and reasonable change. It's very much needed, and there's been an extensive collaborative process to move this forward. So I urge you to vote yes, and I urge you to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Are you speaking on behalf of council?
No, just Cook Inlet Housing, just
Great.
myself.
Thanks.
Hi, Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Tyler Robinson. I work at Cook Inlet Housing. I'm here to speak in favor of both ordinances to Title 21 and Title 23 that will help hopefully further some more development of triplexes and fourplexes. For about the past 10 years, CIHA has been building small infill developments in Anchorage. This has included duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, all kinds of different configurations. We've done it in Fairview, South Addition, UMed, Spinard. I believe these small projects add units to existing neighborhoods while remaining relatively simple to finance. It did not take us long to experience something we refer to as the triplex triggers in this work, things in zoning code, building code, municipal policy. There's Easter eggs hidden all over the place that as soon as you go to 3 units, it makes it significantly more challenging. It drives site drainage and lighting requirements, which has cost implications both in design and in construction. Our first experience, Mr. Chair, you'll remember this, was a triplex in Fairview that resulted in us being required to upgrade the alley, while the duplex we built directly next door required no such upgrade. I want to thank the sponsors of these ordinances for, first of all, recognizing the challenges and then being committed to do something about it. It is simply much, much easier and cheaper to build a duplex than a triplex, even if that building is larger than the triplex. This leaves units off the table and often doesn't result in smaller unit types to meet today's smaller household sizes. The ordinances are written to really achieve 2 policy outcomes. The first is really allowing us to build these structures where the code says we should be able to do it already. In other words, just making that line go from a triplex to a fiveplex. This was the primary reason why Cook Inlet Housing started to build these in the first place. We wanted to identify where those challenges and problems were. It's simply past due time that we remove barriers to build, and it's mind-boggling to me that it is hard to build a triplex in a standard R3 Anchorage lot. That should not be the case. We urge you to pass these 2 ordinances. Both are improvements to facilitating and really implementing what I believe our comp plans say, but I'd also urge you to do the following. Please urge the administration to make further changes in support of these efforts. This includes amending the design criteria manual, which currently exempts duplexes from significant zoning requirements. This requirement should be based on area of disturbance, not units. Secondly, urge clarification in MOA policy and procedure to ensure that private development, Kent's old department, does not automatically require off-site improvements the moment you move from 2 to 3 or 4 units. It's really important. It's not in a code that can fix that. It's really an operational issue. Finally, we urge you to ask staff or our working group to review the recently adopted 2023-50, parking and site access. The working group did not review this ordinance since it was not in code at the time that we were meeting. Regrettably, standards taking effect January 1 would make it impossible to build our triplex on McCain Loop, one that's sort of held up as an example. I don't believe that was the objective of that ordinance. Thanks.
I have a question for you quickly. Tyler, so did you or your staff send us those very specific administrative requests in writing?
We provided about 3 pages. I believe we've covered it all,
was in there.
just
Okay.
emphasizing it
Thanks.
for the group.
That's all I needed to know.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I won't remember. Thanks. Okay, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Lee. I'm Alaska Research Director for Sightline Institute, a nonpartisan public policy think tank. Since moving to Alaska in 2005, I've lived in 5 different neighborhoods. I started in Fairview, went to Turnagain, moved to Airport Heights, went to Rogers Park, owned a home there, was a landlord there, and I currently live in Sand Lake. I support AO 2023-103 and 130. Last year, I wrote an article that amplified the long-standing concerns of affordable and market-rate housing developers like Tyler, who have been trying to diversify our housing stock to serve smaller households and more wallet-friendly price points. After that, I was able to witness the real work that went into this ordinance with multiple city departments and community stakeholders applying their expertise to the effort. The ordinance would take a modest step toward adding more variety and easing prices in our housing market, making it easier for maybe many of the young people in this room to afford rent or to own a home in our city. It does so at little cost to the city by removing regulations that make it extremely difficult to build small multifamily homes on lots where they're already allowed. Among the upsides to bringing more 3- and 4-unit residences to Anchorage, it helps alleviate home prices. These units tend to be less expensive, though there's no reason upmarket multifamily can't also be an option. It would add variety to the housing market to accommodate different life stages. It would put Anchorage on a path to diversifying our transportation options by reining in sprawl and using the land we have slightly more efficiently. They can also easily be designed to be indistinguishable from single-unit homes. And in fact, many existing single-unit homes in Anchorage are large enough to be internally subdivided into multi-unit homes in ways that are not noticeable to passersby, if that is the concern. Finally, I want to add that it will decolonize our zoning code by making it less exclusionary. I'm not going to go into this at all because there's no time, but Anchorage has a long history of using land use code to discriminate on the basis of socioeconomic status and race. Much of our stock is 40 to 50 years old, built during the pipeline years. We should be making it easier to improve the character of our neighborhoods by refreshing that stock without having to pay above and beyond the cost of building the same size single-unit home or duplex. Finally, I'll note that an ordinance passed earlier this year, AO 2023-50, requires some cleanup to remove additional barriers to 3- and 4-unit homes. Thank you very much for considering this issue.
Thank you. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening. I'm Erin Baldwin-Day. I live in Geneva Woods. I grew up in Airport Heights with a 10-year hiatus in Texas, which was too long. I am here in support of this ordinance because I envision an Anchorage where housing is plentiful and people can afford to live in it. It strikes me that the current bias in the zoning code towards single-family homes and duplexes does not help to resolve the housing crunch that we're experiencing, as has been noted by others tonight. And the fact that our current zoning code makes it more difficult to build 3- and 4-plexes in places where those are already an option really seems inefficient when we're talking about a housing crisis. I appreciate that this ordinance gives developers, builders, and property owners more choices about the structures that they can reasonably build, and that effectively increases the number of units that can be built on a given property in a structure of identical size. The reality is that we don't have enough housing units available in this community, and I happen to work alongside some really great folks who are struggling to find safe, reasonably priced housing. I'm talking about restaurant servers and baristas and college students and first-year teachers and retail workers. I'm talking about the folks we called essential employees during COVID. I think renters are often mischaracterized as the boogeyman in these sorts of conversations, and that strikes me as disingenuous. I'm particularly mindful tonight of an intergenerational family of 6 that I work with who want to purchase a home together, and they cannot do so because a single-family home with an ADU in Anchorage is beyond their price range. Financing for a triplex or a 4-plex pencils out, but there are no such units available. I happen to understand this scenario personally. My partner and I purchased a single-family home with an ADU in Geneva Woods in 2009 so that my father could live with us. We could never afford our home if we were to try to purchase that same property today. we would be in a similar situation looking for a property, a threeplex or a fourplex, which presently does not exist in our housing market. If we are truly interested in building a vibrant community where many different sorts of households can thrive, we must be bold in expanding housing choice in Anchorage, and this ordinance represents a common sense step in that direction. And I want to thank you for taking this up and for placing this before us for consideration tonight. I encourage you to vote yes.
All right, thank you. I am going to pivot to the phone briefly. We have two people that want to be heard on the phone. And so, Travis, would you go ahead and call Ms. Holmes?
This is Diane Holmes, and I'm going to speak for myself.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Holmes. And we're here on the AO 2023-103, so you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes. This is a complex issue that really deserves more time and public understanding because, among other things, building for what people want to live in, not just for density. I believe 6,000 square foot lots are too small for 3 and 4plexes. And landscaping is a big part of what makes our city decent. Don't delete that and consider keeping warranty guarantees. Think of Industry Way and Huffman Business Park. In a very minimal space, it is one of the nicest short drives that we have. Some have asked, what's the difference between a single family versus a 3 or 4plex on the same size lot? Well, 3 or 4 families versus 1 bring different views of safety and usage to the table. That's why safety cannot be compromised. Side setbacks are, to me, a safety feature and should not be reduced. Plus, landscaping can't succeed in 5 feet. Keep the marine commercial district free from 3 and 4plexes, not even with a conditional use. Now, the quest to build more housing, in that quest, let's not go back to the 60s and 70s when codes were pretty much by whoever was holding the hammer. Let's build something where you would want to live. Finally, please read the detailed Rabbit Creek Council comments with their support for AO, but with conditions. And I totally agree that density calculations need to include ADUs. They must be considered. The Rabbit Creek Council's comments, which I did not contribute to, are very late because they have fallen victim to this fast-paced AO with its changes and at the holiday time. This is a perfect example of how speed causes too much pressure for a meaningful public input. So slow this down, please. By the way, the closed captions on YouTube do not seem to be working, in case you can fix that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that feedback. All right, and we're going to have one more person on the phone. Call Ms. Pease.
Hello, this is Nancy Pease. I'm speaking this evening for Rabbit Creek Community Council. Hello?
Yep, hold on one second. Fixing the clock. Welcome, Ms. Pease. This is a public hearing on AO 2023-103. You'll have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm speaking this evening for Rabbit Creek Community Council. Our council voted on December 14th unanimously to submit comments, which you should have received by email today. Rabbit Creek requests that you delay a vote until the planning department can provide a visual and quantitative analysis of this most recent version of 103S, and then have further outreach to councils and the public prior to your final vote. Our request for postponement is based on 3 main points concerning process. First, the need for analysis. In past changes to Title 21, planning staff has produced excellent graphics and data-rich analysis. On 103, there has been almost nothing to help the public understand the physical effects or long-term patterns. Here are 3 ways that lack of analysis leaves the public blind and blindsided to the impacts of 103. First, it's very difficult for the public to figure out where all the R2M and B3 zones are at a scale that lets them find their own street and neighborhood features. Second, as Mr. Hansen said earlier, there's no easy way to find out where the 6,000 square foot lots are that effectively opened up to 3 and 4plexes for the first time. Third, the public can't figure out the effects of design changes. 103 proposes a change in maximum height and length for 3 and 4plexes and a skinnier side yard. It should be relatively easy for the planning staff to do a concept drawing of how a taller, bulkier building will affect the shading on an adjoining lot. A visual image is essential for residents in the R2M to understand how new standards may affect gardens, yards, tree survival, privacy, and solar access. Without this analysis, the public feels skeptical at best and blindsided and distrustful at worst. So that was the need for visual and quantitative analysis. Our second main point, the time allotted for public participation has been inadequate. This ordinance has been in a continual state of revision with regard to design standards, setbacks, which zones are affected, and so on. Community councils cannot give a timely, well-informed response, especially when there are last-minute revisions during public hearings as occurred with the planning and zoning hearing. A 45-day period is optimal for a council to get an issue onto an agenda and to inform residents and then prepare comments. But that also assumes adequate staff analysis and a pause on ongoing revisions. Otherwise, the public wastes both its time and its trust. Our third point on process. This zoning impacts future density patterns without due diligence toward the comprehensive plan. We assume that a zoning ordinance to implement increased housing should not work against other goals and policies. After all, the goals in our land use plans are given equal importance. The goals are not ranked. We find that 103 ignores key guidance from the land use plan regarding targeted infill and redevelopment that is intended to be coordinated around commercial centers and transit corridors. We also feel that 103 does not address goals 6 and 7, which call for things like, quote, placemaking upgrades when density is increased, as well as, quote, preserving the character, scale, and identity of established neighborhoods. We therefore request that the impacts of 103 be addressed with regard to the overall density patterns and infrastructure intended by the comp plan, as well as the comp plan goals for neighborhoods. I'll close with specific revisions, and our input here is limited by our limited access to analysis and data. We support keeping 3 and 4plexes out of the Marine Commercial District. We support keeping snow storage and current landscaping requirements. And we also recommend that side setbacks be 10 feet, not 5 feet, to better ensure safety, viable landscaping, and the character of neighborhoods. Other existing standards we feel important to retain in the R2M are yard space, sunlight access into every unit, sunlight access for adjoining lots, windows facing the street, lines of sight for casual surveillance of the street, and again, the current landscape requirements for multifamily housing, including the 2-year landscape survival bond. To summarize, we request postponement and a specific request to planning staff for visual and comprehensive plan analysis so that the public can understand the effects and make informed comments. Thank you for your continued work for affordable housing.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know that, and this isn't for Ms. Pease, I'm making a motion to extend. So I know that we typically don't like to jump from 11 to midnight, even though I think we are going to be going to midnight tonight. But I'll go ahead and make a motion to extend to 11:30.
Second.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalato. It takes 8 votes. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing seeing none, we are extended to 11:30. So thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yarrow Silvers, East Anchorage. I support this ordinance, and I want to address some of the reasoning I've heard behind some of the opposition. I'm going to read something from the Citizens Coalition, a shadowy group that has been bombarding random emails, including mine, with anti-housing propaganda designed to elicit fear of multifamily housing and the people who live in them. R2M is designed to be low intensity with sunlight protections, yard space for play and gardening, calm and quiet for raising children. So families and children don't live in fourplexes? Really? Many families rely on multifamily housing for low-cost housing, and yes, some want to be away from busy highway corridors in safe, quiet neighborhoods near schools and playgrounds. What's more is that many of these triplexes and fourplexes have a smaller footprint than the McMansions surrounding them. So this argument, as well as most of the rest of the neighborhood character excuses, ring hollow in the face of reality. What this actually is about is economic segregation and wanting to keep low-income individuals and families out of neighborhoods. The social and economic costs of our current housing crisis are borne by all of us, including those who seem to rather have tent cities in their backyard than a fourplex. We need to take action to remove barriers to increasing housing supply in our city, and honestly, this doesn't even go far enough. Our strict building requirements contribute to the fact that in Anchorage, we build just 400 units of housing per year. Compare this to 2,000 housing units per year built in the Mat-Su. We desperately need a change a little bit of everything approach to addressing our housing shortage, and treating triplexes and fourplexes the same as duplexes in building requirements is one smart policy that can help fill the gap. Plex construction is already allowed in these neighborhoods. This ordinance just makes it a little more cost-effective to build them. I'm ready to welcome some new neighbors into my neighborhood and to do my part to alleviate our housing shortage problem. This is what we need to do if we want to begin rebuilding a healthy, vibrant economy where more people can actually afford to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right, good evening. My name is Erin Barnett, and I'm a resident of Fairview, and I also grew up in College Village. I wanted to just echo the comments of others here who've made really incredible and insightful notes about why we should support this ordinance. So I'm in favor of supporting this as well. I think it is a very small step, but a good one in reducing the racial, economic, and disparities that exist in our housing. And I also think that it's an important way to resolve, as was mentioned, from a public health perspective, social determinants of health. I'll add that I heard a couple of concerns around snow removal and parking, and just wanted to provide my take, which is that with robust, regular, and affordable transportation, the need for cars reduces, and with regular and reliable snow removal, the concerns around space for storage of snow become less relevant. So with supportive services, those issues can be addressed. And ultimately, I support this, again, as a small measure towards reducing inequity and improving health outcomes, and ideally contributing to a healthier Anchorage for many. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeff Landfield. I know most of you, but I wasn't going to speak. But after hearing a lot of this, I wanted to say a few things. I'm a past president of the Taco Campbell Community Council. I moved to Anchorage in 2004 when I was 19, didn't have much money, and I rented for 8 years. And even back then, it was challenging to find a place compared to where I grew up in New Mexico, and they were very expensive. I worked, I went to college, I got a job, I saved up some money, and I was very lucky to buy a condo on Old Seward and Dowling near Campbell Creek that was a HUD foreclosure at the time. It was about $150,000. It's in a fourplex. I'm on the board of River Park for the last 10 years. There's 116 units that were built between 2000 and 2007, and they're basically two, unit, 3-unit, and 4-unit buildings, and they were built by Spinell between 2000 and 2007. I don't think those would be built today. And the prices have gone way up, the interest rates have gone way up, and I was able to save some money and buy a place, and I got, pretty lucky. The mortgage is pretty low, the interest rate I got was pretty low, and right now it's really hard. I talk to people all the time who can't find a place to live here, even people with, decent money, and they're moving to the valley, where they built half the houses in the state last year were built in the Matsu Valley. They're the only area in the state that's growing. Everybody else is losing population. So we got to do something. This doesn't really go far enough, but this is a good start. We need to be able to build houses and multifamily and duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes. And it's just really sad that we talk about this. I mean, there's a housing summit a few months ago. There's been housing summits every year. They're talking about housing all the time, and nothing's happening. And a lot of these people testifying, they're part of what I call the I got mine crowd. They have their house. They bought their house 20 or 30 or 40 years ago. They don't want anybody in their backyard. They're really happy. They think people living in threeplexes or fourplexes or apartments are, bad people or criminals. It's crazy what they're saying. So this needs to be passed. More needs to happen. And the fact that people want to come to Anchorage and can't find a place to live and are moving to the Matsu Valley or not moving to Anchorage at all because there's a lack of housing it's just like a broken record. And I really hope you guys pass this, and I hope you guys do more to let people who are younger, like me, when I came to Anchorage with no money, get a job, save some money, buy a place, and now I'm still in that place, and it's really nice to live there, and I hope more people can do that. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Eric Visser, Visser Construction. I live in the Taku-Campbell area. And first I want to say just thank you guys for bringing this forward. It's definitely a small step in what we need to do to increase affordability here in Anchorage. And just some statistics that I brought up at our economic summit for Anchorage home builders a couple of weeks ago. For housing affordability is at its worst ever, or almost at its worst ever right now. So just to get back to the housing affordability rate we had pre-pandemic, housing prices would have to either drop by 35%, interest rates would have to drop by 4%, meaning they have to go from like 7 to 3, or incomes would have to increase by 55%. And that's just to get back to where we were before the pandemic hit. So what we're talking about with the triplex, fourplex thing is triplex and fourplexes are already allowed in a lot of areas, right? What this is aiming to do is just make it more affordable, more economical for us to build. Because if they were economical to build, people would be building them all the time. I think this ordinance, we would be able to drop triplex and fourplex prices by 10 to 25%. Without going into, permitting requirements, site design requirements, that sort of stuff. And it really just makes sense. I think it's a small step that we can take as a city, as the Assembly. And I urge you guys to support and pass this evening.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name. What part of town you're from? 3 minutes.
My name's Aaron Rhodes. I live in College Village. I grew up in Airport Heights. Grandma moved to Airport Heights in about 1951. Mom moved to Airport Heights in about 1984. I attended East High. She attended East High and Anchorage High. Some of you don't know what that is, but that's West High. And I'm also a property owner. I own several, as people have died, I bought those units. I bought the house I grew up in on Oak Street in Lake Otis. I bought my grandma's house when she died. And all the things that these people are talking about are real, big deal stuff. I think that you'd be wise to increase your speed because what the other challenge that you're having that isn't reflected in any of these people's statements is the working class people need a place to live. And if you don't provide that place for them to live, they're not going to come here. I service restaurants from Homer to Fairbanks. The biggest issue every one of my clients has right now is employment. My background just happens to be in human resources. And if you don't have a place where people can live, that they can afford to live, then guess what? You're not going to have anybody to clean your house. You're not going to have anybody to serve your food. You're not going to have anybody to mow your lawns. And we really need to kind of take a different approach to how we might accomplish that mission. And I think what you've heard tonight is a demand by the public to accomplish something. And if you guys could do that, I think that would be super awesome. I have lots of very creative ideas. I'm super entrepreneurial and crazy. You're going to find out about that when I get a chance to actually say what I've come to say. But by using entrepreneurial crazy things, you guys could all sing Kumbaya together as one and accomplish the mission that would really make this place an awesome place to live. I grew up here. My parents did a blasphemous thing. I moved from the east side to the hillside my senior year, so my little brother only got to go to east for 1 year, and then he got exiled to another school with an S, but it wasn't south, it was service. The moral of the story, every place in this town is a good place to live. We just need to creatively get together, move out the bureaucracy, cut through the red tape, and make it easy for people to develop stuff and get things moving. As a property owner, I would support that significantly, and knowing the people that are clamoring for places to live, I would definitely say that would be the right motion for the houseless folks that are in encampments as well.
Thank you.
Buying hotels I don't think is going to solve it. I think building triplexes, duplexes, that'd be a great start. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, you get 1 minute. My name is Camilla Hussein Scott. I live in Eagle River. I wanted to say thank you for working on this ordinance. Change is coming. I have 3 daughters. I raised them in Eagle River. They're all moved out of state. One even moved to Australia. She's not coming back because we cannot afford to live here. And so I know we have a different Title 21 land use plan in Eagle River, but I think there are sometimes people like to hold on what is there and don't like to see change. But this is an amazing new step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Hurry down, please. We're running out of time. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. If you intend to testify, please line up.
I'm Stephen Callahan, live in the university area. I support this ordinance. I believe it generally affects the R3, R2, primarily R2 zoning districts. I don't think there'll be any effect on the hillside. I don't think there'll be any effect in Eagle River, but I think the denser housing is needed in the Anchorage area, especially in the Anchorage Bowl. So I support this ordinance for a lot of the reasons that have already been said. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. So we're running out of time. We have a couple of really must-do pieces of business, so.
I'm going to move to approve the S version.
So there's a motion to approve the S version by Mr. Wallen, seconded by Mr. Cross. As much debate as we can get done in about 5 minutes, and then either we move on and come back to this on the first meeting in January, or I'm not sure what, but we have some other critical items. So, Mr. Wallen.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to make this quick. We have some amendments that I want to move. I do want to say a couple things first. I had told the South Addition Community Council that I was planning to postpone this and continue the public hearing. However, they took 2 votes at the most recent Community Council meeting. Not only did they vote down a resolution on this item, but they also took what I think was the extraordinary step of taking a secondary vote to oppose this ordinance. And so for my part, I feel like they've made their position clear, and I have submitted it via memorandum, as I said I would, so that is part of the public record. And I feel we can move forward on this. We have some amendments that I'd like to move. Number 1, I guess I'll move amendment number 1 by Assembly Members Cross, Voland, and Solt.
Second.
Is it amendment number 2 for 14H, this one?
We can do that one too. Whatever, if that's easier for the clerk, we can do proposed amendment number 2, Voland, Cross, Solt.
Just do the one you wanted to do.
Okay.
I'm trying to find it.
You bet. So it's amendment number 1. Oh, you're right. Okay, so it's Assembly Member Blank, so we can fill in Voland on that one. Amendment number 1.
Thanks.
You bet. Briefly, what this does is it restores the snow storage requirement for fourplexes. Currently in code, single-family, two-family, and three-unit are exempt. Fourplex is not. The S version contemplated also making fourplex exempt. This restores the requirement as recommended by right-of-way enforcement staff.
Any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Cross, so Mr. Volland moves, Mr. Cross seconds. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Okay.
Mr. Volland.
Great, I'll move.
Oh, I'm sorry. The vote was 10-2. Sorry.
Great, okay, I'm going to move amendment number 2.
Second.
I think amendment number 2 is in your packets as 14H, Volland Crossel.
It's the one that has the table.
But the ordinance at the top is 103S.
So we have a motion to amend Volland Cross number 2 by Mr. Volland, seconded by Mr. Cross.
I'll go ahead and speak to it as briefly as I can. What this does, so these amendments are in response to feedback that we heard from this very public process that we've had, both from departmental input and also from folks who have provided public testimony and emailed us. I heard a lot of concern about the reduction of the side setback from 10 feet for threeplex and fourplex to 5 feet. That's despite the fact that the 5 foot, or the setback in R2M is already 5 foot for single family and duplex. And for me, I think we need to make a philosophical shift when we think about zoning and get away from number of units being the priority and rather base it off the scale of neighborhoods. Because why can you build the same size building and house more families, but you require a larger setback where you can build a single family home, same square footage, same height, but you can have less of a setback. So what this resolution does is it makes the side setback, instead of based off of the number of units, it bases it off the square footage. So a residential structure between 1 and 4 units, if it's under 5,000 square feet, can have a 5-foot setback. If the structure from 1 to 4 units is over 5,000 square feet, then it will require a 10-foot setback. And for me, this is very consistent with Goal 7 of our 2040 Land Use Plan that says, current residents of the neighborhood often see new or different housing as being incompatible with their neighborhood's scale, character, and livability. The form and scale that new developments take, more than its density, is increasingly a primary concern. So for me, this is a way to keep things equitable between single-family homes and fourplexes, make it about the size of the structure rather than the number of units. Thanks.
Discussion on the amendment. Ms. Salatel.
So I have a question. What is the setback for everyone else? Like, right, what is single family setback right now? Is it 5?
In R2M, single family and duplex are 5.
No, R1. What's R1 setback? Is it 5 feet?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Because that's where I have the question. I would prefer to set a minimum setback and just have it for everything. And so this doesn't take into account, I need more time with this because I wasn't ready to contemplate bulk and density requirements in an amendment that I hadn't seen until recently.
Can I follow up with an answer? So the overarching theme of this legislation, this ordinance, first of all, there was some public testimony that said we were upzoning single family. That is not true. This ordinance does not pertain to zones, residential zones that only allow single family or two family. The overarching theme of this legislation is to treat triplex and fourplex the same as we treat single family and duplex in the residential zones where that level of construction is already allowed. And so it's focused on, I guess, R2M really, the S version, and those dimensional standards.
Thank you for the clarification, and I think I've answered my question. This rear yard setback in R1 is 10 feet. The side yard setbacks are 5 feet. And so, yeah, what I don't have time to do with the amendment of this complexity is to reconcile it across zoning districts where it wouldn't apply, to know how it is different or similar, because I am very much interested in getting continuity across the code. So I think I'm going to have to pass on this amendment for now, but we'll see what the body does.
Yeah, it's really hard to chew this at the last minute this late. Is there anyone who wants to speak on the amendment? Yeah, but we have people in the queue for the main motion, and so,
Just real quick.
for the amendment, okay, Mr. Cross.
Just real quick, is that when you're talking about a building over 5,000 square feet, I think it's real important to note that all zoning, all your two, they have a 40% maximum lot coverage, and that would include your impervious surface for, so, I mean, that has to be, even to just get a building that's over 5,000 square feet, you're talking a quarter acre or larger lot. And so, I mean, on a quarter acre or larger lot, can we get 10 feet on either side if it's that big of a building? Understand, a lot of people think there's just a buildable envelope, but you can only be up to a certain percentage. So this gives consideration that really big lots, where you're putting a really big building, we give 10 feet, extra feet to make sure we have adequate drainage and some of those concerns. So thank you.
All right, anyone else on the amendment? I'm not seeing anyone. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 8-4, the amendment is passed. All right, so are we up to the queue? We're gonna have to change the order, and I'm just gonna move us on to some other items now, because we have some must-pass items. And so I can't take the risk that we don't get those done. And so this may get done tonight, or it may not. So the next thing we're gonna do, I'm gonna ask the body to change the order of the day, that we can take up item 14J next.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalato, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there objection? Hearing seen none. The order of the day is changed. Item 14J, AR 2023-418, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,810,000 of area-wide general fund 101 fund balance to the area general-wide fund 101 as a contribution, and appropriating said contribution to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund 401800 for the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts PAC Elevators Project. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Let's, ideally, we keep it quick because we are running out of time. So welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. The mic is off. There you go. You'll have 3 minutes.
Mark Feynman, I live in College Village. I'm here to speak as a resident of the community, and also as a member of the board of the Alaska Center for the Performing Arts. I'm also on the facilities committee. So I appreciate the Assembly taking up this resolution. We take it very seriously. Ordinarily, our CEO would be here, Cody Costello, but she's on the East Coast on a family emergency, so she was on the line for as long as she could. But I'm here to talk about our position on the resolution. As most of you probably know, the building itself was built in the late 80s. The infrastructure is quite old. We're talking about 35 years or so. The elevators that are the subject of this project are original. They are failing. They take a lot of maintenance every year. There are safety issues and operational issues associated with the elevators. So we would definitely appreciate your consideration and are here for any questions that you might have about this project. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns, 14 years, currently residing in the Alex. So I totally agree with the gentleman's last statements. The PAC is irreplaceable, much like the 4th Avenue Theater was, and we won't go down that road. But I can tell you from a person that has When I was young, going through school, they took arts and crafts out of our schools at rapid rates, and they are still doing so now. So I can tell you, as we move forward in our future, we need to make sure that availability of our great arts is kept in our community. It's part of those fundamental building blocks. Without them, we do not have the creative souls that we have. Without our creative souls, we do not have great leaders much like yourselves. If you guys did not have the awareness of not only our performing arts, but also our best arts as far as the city, you guys wouldn't be in the positions you're at. So I do leave it to you guys to make the best decisions that you guys can for the people, as you guys always do. And to the administration, I'm still hoping that the mayor will show up. You know, we sure miss him. Thank you, guys.
He already said. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. I guess we do have Cody. Yeah, I mean, I have her number here. She's on the East Coast. Yeah, no, okay. Thank you. So the public hearing is closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. Ms. Zalatel?
Very briefly to the CFO, this was fund certified for fund balance. I know we discussed using 2023 revenues for it. Could you explain where you found the 1.810 million in 2023 revenues, please?
Yes, through the chair, Members Alatel. I asked the municipal to go back and look at our revenue projections for 2023, general operating fund. And as you're well aware, we've had a very good year on with tourism for hotel taxes, as well as the appropriated rental car tax that goes along with that. So some numbers are up, some numbers are down, but overall, over the course of 2023, the treasurer is projecting that we will exceed our budget, the budgeted revenue in the general operating by 1.97 million, which is enough to be able to cover the requested draw from the fund balance, and that's why I gave my approval. I'd like to also say this project is very much supported by the mayor as well, and we look forward to a positive vote from the Assembly.
Thank you for that, Mr. Thurn. The reason I asked is often when we ask for fund balance, fund certifications, we're unable to get them, so I just wanted to make sure we were assured of where the money was coming from. Thanks.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I do support this. I'm glad that we were able to find a way to fund it, especially since the alternative was that it wouldn't have been able to get done until January. So thank you to those who pulled that together. And then I also just want to observe, I feel like there's a discrepancy between, and I understand how it happened, but it's unfortunate that our convention centers have their own capital fund and are able to basically deal with repairs like this, especially on an emergency basis or short-term basis, and then the Performing Arts Center does not. So I know we can't fix that at this moment, but I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this is unpopular, but we got work to do. I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
Second.
So there's a motion to extend the meeting by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'll go ahead and take a vote. This is an 8-vote requirement. A vote of 11 to 1. My motion is carried. I'm with you, Mr. Johnson. I'm with you. So now we're back on the main motion. The main motion is move to approve. Is there any more discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Actually, hold that. I'm going to say one thing. You know, this was an item that was going to be entered into the budget for next year and used as tax revenue, and this is now funded, if this passes, this year out of money that we know is unspent. And we know there's a ton of other unspent money in labor, which I know the CFO is not comfortable spending that, but we know it's there. It's just a funny story to tell ourselves. We think it might not be there. With that said, it's a nice phenomenon when the branches work together. But I also want to point out a little more pointedly what was suggested by Ms. Zalatal, that there's been a phenomenon that's occurred for us sitting on this side of the dais, that fund certifications don't come when we ask. They only come when the mayor agrees. And that's a really unfair form of government when it's a subjective approach. And now I know it's always complex and it's always difficult, but I tire of the argument, there is no fund balance except when there is. So I do appreciate the work that was done to get us here. I support the project and I urge your support. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-418 has passed the body. So, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I'd move to introduce a laid on the table item. Please distribute.
Let's just take a minute to let that move around. So Mr. Cross has made a motion to lay an item on the table. Item reads, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly determining a vacancy will exist on the Assembly in Seat A for District 2, Chugiak, Eagle River, and initiating the process to elect a successor to fill the vacancy at the next regular election on April 2nd, 2024. A motion to lay on the table by Mr. Cross. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Zalatal. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. In 3 days, we're going to start seeing more.
Hold on. So let's keep your main comments to the main motion.
All right.
This is just to lay it on the table.
Lay it on the table.
Yep, sorry.
No problem.
Yep, Ms. Zalatal, go ahead.
Thank you. This item needs to be laid on the table tonight for action in order to align with the timing for our election calendar coming up. And we need to take action tonight. If we were to wait till January, we would miss that window. Thank you.
And it would cost us $200,000. So the motion to lay on the table is before us. Is there any objection to the motion? I mean, I object, but I'll still vote yes. Why don't we go ahead and vote? But I would totally object. Oh, she already did it. So is there any objection? There's no objection. The item has been laid on the table. Now a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatal, seconded by Mr. Cross 3 days ago.
So in 3 days,
In 3 days.
we're going to start seeing more daylight. And before long, another summer will be upon us, and then shortly after, it will be gone. Now, some people measure life in years, but having been born and raised in Alaska, I measure life in summers. And since they're short, I based my calculations, I have about 20 summers left in my life. That's only if my knees and hips hold up. Prior to serving on the Assembly, I volunteered regularly working on construction projects for NeighborWorks, Habitat for Humanity, Wounded Warrior projects, and various other outreach programs. One of my most memorable projects that I ever worked on was building a wheelchair ramp in a front deck on an East Anchorage home for an elderly woman who had lost her leg from diabetes. The project took me about 3 days, and I worked all by myself. But when it was done, she cried, she gave me a hug, and she thanked me. Then we sat on her front porch, and we just spent in the afternoon sun, and she just shared her loving stories about her deceased husband and her daughter. She didn't complain once about her lost foot or her situation. She only expressed love and gratitude. I have never in my life felt so purposed in all my existence. And the level of appreciation was profound. Now, what we do here in the Assembly is great importance. And very few people realize just the amount of work we do, particularly the staff and our support. My experience has been it's mostly hours and hours of code reading, legal opinions, department comments, community emails, answering calls, deciphering graphs, and making sense of flowcharts to correct an ever-shifting sea of bureaucracy. Now, important as these actions are, this is not why God put me on earth. So I will be going back to serving with my heart and hands at a personal level. I call it DeWalt therapy. I will be investing more time in my family who loves me and to the lives of others of those around me through humble acts of service, free from politics. My heart truly believes there is no amount of money, no program, and no assembly resolution that will ever replace the compassion of a human hand. And I want to be the set of hands that do that. And I figure I have 20 or less summers to do it in my life. So today I formally announce my resignation to occur no later than April 1st, 2024. This will allow my replacement to be placed on the upcoming ballot and save the Anchorage taxpayer over $200,000. The cost of a special election, while also allowing my district to choose my successor. Thank you.
All right, so anyone wish to speak to this motion? I'm going to choke up. Ms. Zalatal.
Thank you. So I treat this resolution as something I don't want to approve, but I need to honor a member's wishes. It's much like certifying election results. And so I take it in that vein. I don't accept it because I want to see Kevin leave the body or Mr. Cross leave the body. But I would grant that wish to anyone on this body. I think it is the professional courtesy we owe you. This job is hard. It is time consuming and it takes tremendous sacrifice. And you've given that sacrifice. So I will vote yes, very reluctantly. You could tell the level of my enthusiasm with my motion to approve. It is very, very low, and I just hope that in the time that you remain on this body, you take all the work, because you'll be leaving it soon, and then we will be energized and ready to go, but you'll be missed. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can I lay something on the table? No, just kidding. No, I think all the members on the dais understand and know the work it takes. And, you know, I reluctantly will vote yes, but, hey, just appreciate everything you have done. It's been a pleasure.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've really come to value your service and your friendship. You were one of the first members I was able to team up with and get parking reform passed, and the ability to stay curious and work across the aisle. I mean, I think you personify a lot of great things about being a body that can work together. So I'll be sad to miss you, and I think you'll be very hard to replace.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly, I know we've still got some time together, but I'm sorry to hear this news, but I also respect your decision. And to Member Zalatel's point that this is a hard job, I think it is something that we should continue to think about is how do we make it possible for more people, not just the policy nerds like me and lawyers and those folks who that's been part of our job. How do we make people successful in this position so that we truly have diverse representation in our community? Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
We have time together, Mr. Cross, but I wanted to bring a little hip-hop to you. Will Smith, Summertime was the song, and I wish you well on your 30 summers to go. But we have many more meetings to work together, so I look forward to it.
And to my peers, before we vote, I'll just say that this conversation started in, I think, August or September, and I figured out a way to twist his arm to stay through the end of the year.
My wife's pissed at you.
Yeah, his wife is mad at me, which then figured out a way to keep him through April, so I'm working to keep a highly functioning body so that you all have the benefit of the experience. So I am regretful, and I honor the decision. So with that, members may proceed to vote. And this vote calls a special election. or regular election. It calls a election to happen
Let's
for the seat.
Put it on the regular.
Yeah, puts it on the regular ballot. On a vote of 12-0, the Assembly regrets to have received the resignation letter of Mr. Cross and calls for an election. All right, so now we're back on the agenda. So if there's no objection, 14I is an item to be postponed indefinitely. Can we just quickly dispatch with that if there's no objection to change the order? Seeing, hearing none, 14I is now before us. Public hearing on this item is now open.
Mr. Chair, I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
Ms. Zalatel has moved and Mr. Rivera has seconded the motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there any discussion? And if anyone wonders, there's a parallel item that was introduced tonight on the consent agenda that's more accurate than this. So hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 12-0, AR 2023-411 has been postponed indefinitely. Now, if there's no objection, we'll go back to the debates on item 14F. I think Mr. Wallen had the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go ahead and, if it's okay, I'll move Brawley Amendment Number 3.
So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, or Mr. Walland, and seconded by Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is it removes the 2.5 story limit in R2M and just retains the 30-foot height limit. So keeps the same height, just gets rid of the 2.5 story requirement. And I think this is really interesting, and I'll let Member Brawley speak to it more, but when I was investigating this question, I asked members of the planning department, well, how tall is a story? And I could never get a concrete answer about that. So you can build a 10-foot story or you can build a 15-foot story. So I think we just need to just cap it at that 30 feet and give builders that additional flexibility.
I have members in the queue, but I don't know that they're on the amendment. So is it on the amendment? Mr. Martinez on the amendment? Ms. Brawley on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you briefly. And members can see, basically, I took a screenshot from something that I remember talking about for over a year, 5 to 6 years ago at Turnagain Community Council, and that is changing this particular thing in our code in R2M zones from 2.5 stories to 30 feet. And there was an entire project around it. This wasn't the only thing in it. So I was surprised to even see that that hadn't been done, because that was, again, 2018. And it took several iterations to get that far. And so I'm bringing this back simply because this was clearly something that even the planning department had identified as part of implementation of the 2040 plan. And the only reason that I did not propose changing this in the table for the other R2 zones is because, as we've heard, this ordinance is not intended to deal with those. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? So I would just say, for my part, I strongly support this one. It's easy to understand what it does. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 12-0, that amendment has passed. Now we're back on the main motion. Time to roll through the queue. All right, so Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I would make a motion to postpone until the meeting of January 9th.
There's a motion to postpone to the meeting of January 9th. Is there a second?
I second that.
Who is that? Mr. Martinez. Okay, motion to postpone by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Martinez. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I'd like to, thank the sponsors for the effort they put into this. Generally, the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish here is something that I feel strongly in support of. When I first moved to Anchorage, moved back here when I was like 22, my first apartment was in a triplex, and it was very affordable, and I was grateful for that opportunity. My second place I lived in Fairview actually was a duplex that The builder had desired to make a triplex, but found that the barriers to do so were insurmountable, and so it ended up being simply a duplex. So I like what we're trying to do here. However, I recognize that between the yes version and the amendments, we have made some substantive changes to the underlying ordinance that I frankly, I would be more enthusiastic about supporting this if I were afforded a bit more time to consider the impacts and to ask some additional questions. And I've heard that from members of the community as well, even people who feel good about what we're trying to accomplish, but just simply desiring more time to consider it and weigh in on it. And I don't see a problem with that. I mean, certainly we need to address housing sooner rather than later, but I don't think the consequences of delaying this by a couple weeks will be that impactful. Notably, you know, in the changes we've seen in the yes version, there are changes to setbacks and dwelling units per acres and things that I would appreciate more time to consider. And in fact, notably, some of these changes are contrary to the recommendations of the planning department. And I don't see anyone from planning here, and I'm also mindful of the fact we're running out against the clock. I would like to have the opportunity to speak to them to understand what their concerns are and whether or not the changes in the yes version actually are necessary and beneficial. So with that, I would just appreciate the opportunity to take a little bit more time on this one.
All right, anyone else on the motion to postpone? Okay, so I'm going to create my little sidebar queue. Zalatil, Walland, Brawley. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. So the S version was in the addendum, and we have to be able to roll with substitute versions in the addendum. It's our job to do that. This addendum, or the S version that came out of the addendum, actually was really a direct result of the Planning and Zoning Commission's work. And the loudest request we've heard from postponement is from a community council, quite frankly, that took a stance on this and is just opposed. And in the time since the S version hit to today, I was able to work with the planning department to get all of my questions answered, as well as a map, which I had shared with all members, of all available R2M, a breakdown of the lots, how those lots have been developed across the community, and really get to the answers to the questions that the community has. So I don't think a postponement is warranted. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to correct Member Johnson because the S version, which was on the addendum, is responsive to the Planning Department's recommendations. In fact, it adopted all of their recommendations that were in their original staff report to the P&Z Commission. And that was a collaborative drafting between Assembly Council and the Planning Department, as well as Legislative Services. And then that's what we brought to P&Z, and that was what was passed unanimously by P&Z, recommended for approval. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley, on the amendment.
Yes, thank you. I don't,
motion,
postpone,
sorry,
yeah.
on the motion.
I don't support the motion to postpone. I understand the request. I guess I would also point out, you know, the practical reality is that January 9th feels like far away, but we have multiple holidays in between. We aren't returning to work until January 3rd, and that brings us to January 5th, which is a Friday, and then our meeting is the 9th on Tuesday. So I think if you would like to postpone, I would recommend doing it longer, but again, I do not support that for a number of reasons. Thank you.
Anyone else on the, okay, Mr. Johnson, on the motion to postpone?
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to point out, and this is what I'm looking at here when I speak to my concerns about wanting to get more information from the planning department. Looking at the S version here on page 2 of 3 in the memorandum, the second paragraph down for the change to section 1, in which the DUA, which was I think 15 in the original version, was changed to 30, which feels like a potentially significant change, which could, you know, when we speak about things like parking concerns and snow removal, feels like it could make a difference there. And I know that the planning department recommended an increase to 20 DUA from 15, and now we have ended up with 30. So I'm not sure. I understand there was, it sounds like an effort, you know, to be responsive to planning and zoning's recommendations, but I do see here, in this bullet point anyways, something that seems to be a point of contention.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Salt.
Yeah, real quick. I know one of the issues with this has been public process, but if you look in the packet, you know, AIM 193-2023, Mr. Voland laid out the timeline, which shows, I think, more than adequate public process. And as always, If we pass it tonight, you can always come back and make changes later to improve the code. Thanks.
Thank you. And one thing for my take, I support proceeding, but there's an old adage in this work that your opponents are going to attack your ideas. When they fail to persuade you on the ideas, they're going to attack the process. And if they fail there, they're going to attack your reputation. And that's just how this work rolls. And so the arguments about the process aren't fair. So, is there anyone else to speak on the motion to postpone? Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. We're looking at two items today, and part of the challenge that I have this evening is that it seems like we have gotten away from the core work that was to reduce barriers for tries and fours in places that they could already exist. This seems to do a little more than that, and it's incredibly complicated, and I respect the work that my colleagues did, but I also spoke to planning today as well. And fundamentally, the change to the design standards with respect to the trigger point of a triplex is different than this particular item. It's the other item that we're focused on. So there's been on the fly changes and amendments to something that is a little more deeper than just, well, if you pass things, you could go back and fix things. So I would encourage that folks postpone this, move on to the next item, because I'm interested in making sure that we do reduce barriers, but there seems to be more work here, and just respectfully to this is the first public hearing that we've had. Is that accurate? Is this the first public hearing that we've had on this item?
First public hearing the Assembly's had, there was a public hearing held by Planning and Zoning Commission this month.
Sure. So, but I'm only speaking on behalf of our body. And so if this is the first hearing on this, I think that there's another opportunity for more voices to come in. And I am particularly focused on these items because my district is where we have a lot of working families, where we have a lot of the R3s that already can take triplexes, but the trigger point to commercial is a different item than this. So I don't mind pausing, and I don't even mind the suggestion that we move to the later meeting of the 23rd, if that's something that Mr. Johnson is open with, because I think Member Brawley mentioned the timing, and I think that's accurate. But Member Volan mentioned that he was interested in potentially pausing, but because of the temperament and the reactions that he had a different approach. So I would hope that we can go back to the breadth of a pause to take these substantive questions very forward, but also get to the item that I'm really excited about, which is changing the design standards for triplexes and fourplex to put them into residential, to remove them from commercial. This is not that item, so I don't have a problem with the pause.
Any other discussion on the motion to postpone? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 2 to 10, the motion to postpone has failed. The main motion is back before us. Any further discussion? I have members in the queue. Something happened in my queue. Mr. Martinez on the main motion.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. So tonight we've heard several different items, things, and first I wanted to just put some clarity on things. Renters matter, and renters pay property taxes through the rent that they pay to the building owners. So fundamentally, when people have a disposition about renters in their neighborhood, I think that's a red herring and something that doesn't fly well with me. I like the idea of getting the ball rolling, but we've also heard a lot of testimony today that there seems to be some understanding that this is like the panacea, like there's going to be housing opened. But Chuck Marone, and I'm going to go back to that person because a lot of my colleagues identify with the way Chuck Marone describes. Chuck Marone says, start with where you are with what you have. And so today on the books, we do have places where triplexes and fourplex are able to go without changing the language in R2Ms. I have significant areas in my district where they currently can go, but the trigger point to commercial review is the sticking point. And it seems that that's a really great step for us to advance and take a bite out of this challenge, get the ball rolling, get a little more thoughtfulness about things that are way more complicated than the average assembly member's time, and that's respectful to the people that are doing this work. But I just wanted to be clear, I support us for all summer. We were talking about triplexes and fourplexes and removing barriers, and I think that's exciting. But I also know that I don't need bigger changes to activate where that can go today in the corridors that are on our land use plans. So I'm open to ideas of changing in this direction, but I'd like to take a first major step and reduce that barrier. And I'd also want to make sure that we're focused on the communities that are most affected by this, and fundamentally they are the working members of our community, the working families, and so it's important for me that we activate housing, but I'd like us to activate it with what we have today without making radical changes to code that we can come back to fundamentally. I think the biggest change that I'd like to see is reducing the trigger for tries and fours so we can actually activate that and see what the market does.
Thank you. So I'm going to skip you, Mr. Vaughn, because you spoke to the main motion already. Mrs. Alatello.
Yes, very briefly. So we have 13,535 R2M lots. 45% of those are currently used as single family. 27.5% are used as condos fee simple. 2.8% are only 2.8% are currently used as threeplexes, and 2.8% are currently vacant parcels. This is not going to be this shouldn't be feared, right? This is a very small percentage of the existing lots that are vacant and could be developed in like the potential first wave of development. More R2M lots at 14% are used as duplexes. So it really goes to show that this zoning district isn't going to suddenly change the landscape of our community, particularly if you look at where these vacant parcels are located on the maps. They're actually pretty well dispersed around, with the exception of the hillside, Eagle River, and Girdwood. Thank you.
Next I have Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to address, I know that we've gotten many emails opposing this ordinance, and we've certainly heard some opposition tonight because it changes residential zoning. Many folks are citing the comprehensive plan and the land use plan and how this is in conflict with the plan's intent. So I just wanted to quote briefly from the comprehensive plan, which again was adopted in 2001. It says that our preferred scenario is urban transition, that downtown, midtown, and older in-town neighborhoods develop a more intensive urban character. Initiatives to foster more intense mixed-use development and neighborhood renewal in the northern half of the bowl are introduced. And similarly, it says, infill and redevelopment will gradually revitalize older areas and bring more residents to downtown/midtown neighborhoods. And if you read the plan, you'll see that it's referring not just to downtown and midtown, but the residential areas around them. So there is a disconnect between the policy direction in both our comp plan and our land use plan and the structure of our current zoning code. I want to remind folks that our zoning code was adopted in 2013. Our land use plan was adopted in 2017. Many of the policies and actions in the land use plan call for fixing flaws in our zoning code that are barriers to achieving our plan's intent, and this ordinance is doing exactly that. Lastly, I want to quote our housing policy resolution from August, again, recognizing that we need to represent all residents of Anchorage. The Assembly recognizes its duty to weigh the interests of all Anchorage residents and adopt public policy informed by diverse perspectives. And I quote these things because I really want to underscore that the claims that we're not following our land use plan or our comp plan are simply not true. And so I really wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Member Brawley bringing that up. Code should follow plan, not the other way around. And so the reason that my co-sponsors and I are recommending the 30 dwelling units per acre instead of the 20 is because R2M is included in 2 land use designations in the 2040 land use plan, compact mixed residential low and compact mixed residential medium. The upper end for compact compact mixed residential medium is 30 dwelling units per acre. So we need to encompass that full range. I want to read you the housing types that should be found in compact mixed residential low. Attached single family, two family, cottage home courts, compact housing, townhomes, smaller apartment structures. Here's the types of housing that should be found in compact mixed residential medium: single family, two family, townhouses, garden apartments, accessory dwelling units, low-rise apartments. So what this legislation is attempting to do is reconcile Title 21 with our already publicly adopted plan that has been through robust public process, and as Member Raleigh pointed out, is now dated. Are we going to allow the types of housing in zones that is already envisioned by those plans? And I will also echo Member Martinez. I am very disturbed by the derision toward renters in Anchorage. A lot of the public testimony that we've received looks down on renters. Until 2 years ago, when I bought my duplex, I was a renter all my life. And I bet everyone in this room either currently rents housing or at one time did. So we need to create opportunities for renters in Anchorage to be part of our community, part of our economy. We are contending right now with a vacancy rate of about 3%. We saw the largest increase in rental rates in over a decade. We've got to do something to create housing opportunity, a diversity of options for everyone in our community, and every neighborhood has to do its part. Every neighborhood should be asking the question, I love my neighborhood. How can I welcome more neighbors to live here and love it too? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Salt.
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just final couple thoughts. I want to love a little clarity for the members of the sponsors. First, it seemed that from my understanding, a lot of this started with a working group that was focused on reducing barriers for triplexes and fourplexes. And the first part of that was focused on the commercial versus residential design standards. Is that accurate or not?
It was both. One of the barriers to where triplex and fourplex, or to triplex and fourplex being built, is where they can be built.
And following up
so
on...
this legislation would free up about 3,700 lots to be either developed or redeveloped for triplex or fourplex.
Following up, and thank you for the answer, where can triplexes and fourplexes be built today, especially after we remove the trigger barrier? On record, where can they be built now? That was one of the arguments, building things where they can go already. Where can they be built today?
R2M, R3, R3A, R4, and R4A, those residential zones. What we are trying to do is reconcile the dimensional standards in those zones where that level of development is already allowed to fit the 2040 land use plan.
So what I'm hearing is that, from my vantage point, and this is what's really interesting to me about this, is that in East Anchorage today, especially in the Northeast Corridor, there are areas where we can, and it was described by Mr. Robinson from Cook Inlet, with the R3s and even commercial corridors, where there are areas where we can move a triplex and a fourplex today. Is that fair to say that there are, without the R2Ms, just other areas where triplexes and fourplexes can be built today, especially when we remove the barrier of commercial? All right, so it goes back to the value of starting with where you are with what you have. Respectfully, I don't think...
I'm going to have to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No problem.
We're running out of time.
No problem. Just final thought, Chair.
Yep.
This doesn't seem like it's necessarily focused on the working families of East Anchorage. For me, I'd like to see us activate what we have today to get the ball moving without a lot of the bigger changes at this point. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to just call it. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 1, AO 2023-103 as amended has passed the body. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had hoped to speak to this a little bit more broadly when we got to item 14L, but we're not going to get to it today. So I am just going to do a motion to introduce an unnumbered AR, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly appropriating $500,000 from the Alcoholic Beverage Retail Sales Tax Fund, fund balance of the Anchorage Health Department 2024 operating budget, all within the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Fund for a pilot program for modular units as transitional shelter. If I can get a second and a third. This will be
Second.
before us on January 9th. Thank you.
So it was introduced by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Altel. Who was the third? I'm sorry, Bronga and Mr. Vaughn. So Rivera, Bronga, Vaughn. Mr. Rhodes, we're going to give you the last word, audience participation until we adjourn at midnight. If you want to speak, speak now.
So I was just contemplating that I was not going to get to speak tonight. I
Wow.
just want to make it quick. You can
Yep.
hit the buzzer. I'll do it in a minute or less. I wasn't present for a discussion about myself the other day, and apologize to the administration for that. I didn't think that some unfortunate events that have transpired in the world of that I lived in for a little while. But I'm so grateful to be able to stand here before you tonight. I appreciate those that wanted to spare my life for another day by putting forth a delay in the judgment of Aaron Rhodes. As I mentioned, my grandma moved here in 1951. I'm good people. I'm innocent. I would never treat anybody inappropriately or stand by. I come from a family of 6 boys. I'm number 4, so we have the quick and the hungry. But I have 3 daughters, 1 son, and 1 foster daughter and 1 foster son. I just wouldn't do what, and I was convicted by public radio in this very place here, not entirely, but I got 6 votes against 4 votes, so I lost. But the moral of the story is I always come back. I've been knocked down a lot. I got up a lot. But I just propose to you, honorable assembly members, I am innocent. Thank you for the time.
Yep, thank you. So the code, thank you, Mr.
Yep.
Rhodes. The code provides that our meeting adjourns automatically at midnight. And so we don't have but half a minute left of testimony before the meeting is over.
Okay, well, I'd like to talk since you only gave me
Please
half a minute.
state your name.
My name is Cynthia Gachapine. I've been here for probably over 6 hours. I've worked an 8-hour day, have 3 children at home right now. As you can see, there are tons of people here that have been waiting to participate in this, and you all have ran the clock on this, and we all know that's the truth. And we see you for what you are.
The meeting is adjourned.
Yep.